After a stroke, Theo Mac Tavish retreats to a remote Highland smallholding until a hidden passage and a quiet pact upend everything. As a new sickness unthreads the world, survival becomes craft, gardens, rules, hard choices. Spare, tense, and unexpectedly hopeful, The Grey is a post-collapse survival tale about secrecy, community, and the cost of intervening. If safety lives in the dark, how far would you go to keep the lights off and hope alive?
This is The Grey, written by Beryl Coops.
Chapter 1. Early Exit. The generator coughed once and died. Theo waited, then counted to 5 and pulled again. This time it caught. He stood there until the idle smoothed out. There was no prayer, just habit. He'd turned 52 last month. The consultants called it a minor stroke, as if the word could shrink the week he'd lost and the months it took to get his left hand honest again. He sold the garage and the car lot, signed the papers without fuss, and bought a place no one sane wanted. 193 acres of Highland shoulder, 3/4 under old timber with a preservation order. He could coppice, not clear. The rest, rough grazing, rushes, a strip of pasture the deer had opinions about. 16 miles from Tomwich, 32 north of Fort Augustus. Nearest neighbour 12 miles if you measured along the track and ignored the hills. Perfect. The house stood stone-faced, roof sound enough, windows tired, no mains. A landline with a grudging dial tone, mobile on a good day if you stood by the gate and swore at the wind. Power was this wheezy diesel and a mess of old cabling that should have retired before he did. Water was supposed to come from a spring up the slope. The kitchen tap dribbled like it was offended. He walked the yard with a mug that cooled too quickly. Stone sheds, thick-walled, slate roofs you could trust in a stiff breeze. A big open-fronted metal barn. Almost new, 12 metres by 28 if his eye was right. The shepherd's hut sat down by the birches, half converted. Stove with a cracked plate, 2 sockets that meant nothing without the generator. Dry inside, at least. That would do. He opened the house and let it air. Old smoke, mouse dirt, the sour tang of oil paint and damp. He made a list in a small book because lists had saved his life once. Sort power, find spring, dry hut, empty house to barn. Order timber, pipe, fixings. He added roof and underlined it because roofs like to test a man when he isn't looking. He phoned the solicitor from the kitchen. "In," he said. "Alive. Thanks." "Any problems?" she asked. "Only the ones I paid for," he said, and that seemed to settle it. He ate a cold pasty on the step and watched the hill decide what kind of weather it wanted. The silence wasn't empty. It had edges, wind in the spruce, a small burn talking to itself, the clunk of the generator every time the load changed. He liked it. Work first. Always work first. He backed the Land Rover to the porch and started clearing. Chairs with broken stretchers, a sofa that had given up years ago, a wardrobe that came apart in his hands because the glue had turned to dust. He stacked everything in the metal barn in rows so he could burn, salvage, or give away later. The barn doors were wrong, wire and post afterthoughts, so he measured the opening, wrote down hinges X6, bolts X2, treated boards, and put it on the buy list. By mid-afternoon, the kitchen was a room again. He pulled the dead fridge into the yard and found the socket that fed it. The rubber had perished to lace. He cut it back, taped it for now, added twin and earth to the list, and drew a box-round solar array, 4 kilowatts, ground mount. He'd done the sums during physio. Panels, charge controller, batteries. The generator would do for now, but he was tired of the sound already. The shepherd's hut came next. He swept it out, found the leaks, and patched them. The stove drew well enough after he brushed the flue. He stacked kindling in a crate, tried the ring, and smiled when the first stick took. He unrolled a thin mattress on the built-in bunk and tested it with the kind of sigh men won't admit to. He'd sleep here while he gutted the house. Less mess, fewer trips. Simple. Back at the sink, the tap still sulked. He followed the cold feed through the wall and into the crawl space, then out to the yard. The pipe ran up the slope toward the trees, old black poly, cracked in 2 places, patched with tape that would never have held pressure. He cut out the worst section, slid on barbed joiners, tightened clamps, and opened the valve again. Better, not good. The spring would be up there somewhere, boxed or stone-lined if he was lucky, choked with leaf rot if he wasn't. Tomorrow, if the weather held. If not, he'd work on the roof. He checked the landline again. Still a tone. He tried the mobile at the gate. 1 bar, then none, then 1. Fine. He preferred quiet. At 4 he drove the track to see where it went. It did what Highland tracks do, pretended to be a road until it remembered it was a suggestion. He stopped at the first bend with a view. The trees climbed dark and old. The far ridge held the sky down like a hand. He could see his barn roof from here, a strip of dull metal among stone and green. He felt the weight of the day settle in his legs and found he didn't mind it. Back in the yard, he laid out tools on the kitchen table, spanners, a brace, a handful of screws, the good saw, a torch. He wiped each as if they were new. He rang the timber yard in Fort Augustus and left a message for boards and posts. He added wire mesh and a small mountain of fixings. He thought about chickens. Later. Not until the fox paths made sense. He ate from a tin, standing. The generator stumbled and recovered. He counted to 5 without thinking. Habit. Dark came quick. He locked the house, shut the barn, and took his roll to the shepherd's hut. The stove gave a steady heat. He lay on the bunk and listened until the quiet turned into sleep. In the morning he'd start making the hut proper. A door that closed without an oath. Shelves, hooks, a clean worktop. Then he'd go up the slope and find the spring and make it behave. One job at a time. The place would stop arguing with him. It always did if you kept your hands busy and your mouth shut. He woke before light. Cold sat in the tin cup. The stove in the shepherd's hut still had a heart. He fed it kindling and 2 splits and waited until the plate stopped ticking. He pulled boots on, stepped out and listened. The hill said nothing useful. Fine. The generator took on the second pull. He left it to settle and walked the yard with the first mug. The barn looked bigger in the grey, tall enough to swallow a lorry, empty enough to echo. The stone outbuildings would stand another 50 winters if he treated them right. The house watched him like it had a temper and was waiting for him to test it. Breakfast was porridge from a pan that had seen better garages. The tap in the kitchen still sulked. He filled the kettle from a jerry can and added spin new feed to the list. He'd need a proper line from the spring or a header tank. He stared at the map on the table and traced the contour with a finger. The spring should sit where the 260 line pinched under the trees east of the old wall. Should. He penciled a cross and wrote check. Not today. He wanted the hut solid first. He worked small jobs and let them add up. In the house, every carpet that smelled wrong got cut into strips and rolled. Underlay out. Boards lifted where they had gone soft. He found one joist with rot at the end, marked it with chalk, and propped it. Later, the walls would need lime wash, not modern paint. He wrote lime and brushes. He took 2 doors off and planed the swollen edges until they closed without an oath. It was nothing grand, but the place started to behave. In the shepherd's hut, he fixed the top hinge, added a wedge so the wind stopped teasing, and screwed a narrow shelf along the window for mugs, screws, and the small book. He planed a scrap of board for a worktop and bolted it to the carcass of an old dresser. It wasn't pretty. It was clean. He set a hook for his coat and decided it was home enough for a week. The landline rang when he was halfway through sweeping the back hall. He wiped his hands on his shirt and picked up. "Timber yard," a man said. "Message about boards, posts, hinges." "Aye," Theo said. "I need treated 4x2, feathage, coach bolts, 6 heavy strap hinges, 2 drop bolts, a roll of stock fence and a decent box of screws. Delivery's a track and a half. You'll hate me for it." The man laughed, then didn't. "Tomorrow if the driver's brave. Afternoon." "I'll be at the gate," Theo said. He added T for driver in the book. He checked the roof while the weather held. From the ridge you could see how the hill should be red, the shallow valley that took wind, the stand of birch that caught frost, the patch under the ash that would hold water too long. He tapped slates with the handle of the hammer and listened for the off note. 3 sounded wrong. He replaced them, worked copper strips under where the nail holes had gone soft, and marked the spots to watch. He wasn't a slater, but he could pretend. By noon he'd emptied 2 more rooms into the barn and found a box of old accounts from a life he hadn't lived. He stood a moment with the top one open, smelled coal smoke and stubborn polish, and put the whole lot on the burn pallet. Kindness sometimes looked like a match. He walked the boundary after lunch. A low stone wall ran the back line. Deer had found 3 easy crossings, and the winter had found a 4th. He stacked what he could by hand and wired a loose stretch where the posts were still honest. He found the pipe that fed the house again, followed it 30 yards higher than he had yesterday, lost it in bracken, and swore at himself for not bringing a spade. Tomorrow with a spade, if the weather held. He made a place for batteries in the barn, not because he had any yet, but because it helped to know where they would live. Cool, dry, mid-wall, away from the south light. He chalked a box on the slab and wrote batteries here like a promise. He sketched the run for the DC cabling, where it would come through to a small breaker panel where the inverter would sit. The petrol in the jerrycans told him how long he had before planning became necessity. He called the man in Fort Augustus with the little yard that had everything and nothing. Pipes, 30 mil poly, 50 meters, 2 barbed joiners, clamps, a proper gate valve. If you've any spare blue barrel, I'll take one. You and everyone else, the man said. But I'll see what I can turn up. Friday? Friday, Theo said, and hoped. The afternoon washed itself into small satisfactions. He rehung the back door so it didn't bite the floor. He cut a sheet of ply to cover a broken pane until he could get real glass. He swept mouse nests out of a cupboard and found 3 decent jam jars. He washed them and set them on the new shelf in the hut because clean glass makes a place feel honest. When the light started to run, he stacked what he'd taken out. Burn, salvage, mend, unsure. He was strict. A man can drown in unsure. He set the salvage pile under the barn's lee and threw a tarp. The burn pile he left open. Tomorrow, if the wind was right. He phoned the one number he had for a breeder south of Bowley. Chickens, he said. 6 layers. A cockerel if he minds his manners. 2 weeks out. Aye, said the voice. Bring cash, bring a crate. We deliver if we like your yard. You'll hate my track, Theo said. We always do, the man said, and rang off. He closed the house at dusk and let the generator run long enough to boil water and charge the torch. He turned it off, waited for the drum to still, and let the quiet drop back in. He stood in the yard until the cold found his bones, not as a test, just to make sure the place was real. In the shepherd's hut he ate without cooking and wrote the next day in the book, timber delivery, barn doors, sprayed map cut through bracken, find box. He added roof if rain. He drew a small square where the chicken house would go because it helps to see it even if it isn't there. He lay back and watched the dark turn the ceiling into a thing his eyes could rest on. He thought of the garage once, the smell of hot oil and rubber, the rhythm of a clutch he could diagnose by ear. He'd traded that for wind and a stubborn tap. He didn't want the old life back. Tomorrow he'd start telling this place what it was. Not with speeches. With hinges that didn't sag, and a pipe that didn't lie, and a door that closed the first time. One job at a time. Chapter 2. Settling the bones. The timber yard rang at 8 to say the lorry was late. Fine. He used the hour. He emptied the last 2 rooms. Wardrobe to salvage, 3 chairs to burn, a chest of drawers to mend if he could be bothered. He pulled carpet off the stair and found ash treads that would clean up if he was patient. He wasn't today. He swept, shut the door, and chalked later on the wall where only he would see it. The shepherd's hut needed to stop feeling temporary. He planed a strip off the door so it folded without a shove, fixed a bolt at the top, and hung a rag curtain across the bunk so heat would stay where it should. Hooks went up, coat, torch, the small book. He screwed the narrow shelf firmer, then added another for tins. A plastic bowl under the window became a wash-up with a drain to a gravel bed he scraped out with the spade. Not pretty. It worked. The stove still drew well. He stacked a second crate of kindling and cut 4 arm-thick splits. He set a tin of tea on the ledge by the flue and a clean mug beside it, because small order helps. He opened the map and walked it with his finger. Southfield had the light he wanted for the panels. The ash on the shoulder would throw shade late, but he could live with that. Ground mount, 8 panels for now, room for 12. Trenches. Barn to array, barn to house. Batteries mid-wall in the metal barn where it stayed cool. He sketched it, rough and sure. Garden next. He marked a rectangle the wind couldn't bully, lee of the stone sheds, 20 paces by 15, beds 2 spades wide with a boot between. Compost bay in the corner with the bad soil. Water butt off the shed roof to a tap at hip height. He wrote deer fence with a circle because that mattered more than anything he would plant. Chickens would sit on the edge of the garden, close enough to watch, far enough to spare the beds. Coop door to the east, pop hole to the run. Welded mesh, not chicken wire. Foxes respect the first and laugh at the second. Shade, dry footing. He drew the run in pencil and then again 1 metre bigger. He rang the timber yard before they left the depot. Additions. Aye? 3 rolls of welded mesh, 13 mil by 13, 40 metres each if you've got them. 4 gate posts, notched. 2 sheets of OSB, 12 mil. Roof felt or, if you've it, 4 corrugated sheets and fixings. 2 more strap hinges, a hasp, and a box of washers I won't have to apologise for. Mesh is tight, the man said. Paper shuffled. I can do 2 rolls. Corrugated's fine. The rest is on the truck already. Throw in a bag of lime and a coil of soft tie wire, Theo said. And if you've any off-cut scaffold boards, I'll take 6. You and everyone else. A pause. I'll tell him to bring what he can afford to lose. He smiled. I'll make him tea at the gate. He rang Fort Augustus next. Blue barrel if you found one. 1, the man said. Cracked at the rim. Cheap. It'll do, Theo said. Friday. The lorry found them near noon. Theo stood at the road end to walk the driver down the worst of the track. The man leaned out, looked at the ruts and swore in a friendly way. Theo waved him on. Low gear, no drama. They made the yard with an inch to spare. They unloaded to the barn in a steady rhythm. Boards squalled on the forks, posts thumped the slab, hinges, bolts, screws, all the small stuff Theo cared about more than he'd admit. The mesh rolls made the driver swear again. You'll hate getting out, Theo said. Tea first. They drank standing in the doorway. The driver looked at the hill the way townsmen do, like it was expensive and wrong, and he wished he liked it more. You here alone? He said. Mad or cured? The man said, not unkind, and climbed back in. Theo watched him take the track out. He didn't breathe until the lorry had its nose on the road again and the driver lifted a hand. Barn doors next. He chalked a centre line, set the strap hinges on the bench and drilled the first plates. He cut the stiles and rails from the 4x2, checked them for twist against the slab, and pinned the frame square on the floor with screws he trusted. Boards went on fast, feathered, tight and clean. He hung the first leaf with 2 man-lifters and a bar, then the second. They closed dead even. He set the drop bolts and the keepers, stepped back, and let himself be pleased for a heartbeat. He racked the boards and posts tidy. The mesh rolls he chained upright against the wall because there are few things more demoralizing than chasing mesh when it decides to fall. He set a bucket under the leak he'd spotted earlier and wrote roof patch over steel purlin where he'd see it. He ate standing again. He dialed the breeder. Chickens, he said. I'm ready when you are. Tomorrow afternoon, the man said. We'll bring 6 point of lay, cockerel if he doesn't bite me today. Cash. Cash, he said. The run will be ready. He walked the garden rectangle with string and pegs and set the corners. He dug the first bed and felt muscles he hadn't used since his 20s wake up and complain, then settle down and help. He put in 2 boards as a lip to keep soil from slopping back in when the rain came. He set the posts for the deer fence and tamped them until they rang tight. He cut the coop base from the OSB, frame from the 4x2, and set the roof slope without overthinking it. He'd skin it with corrugated in the morning. Perch here, nest boxes there, clean out door wide enough to matter. He set the mesh across the first side and tied it tight. No gaps, no second chances. Back at the house, he pulled the kitchen feed again. He had a barb joiner he'd missed yesterday. The tape had hid it. He cut it out, fitted the new valve, and turned the wheel slow. The tap in the sink coughed, then ran clear for 5, then lost heart. He shut it and wrote spring, dig in bigger letters. If the weather held, first thing. He put the saws away sharp and swept the barn floor because clean floors stop accidents, and blood is a poor cleaner. He shut the new doors and pulled the bolts and stood there a second because they fitted like they should. Light went early behind cloud. He took water to the shepherd's hut, set the small pan on the hot plate and watched steam curl because a person can forgive a day a lot if the last thing in it is hot and honest. He wrote the next day without flourish. Finish coop, run wire, set drinker, find spring box. He added garden, second bed and barn roof patch. He closed the book. He let the day stop. Rain held off. He finished the coop first. Perch at chest height, round, not square. Nest boxes lower, 3 for 6 birds. Clean outdoor the width of a shovel. He skinned the roof with corrugated, screwed every other crest, then flashed the ridge with a strip and washers that wouldn't weep by October. Vent high, draft low, floor dusted with shavings. He hung the feeder and the drinker and stood back. No frills, no gaps. The run took longer. He stapled welded mesh tight to the rails and buried an apron 30 centimetres out so nothing could dig in without learning manners. Corner posts braced. Gate swung clean. He walked the line with a hand on the wire and found one soft span. He tied it back to a hidden stake and smiled when it twanged right. He set the coop on slabs to get it off damp, then strung a line from the barn gutter to a barrel stand he knocked together out of offcuts. The barrel would arrive Friday. For now he rigged a temporary butt from a clean bin and a bit of hose. It would catch enough. The leak in the metal barn roof got 10 minutes. He found the pinhole by the rust halo, cleaned it, set a patch, and riveted it down. The bucket lost its job. He kept it there anyway. Trust takes a week. Spring now. He took the spade, a saw, a length of new poly, and the map. He followed the old black pipe where it vanished into bracken, cut a trench with boot and steel, and kept going until the ground remembered being wet. The line found a low wall built out of hand and patience. Behind it, under leaf mush and roots, a stone box. He cleared it with the saw and fingers until the lid showed, a rough flag with a notch for lifting. He levered it. Inside, brown water sulked over a mouth stuffed with debris. A second, older pipe sat blind in the side. He scooped the muck until the well showed its shape. Spring rising clean at the back, a proper stone throat. He brushed the seat, cut a short length of new pipe as a throat, and set it so the take-off sat above the gravel, not in it. He laid clean round stones as a bed, fitted a mesh screen, and put the lid back on with a thin wedge so it could breathe. Back at the house he cracked the new valve and bled the line at the kitchen. Air first, then colour, then clear. The tap ran steady. He left it half open to flush and went outside to check the joints. Dry. He shut the valve and opened the outside bib. Good flow. He filled a bucket and drank from his hand because that is how you know. He split the day in two around a sandwich. In the yard he trimmed the deer fence posts, drilled pilot holes and strung the first 2 runs of high tensile. He'd finish the rest after the birds were settled. He staked a line for the garden path and tamped it firm so the boots would know where to go. The breeder rattled up late in a battered pickup that sounded worse than it was. 2 crates in the back. A boy in the passenger seat who looked like he'd been born with straw in his hair. They stood by the coop while Theo talked through the run and the apron and the roosts. The man tested a hinge like he meant it and nodded once. "You've kept birds before," he said. "I've kept problems before," Theo said. "This will be less of one." The man grinned. 6 point of lay, good crosses. Cockerel's a gentle fool, cash. Theo paid, then lifted birds one by one, steady and sure, hand over wings, feet on the perch. The cockerel went last and looked like he was apologising to everyone. He filled the drinker, topped the feeder and shut the pop hole. They'd stay in tonight and learn home. The boy asked if he could name one. Theo said names made eggs smaller. The boy laughed and said nothing more. They shook hands. The pickup left with less noise than it arrived. He sat on the step for 5 minutes and let the yard settle around the new sound. Quiet clucks, a soft shuffle. Good. He walked back up to the spring to be sure it was still behaving. It was. He cut a small channel to carry overflow to the burn and stacked stone along the sides to keep the winter from undoing it in one bad night. He laid a flat rock as a little step so he wouldn't tear the same clump of grass every time he came here. Back at the house, he flushed the kitchen line one more time, shut it and opened the outside tap hard to a bucket until it ran colder than air. He left the bucket by the door and drew a line through spring, dig in the book. He set the panel layout on paper again that evening, now that he'd walked the ground with a spade. Array south of the sheds, 4x2, tilt 25 degrees, cable in conduit to the barn. He listed what still stood between him and silence: panels, charge controller, batteries, time. He didn't mind the delay. Knowing where it would go made the generator easier to forgive. He took a handful of kindling to the shepherd's hut and built a small fire because there is no point having a stove if you won't use it. He boiled water and made tea. He stood with the mug and looked at his hands. Dirt at the nails. A nick across the thumb he hadn't noticed until now. Good hands, still his. At dusk he checked the birds. They had put themselves to bed, 4 on the perch, 2 arguing in a nest box. He moved the box pair gently and slid the board in. Tomorrow he'd let them into the run afternoon so they learned the doorway and not the hedge. He closed the barn, locked the house and listened. The place sounded different. Not finished, just less provisional. He wrote the next day in the book, finished deer fence, second bed dug, coop latch plate, cut path, order panel kit. He added call Fort Augustus, confirm barrel and ask ironmonger for lime. He lay down in the shepherd's hut and let the day fall off. The hill didn't owe him anything. It would answer to a wrench and a shovel before it answered to a wish. That was fine. He had both. Chapter 3. The missing spring turned. He fed the birds first. They were loud about it, which was fine. He topped the feeder, checked the grit, then set the new water. The blue barrel sat on a stand he'd knocked up beside the coop. Gutter from the barn into a leaf screen, hose to the barrel, overflow to a little soakaway. He drilled the outlet low, fitted a tap, ran pipe through the mesh to a shallow trough with a float valve. He opened the tap a quarter turn. The valve took it, settled and held. No drips. He watched for a full minute anyway. The birds worked it out faster than he expected. Good. He took a saw, gloves, a small book and headed into the trees to pull windfall for the stove. The ground was soft. Old spruce, birch in the mix. He kept to the deer paths until the slope eased and the light changed. Stones under moss. A shape that didn't belong to the hill. He stopped. There was the outline of a building if you got your eye low and patient. Just lines, darker moss where walls had been, a scatter of stones that used to be straight. He walked the perimeter with his boot toe and found the corners one by one. 12 paces by 8, maybe. A smaller square off the far side like a lean-to. He sat on a rock, pulled the book and sketched. Door here. Hearth would have been opposite, out of the wind. The lean-to, shed? Made sense if they'd kept animals or tools close. He wasn't an archaeologist. He just drew until the plan stopped arguing with him. He poked with the saw handle in the lean-to and hit iron. He cleared with his fingers. A knife, or what was left of one. The blade was a gutter of rust. The handle was intact, dark and heavy, chased with a pattern that still showed under the dirt. Silver, he said, because that was the only thing that fit. He wrapped it in his handkerchief and kept going. The floor was earth, packed hard once and now chewed by roots. By the outer wall a badger had taken the easy way and hollowed a bed. The spoil heap glittered in a way earth shouldn't. He knelt and sorted gently. A coin, worn, thin, silver. Another thicker, with a king's face he didn't know. Then more. Small rush of finding turned into a steady, careful hand. He laid them out on his jacket in a neat line that grew into 2. 28 by the time the whole gave up, pretending it was finished. Most were silver pennies. He knew that much from school and pub quizzes, but 4 were larger, heavier, with edges that still bit his fingers. One flashed the wrong colour in a thin beam of light. Gold. He didn't say it again. He just looked until his heart slowed down. He took a breath, stood and let his eyes get used to the place. The main room was only a suggestion now. The smaller square off it had a low line of stones like a threshold. He stepped back to his drawing, added it, and marked the badger's bed so he wouldn't forget where he'd robbed the poor creature of its shine. He found a round stone set on edge near the door, out of true but deliberate. A quern? Grinding stone? He levered it up. The underside was smooth, hollowed by years of work into a shallow bowl. He set it back the way it had been. Some things deserved to keep their last pose. He walked the outer wall again, slower. The far corner sat higher, as if someone had built it up to keep the damp off. There was a flat stone there with a dent big enough for a fist. Maybe a post had lived in it once. Maybe he was guessing. He drew it anyway. Wind picked up above the trees. He felt the change. Weather, not warning. He pocketed the knife, wrapped the coins again, and tucked them deep. He'd leave them in the metal barn tonight until he decided how to be sensible about them. Reporting, records, the whole argument. Not now. Back by the threshold he crouched and cleared leaf mould until the line of the inner wall showed better. There was a space beyond, just 2 paces deep, separate from the main room, with the low stones still in place. Pantry, maybe, or a bed space. He put a boot on the first stone and tested it. It held. He set his weight and started to step over. The earth gave a little under his heel, not a lot, enough to make him pause. He moved his weight back and tried the next stone with his other foot. Better. He eased forward, slow, one hand on the wall because it wasn't daft to use what was there. The air on the far side was cooler. The smell changed, less leaf, more old damp. He stood still in the narrow space and let his eyes adjust. There was nothing to see except a darker patch on the floor where the earth had settled. He took a half step toward it to make sure it wasn't pooling water, bent and brushed with his fingers. He felt nothing, which is how some holes present themselves. He leaned back, careful, and set his boot where it would be safe. He thought so anyway. He reached for the wall again, found rough stone, and let the breath he hadn't noticed go. He should have left it there. He knew that. He took one more look at the dark patch, because people do, and lifted his foot a fraction to place it better for the step back. He shifted his weight. The earth went from firm to memory. The near stone tipped, the far one slid, and the whole square side. He grabbed at the wall, cold, slick with moss, and got a handful that came away. The ground folded. He dropped with it. A crack of old timber, a rush of soil. Air in his lungs turned to dust and then to nothing. He hit hard, hip, shoulder, then back of skull on something that wasn't floor so much as past. The breath left him. For a few seconds there was only grit in his teeth and a high note in his head. He didn't move. Old rule, don't make it worse. When the sound in his ears slowed, he tested parts. Fingers, okay. Left wrist sore, not broken. Ankles sulked, knees answered. Ribs complained on the right. He let that sit and blinked up. A pale, ragged rectangle hung above, daylight through the hole. 7 feet, maybe a touch more. Edges friable, loose dirt still sifting. He tasted blood and spat to one side. It hit earth close. Good. Not a shaft. He lay very still until his head stopped rolling. The smell sorted itself into damp stone, old wood, a curl of cold earth that hadn't seen air in a long time. Somewhere water ticked. Not close, not far. He eased a hand into his thigh pocket. The coins were still there, wrapped in the handkerchief, hard against bone. The knife handle in his jacket inside pocket pressed under his ribs. He left both where they were. He patted the breast pocket for the lighter he shouldn't still carry and felt the flat weight of the Zippo. Habit. He did not flick it. Not yet. Fuel doesn't grow in the dark. He rolled onto one elbow. Pain lit along his ribs and sat there like a decision. He ignored it and pushed up until he was sitting with his back to stone. Right, he said to nobody. The dark wasn't full. Dust held the light and gave him a little shape, just enough to see the floor close in and the far wall be farther than he liked. The rectangle above would give better light at noon, not now. He looked for the path his body had taken down. A corner of old slab showed where the collapse had started. The rest was crumb and drift. He reached up with one hand, measuring. Even on his toes, he could only brush the edge. Climbing out without tools would take more luck than he'd brought. He checked pockets for the small things that become big. Penknife, yes. The small book, yes, damp at a corner. Pencil, snapped. A bit of cord, 2 meters. 2 cable ties, never hurt. And a strip of tape wrapped flat. He found the saw where it had landed, handle up in the spoil. He drew it toward him and set it by his knee. He called out once, low and steady, to see what the space did with sound. It went nowhere and came back respectful. No echo worth counting. Cavern, then, not a shaft. The tick of water kept time. He looked up again and measured himself against the wall. Stone under his palm, felt dressed once, then eaten back by years. To the left, the wall fell away into dark where a corner should have been. A passage, maybe. He thought of roofs and what they like to do when a man walks under them. He stayed where he was. He tried his phone out of habit and got the same answer he always did up here. Nothing. He smiled without humour and put it away. His head throbbed where it had met whatever it had met. He touched hairline, found a lump, no split. Good enough. He pressed his tongue against a loose tooth and decided it would keep. He thought about shouting. He thought about the nearest neighbour, 12 miles and a ridge, and saved his breath. He shifted his legs and found a board under his left boot. Old, dry, the sort of wood that burns like it owes you money. He slid it toward him. A second piece lay within reach, lighter, maybe a handle once. He stacked both with the saw and the cord, because that's how you start building a way out. Pile the things that aren't the floor. He looked up a third time. The pale rectangle had softened by a hair as the light went. Afternoon turning, then. If he was going to try something stupid, it should have been now. He chose not to. He closed his eyes and counted to 60 slow, then opened them to see if anything had changed. It hadn't, which was the point. He thought about the chickens, about the float valve and the feed. They'd be fine till morning. He thought about the generator. He'd switched it off. The hut stove was cold. The list in the small book had finished fence at the top. He let that go. He slid the Zippo out and thumbed the lid open just to hear it. The click was sharp and sane. He closed it again. Keep it for when the dark finished settling. He eased himself down until his shoulder found a corner that felt like it had been made to hold a back. He put the small book under his head, because dust is honest but not kind. He set one hand on the saw without thinking. He let his other hand rest on his chest where the coins pressed, as if that would stop the day spilling any further. The tick of water kept count. The light thinned. The rectangle above went from pale to less. The cold came in the slow way, not the hard way, and he pulled his jacket closer and made a pocket for his hands. He told himself he'd wait until full dark and then spend one flick of the lighter to map what was immediate. 2 heartbeats of flame, the shape of the walls, the height of the hole. Then he'd make a better plan with better information. Then he'd keep the rest for morning. His head nodded once without his permission. He woke with a small jerk, sucked cold air, and felt the lump on his skull remind him. He listened again for a different sound and didn't get one. Good. All right, he said, this time as a promise, and let the dark finish its work. The last of the day left the hole. The tick stayed. He slid his thumb under the Zippo's lid and thought about the second pull on the generator that morning and how some things just catch if you give them the right pause. He smiled at that, small, then let the black come up and take the edges off everything. When it came clean. No dreams. No falling again. Just a cut to quiet. Chapter 4. Below the Floor. He woke in the dark with grit in his mouth and a drum in his head, cold on his back, damp through the coat. He waited for the spin to settle, then checked pockets by touch. Zippo, phone. He thumbed the phone's light, knowing it wouldn't last. A pale cone shook over stone. He was in a square space, old walls half built, half fallen. The hole above was a ragged rectangle, out of reach. His fingertips missed it by more than 2 feet, even on his toes. Loose spoil sat under it like a warning. One narrow shadow ran off to the left, a passage. He killed the phone, saved the last of it, and let his eyes guess shapes. Nothing useful. He thumbed the Zippo, quick flick, fast count of what the flame showed. Old shelves made of rough boards, a tumble of sacks, stoneware jars with waxed mouths, a broken beam, and a darker place where the passage began. He shut the lid. He sat up slow. Ribs objected. He breathed through it. He felt along the floor and found a length of wood, straight and sound, tool handle by the feel. He dragged it closer. The sacks on top were shot through and foul, but 3 layers down the weave went strong again. He tore strips. The jars gave him something that felt greasy and clean at the same time. He dipped a rag, sniffed, tallow, or near enough. Good. He wrapped the handle tight, spiraling the sacking, and smeared more grease along it with 2 fingers. He flicked the Zippo and held the naked flame to the edge. The cloth took, sullen first, then honest, then steady. Smoke went up soft and grey. Light filled the room in a way that made it smaller and kinder. He kept the torch high and looked again. Tools leaned in a corner. He pulled them out one by one. A crude axe head wedged on a stick, a bar of iron with a flattened end, and a knife that had outlived its blade. The blade was lace and rust. The handle, dark and heavy, still whole. He put the axe in the bar by his knee. The knife he slid inside his jacket without thinking. He walked the walls. The stone was dressed once and then forgotten. The shelves had held jars, some still had their seals. The floor in the middle was tamped earth, hard with age. The hole above sifted a slow trickle of dust that made the light look like fog. He didn't stand under it. He took the torch to the passage. It was the height of a man and tight to the shoulders, arched like someone had taught the rock to be polite. He tried it at an easy pace, counting his steps, hand on the left to keep him honest. The floor fell a little, then levelled. After 20 paces, the light ran into a wall of stone. No seam, no door, just the end of someone's idea. He went back, took the second branch he'd passed without meaning to, and found the same. A third, later on, same again. He marked each with a nick at shoulder height from the iron bar, so he wouldn't waste hope on them twice. The fourth side cut had a bend he didn't like, and a low spot that made the torch complain. At the end, he found nothing useful, just another blind face. He swore once, quiet, and turned for the main run. The fifth branch felt different before it showed him why. Cooler air, a sound under the sound of his boots. He lifted the torch and saw a dark vein along the wall. Water, a thread of it, coming clean from the stone and running itself into a shallow hollow worn by patience. He put the bar down and leaned in. He cupped a hand, drank, and let his throat decide. No bite. No earth. Good. He drank again, slower. He washed dust out of his mouth and the back of his nose and felt his head unhook from the worst of the knock. He went back for jars. The first two he found were empty and sound. He rinsed them under the trickle, then held them in place until they filled at their own speed. He set them on a flat bit of rock and filled two more. He left one under the drip to take what the dark had to give. Back in the square room he fed the torch, fresh sacking, more tallow, and made a second one while his hands remembered how. He set aside enough dry cloth for a third. He stacked small wood by the old boards, tested the beam he'd fallen with his boot, and left it alone. He felt hungry. He was more thirsty than hungry. The water had helped. He took one jar with him and went for the next passage, the one after the water. The light showed a smooth turn, a short straight, then an ending that wasn't stone at all. The last few feet of tunnel were clean, like someone had wiped them. At the end, light struck something that gave it back in a way rock never does. A plane of metal, fitted from floor to roof. No rivets, no seams, clean, bright as a new spanner. He reached out and set his torch high and flat, then touched his knuckles to it. Not cold, warmer than the cave by a few degrees, like a living thing at rest. He took the iron bar and gave it a smart rap, testing, not mad. The sound came back wrong for metal that thick, dense, heavy. He changed his grip and hit harder. The bar jumped in his hand and his knuckles stung. The face didn't mark. He stood very still and listened. The cave had a voice you could count on. Drip, his breath, the soft scarf of flame. Beneath it, for a blink, he thought he felt something else in his bones. Not sound, a tremor too shy to admit itself. He set his ear to the surface and waited. Nothing, just his own blood. He smiled without humour and took a step back. The torch had burned down past the fat part of the rag. Flame began to lick at the cloth instead of the grease. He had enough for one more look, but not for a fuss. He turned, picked up the jar, and walked the way he'd come, marking the turn with a fresh nick so even a tired man wouldn't miss it. Back in the room he had fallen into, he let the torch burn a little more while he took stock. Then he pinched the light with a fold of sack, snuffed it, and stood in the bearable dark. He could make a fire here. There was old wood enough if he was careful. He could sit the night out, save the Zippo, and try that metal face again in the morning with more light and a better mind. He chose that. He built the small things first. Old boards snapped over the knee, thin splinters, a twist of dry sack as a starter. He made a little well of stone against the lee wall and set the nest in it. One quick lick from the Zippo, lid shut straight away. Flame took. He fed it slivers until it made its own heat, then added thicker lengths. Smoke rolled along the ceiling and found a crack. The room warmed by inches, which was enough. He rewound the torch while the fire found its legs. Fresh strips of sack, a greedy smear of tallow, wound tight on the handle. He made a second and set it aside. He kept the greasy jar closed. Plenty left. No point making 3 if 2 would do. Water next. He took 2 empty jars and the lit torch and walked back to the trickle. The light made the bend honest. He rinsed each jar quick, then held them under the drip and let the sound slow his head. When they were full, he set them on a flat rock and slid the third jar into place to take his turn. He drank from the first with both hands on the glass, then from the second. His throat stopped complaining. Back in the room, the fire was a steady thing now. He stacked more fuel close and turned the biggest board into 4 quiet pieces with the iron bar and his boot heel. He ate nothing to eat, and told his stomach to try again tomorrow. It listened, not happily. He checked the hole above. The square had softened to a darker square. Outside had gone. Night, then. Time had moved without telling him. He set the spare torch within reach, put the lighter in his trouser pocket, and lay with his shoulder against the warmest bit of wall. He pulled his jacket tight and made a pillow out of his small book and a folded rag. He put the knife handle, heavy as a promise, under the jacket where he could feel it. The coin sat hard against his thigh like a bad idea he wasn't ready to share. He slept. Out cold. No theatre. At some point his bladder woke him. He stood careful, stepped away from the fire, and unbuttoned by touch. When he was done, he fed the flames 2 more pieces and sat until the ache in his ribs forgot itself. He checked the spare torch with his hand, then lay down again. He woke once to the tick of water in his head and the memory of the metal face that wasn't stone. He let the thought pass. Morning would be better for it. He slept again, deep enough to be useful. When he came up, the room wore a different grey. Not light, not yet, but the kind that shows up first in stone. The fire had slumped to coals. He blew it back, added 2 lengths, and watched the flame earn its place. He flexed fingers and toes and took stock. Ribs stiff, head dull, the rest serviceable. He carried 1 jar to his mouth and finished it. He set the other by the fire to nudge the chill off. He moved to the passage mouth and listened. The cave had reset to its old noises, drip, whisper of draught, the tiny crackle of ash falling in the hearth. Nothing new. He unwrapped the knife handle and looked at it for the first time in proper light. It was notched where fingers had sat a long time ago. The silver, or whatever it was, had tarnished to the colour of pewter. He slid it back where it had been. He didn't need it now. The iron bar would do more work. He told himself the plan out loud so he wouldn't deviate for bad reasons. Check the hole, measure the height, look for footing, then the metal face again, with 2 torches and a clear head. If he could stack enough wood and old shelves, he might reach a safe handhold. If not, he'd see what the not stone would give him. He took the torch and held it up under the hole. The lip was crumbly, the edges unreliable. No joy there. He probed the wall. 2 stones sat proud enough to start a ladder if a man had a third. He didn't. He could make a third with boards, rope, and luck, but a fall from halfway would cost more than a weight. He let it go. He checked the water jars at the trickle and swapped the full one for the empty. He glanced down the branch toward the metal without meaning to, and felt his chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with ribs. He went back for the second torch, tied a rag to his belt for 1 more if he needed it, and took the iron bar into his left hand. He banked the fire so it wouldn't turn greedy while he was gone. He looked once more at the hole. It looked back without interest. "All right," he said, voice low and flat. "1 job at a time." He stepped into the passage, flame in front, bar down by his thigh, and walked toward the place where stone turned to something that had no business under a hill. Chapter 4. Through the Skin. He gave the metal an hour. Torch high, bar in his offhand, he worked the face inch by inch. No seam, no bolts, no lip he could worry with steel. The edge where it met the cave wasn't a join at all, stone to metal with a hairline you could slide a blade along but not under. It sat against the rock, not fixed to it, as if the hill had grown around a thing that refused to rust. He rapped it with the bar in 3 places, then 5. The sound came back dull and certain, thick, dense. He knew metal. This was the kind that didn't care about hammers. Heat, though. He felt it in his knuckles each time he touched the surface. Warmer than the cave air by a few degrees. Not warm like a stove. Warm like a sleeping animal. The torch started to smoke. He rolled the head in loose earth until the cloth stopped licking at itself, then checked the tightness of the wrap. Good for a little longer. He reached for the spare and left it where it was. No point burning 2 at once. He took a step back to rest his eyes. That was when he saw it. Not much. 2 thumbprint ovals on the face, low and right of centre, faint as if the metal had learned to glow, and then thought better of it. Green, not cave green, not moss. Something cleaner, like a sign that had forgotten its letters. He held the torch closer. The ovals didn't brighten, they just were. He put his palm flat on the first and felt a hum too small to hear, like the moment before a transformer speaks. He lifted his hand. The hum went with it. He tried the second, same quiet tremor, same temperature, that not-cold warmth. He looked at both marks, then at his hands. He wasn't sure why he did the next thing. He set the torch in a dry seam at shoulder height so it would throw light across the face, then put one hand on each glow. The wall didn't open. It didn't move. It simply stopped being there. His weight went forward into nothing. He half stumbled, arms out, and caught himself on a floor that wasn't stone. The torchlight chopped behind him and died as if smothered. He spun, breath up in his throat. No wall, no cave, no torch. Behind him, more of the same passage he now stood in, arched, smooth, a faint light in the material itself as if someone had asked it to remember daylight. The floor had a little give to it. The air smelled clean in a way the cave never could. No damp, no smoke, no dust. He took 3 hard breaths and waited for his heart to admit he was still breathing. The corridor ran in one line that made the eye think it had to curve somewhere out of politeness, but it didn't. No doors, no frames, no breaks. Just a skin of pale that glowed enough to not be dark. He put his fingertips to the wall. Warm, not soft, not hard. Grown, not laid. Fear found him a second late. It didn't shout. It just sat where his ribs hurt and asked if he was sure. He wasn't. He checked himself by habit. Zippo in pocket, phone dead or near enough, iron bar still in his hand, knife handle under his jacket, coins at his thigh like a mistake he wished he hadn't made. He let his shoulders drop an inch. He looked for a seam where he'd come through. Nothing. The place the cave should have been was only more hallway. He walked 3 paces in that direction and 3 back again and saw no change. No mark. If there was a door, it was the kind that didn't want to be described. He sat with his back to the wall and kept the bar balanced across his knees, the way you do when you're pretending not to need it. He set a slow count in his head and tried to think of the last time anything had made less sense. The corridor didn't hum. It didn't breathe. It just was. The light didn't flicker. His eyes stopped working for shadows and settled. He could hear himself, clothes, breath, the pulse in his ears, because there was nothing else to listen to. He thought about going back and then realized he didn't know how. He'd not seen a handle or a mark. He'd pressed 2 pale ovals on a face that was now somewhere he couldn't point to. He could sit here until thirst made the decision for him, or he could move. He let another count to 60 go by. Then another. He didn't get wiser waiting. He just got colder at the back where his jacket met the wall. He stood. He tested the floor with his heel. It gave as much as a good sprung gym floor, then held. He took 5 steps down the line and stopped. He looked back. Nothing changed. He took 10 more and stopped again. "Right," he said. The word made the smallest echo and then gave up. He walked, not quick, not slow. Just the pace of a man who's measuring how long a passage can pretend to be the same thing. After a while the arch felt lower, and then it didn't. After a while his calves remembered the fall and sent a complaint. His ribs had already written theirs. He didn't know how long he'd been moving when the corridor offered him the first difference. A darker rectangle ahead, barely a shade, where wall might pretend to be not wall. He slowed out of reflex, as if a door could resent hurry. He stopped 3 paces away and looked with his hands behind him, so he wouldn't touch by accident. The panel had no edges he could swear to, until you swore very carefully. He raised his palm, then lowered it. He sat instead. He let his back find the wall again and set the bar across his knees. He told himself he'd give it 30 minutes, long enough to admit he was afraid, not long enough to make fear a plan, and then he'd stand up and touch the place that wanted to be a door. The passage kept being itself. The light didn't change. His breath slowed. 30 minutes came and went. He stood, wiped his palm on his jeans, and reached. He put his palm to the panel. Nothing. He flattened it, then tried the other hand, then both. The surface held the same not-cold warmth, the same quiet. He ran his fingertips along the edges until he found a line that was only a line if you believed in it. He copied what had worked at the wall. Hands apart, shoulder width, steady pressure. A click, small and tidy. Air shifted. The panel slid left without visible help and stopped 3 inches open. Clean light breathed out, brighter than the corridor, not harsh. The air smelled like nothing at all. New. He took a half step in reflex, then stopped himself. He had water back in the cave, not here. He had wood and a fire there, not here. He could walk forward into whatever this was and trust it more than stone, or he could be the man who came back with a better head. He slid the iron bar into the gap and let the door push it smooth, then pulled it back out. No hard pinch, no malice, just the kind of mechanism that would not care if it closed on a hand. He eased away. He dragged the bar along the floor for a yard to score a line he'd recognize, then 2 short nicks on the wall at knee height. If he returned in a hurry, his boots would find them. He turned his back on the door, counted 10 heartbeats to steady himself, and set off the way he'd come. The corridor gave him nothing to navigate by except what his body remembered. The way the arch sat a little lower there, the faintest slope here, the quiet in the floor that changed when you stopped thinking about it. He kept his left fingertips on the wall and walked until that felt wrong, then switched. He didn't hurry. Hurrying inside something you didn't understand was how you lost the thread. After a while, the light changed by a shade you couldn't put words to. The wall under his palm warmed a degree. He stopped, put both hands flat, and waited for a sign that wouldn't come if you asked too hard. There, the soft hum in the bones, not the ears. He spread his hands the way he had at the first face and pressed. The passage swallowed itself. The cave came back in one step. Dark, damp, the honest smell of earth. The torch he'd left wedged in the seam was a dead stick. He fumbled the Zippo out, sparked it, and touched the head. Cloth took. Light returned to being a thing he made. He stood still and let his heart change speed. Then he went to work. He fed the small fire he'd built earlier until it remembered its job. He rewound the torch with fresh sacking and tallow, tight and mean. He made a second and set it aside. He took the 2 jars from the trickle, drank one, topped the other, and left a third under the drip because it made him feel less of an idiot. He checked the hole overhead. Night owned it. No point shouting. He laid the iron bar where he could touch it with his left hand without looking, and slid the knife handle under his jacket again, like a superstition he'd earned. He sat with his back to the warm bit of wall and let the heat push the ache out of his ribs. He let the picture of the door sit in his mind and refused to decorate it. He had seen a thing open. He had chosen not to walk through it. He would do it with water and a steadier head in the morning. He slept the kind of sleep that comes when choices are few. Once he woke, fed the fire, and listened to the cave. The water ticked. Stone said nothing unkind. Grey came inside the hole just before the world above thought about light. He prodded the fire, drank, and stood into his stiffness. He checked the torches and the Zippo, shouldered the iron bar, and went to the wall. The ovals were where his hands remembered, not where his eyes would have found them. He set his palms and pressed. The corridor accepted him again as if he'd never left. He walked back to the marks he'd cut at the door. They were there. The gap waited, 3 inches of knot cave and the cleanest air he'd met in years. He said the plan out loud to stop himself getting clever. In, look, back, no heroics. He slid his fingers into the gap, felt for pressure plates that weren't there, and pressed both palms to the panel where his hands had been. The door slid aside without a sound and kept going until the opening could have taken a small van. Beyond was a room the size of his barn and nothing like it. Smooth walls that glowed without lamps. A floor that gave a little and then didn't. Consoles, if that was the word, rose in islands, each with its own surface, unlabelled and obvious in their purpose only to someone who wasn't him. Screens hung in the air the way a lie hangs when it's too neat. He stayed at the threshold until his legs stopped wanting to bolt. He stepped inside, 3 paces, no more. He left his hand on the doorpost like a man who hasn't stopped being sensible yet. The room had no dust, no smell. It felt like a place that had been waiting without getting bored. To his left, another opening. Smaller, a rectangle in a wall that didn't care for rectangles. In, look back, he said again. He took those 3 paces and looked. Not a cupboard. Not a store. A chamber with a low ceiling and 3 long shapes arranged like beds for people who didn't mind being stared at. Each had a clear lid. Each had a control desk attached that made no sense except the way all controls do, the shape that asks for a hand, the pad that looks like it wants a thumb. In the nearest, something lay very still. He didn't breathe. He told himself it was a trick of the light. He took half a step closer and saw the shape of a head and the wrong shape of the rest, and the gentle swell that meant not dead. His lungs remembered their job and did too much of it. He stepped back, hit the doorframe with his shoulder, and didn't turn his back on anything. "In, look back," he said for the last time, and did the only part of it he could still believe in. He moved to the main room, put his palms to the door, and asked it to be a door again. It was. The panel slid. The corridor took him back. The wall that wasn't wall accepted him into the cave without argument. He stood by his little fire and let his hands shake until they were done. Then he banked the coals, drew a line through panic in his head, and wrote the next job where he could see it. Go back with water. Go back with sense. Chapter 5. The Room That Waited. He went back with water and a steadier head, jar in one hand, iron bar in the other, Zippo in his pocket. He banked the small fire until it would last an hour, set a fresh torch by it, and pressed his palms to the two faint places on the metal. The wall let him through. The corridor took him as if he'd never left. His marks were where he'd gouged them, 2 short nicks at knee height, a scored line on the floor. The panel slid when he asked. Clean light, quiet air. He stepped in 5 paces, then stopped, because stopping is what keeps you from doing something foolish. In, look, back, he told himself, and turned left into the smaller room. 3 capsules, clear lids, the kind of arrangement that made you think of hospitals, even if hospitals didn't look like this. Control desks at the head of each bed, all smooth, all obvious to someone else. His mind offered one last sensible lie, not real. His eyes corrected him. He walked between the nearest 2, swallowed, and leaned over the first. The shape inside was wrong in all the ways films had promised, and still managed to shock him. Grey skin that wasn't skin, long limbs slack in a careful way, head too large, jaw too small, eyes closed under lids that made you want them to stay that way. A grey, exactly the kind you laugh off when the telly is on and the lights are up. His knees gave. He staggered back, hand out for balance, and hit the far casing with a hollow, careful thunk. The lid he'd touched sighed. A seam he hadn't seen opened a finger's width. Air moved. Something inside slowly changed from still to not still. He took 1 step away that became 3. Panic came clean. The room got too small. He turned for the main chamber, made the panel move by sheer will, and crossed its threshold before his brain had time to name the fear. He looked for any other exit. There wasn't one. Just the open door and the corridor, and a man who couldn't outrun his own choice. He found a seat that grew from the floor like it belonged there and sat because his legs had opinions. He set the iron bar across his knees and tried to breathe like a grown-up. In, 2, 3 out. It didn't help much. He tasted the cave again, the fall, the coins in his pocket like a secret he didn't have time for. He counted heartbeats until they stopped tripping over each other. He took 1 careful sip of water and let it sit on his tongue until his mouth remembered what to do. No other door. No other plan. He stood because sitting had finished its job and wouldn't do any more, and he went back to the smaller room. The lid he'd knocked was open a hand's breadth now. A thin vapour, no smell, drifted up and then didn't. Inside, the figure had not moved far, but it had moved. Fingers had curled, then relaxed. The head had tilted a degree. The chest, if you called it that, rose and fell shallowly. No, he said to the general situation. He wanted a switch marked off. There wasn't one. The control desk at the head of the capsule was a plain, sloped surface with pads that suggested hands. He kept his own hands off it. He walked the length of the room once, eyes on the floor, because the alternative wasn't helping. The 3rd pod's lid was still shut. The 2nd, the one he'd looked in first, stayed sealed. Only the one he'd struck had heard him. He went back to the main room and did the least dramatic thing he could think of. 3 slow breaths, 1 small swallow of water, 2 more breaths. His head settled another notch. He hated it. He was grateful for it. He returned. The lid had lifted further. A catch released with a sound like a thought agreeing with itself. The clear cover rolled back into the bed's body. The figure inside lay on a surface that wasn't a mattress. Tubes he hadn't seen retracted into the bed and were gone. The smell stayed absent. It, and the word was ugly and right, opened its eyes. They were black the way a river is black when the sky is wrong. They did not blink the way human eyes blink. They found him and held there. He felt his spine want to meet the door and didn't let it. He didn't move. Neither did it. The room waited like a held breath. Right, he said, because words sometimes push the world forward. You're awake. He stopped. It didn't matter what he was. The mouth, small an afterthought, didn't move. Nothing moved, but something did, and he knew it without sound. A pressure like a hand laid lightly on the inside of his skull. Not pain, not heat, a suggestion, a question he didn't know how to answer except by not running. He put the iron bar down because carrying it felt childish now. He didn't get closer. He didn't get further away. He stood and tried to look like someone who hadn't just knocked open a bed for something most men only meet in dreams and late-night radio. The head lifted a fraction. The body inside tried a breath, failed, tried again. The thin chest found a rhythm he hoped was the right one for a thing like this. One hand, 4 long fingers and a thumb that didn't look like a thumb, shifted as if testing gravity. His own lungs copied the cadence without asking him. He hated that. He kept breathing anyway. He told himself he would say sorry if that would help, but he didn't know to whom or for what first. He took the jar from his belt and set it on the control desk because hands need tasks. He didn't drink. He didn't offer. He wasn't about to pour water into the wrong problem. The figure's eyes didn't leave his. The pressure in his head nudged once more. Not words, not yet. More like a door asking to be opened the way he had opened the last 2. He didn't know how. He found his voice again. I'm going to step back, he said. Then I'm going to sit down before I fall down. Then I'm going to come back. He stepped back. He sat, 1 pace behind the doorway, still in the smaller room, still in sight. He pressed his palms to his knees until the tremble had somewhere to live that wasn't obvious. No other exit, no other plan. He stood again, because decisions are habits, and he walked back between the 2 silent capsules toward the one he'd woken. Its eyes opened, but it didn't try to rise. The lids didn't blink. They didn't need to. He felt the pressure in his head again, light, careful, like a hand laid to test a fever. Help me, please. Not sound. Sense. My pod failed. I need the control panel. Please help me up. Theo's fingers tightened on the iron bar before he knew they had. Every part of him that had got him through the last year said don't. The rest, something older and plainer, said do. I will not hurt you, the voice added, closer now. I have no reason to hurt you. Please help me up. He set the bar on the floor, slow, like putting down a loaded tool. He stepped to the side of the capsule and found the edge of the lid with his fingertips. It had slid into the bed's body. There was nothing to lift, only a lip to steady himself by. Right, he said, on 3. He slid an arm under the creature's shoulders. The skin wasn't cold the way stone is cold. It had a faint warmth, dry, like polished leather. The body was lighter than it looked, childlike, unsettling and true. He eased it up until its back found the contour of the bed. Good, the voice said, thinner. Now the gen port. I don't know what that is, Theo said out loud, because he didn't trust the inside of his head. The chair, the reply came. It will come. He looked at the floor and saw nothing that could be a chair. The capsule hummed, a sound too low to name, and the floor to his left rose in a neat, quiet motion. A seat grew out of the same material as the room, no joints, no bolts, the sort of thing you'd get if you could ask a floor to be useful. It looked like a dentist's chair seen through a better century, narrow, shaped, with a rest that wanted a head and arms that wanted arms. He guided the creature off the bed and onto it. It weighed less than a sack of feed. Left arm, the voice said. A sleeve slid out of the chair's left arm, metallic without being metal, a smooth carapace that opened like a clam and closed over the forearm. No clamp, no click, just contact. A band unrolled from the headrest and settled across the creature's temples. Theo flinched and stopped himself moving. This won't take long, the voice said, not soothing, just precise. Theo stood a step back, hands half lifted as if a spill might need catching. The room stayed clean and indifferent. The chair reclined by degrees until the figure lay almost flat. The chest rose and fell in a shallow, exact rhythm. The eyes stayed open, fixed on nothing he could see. He worked through the idiot list because it helped. Fire banked in the cave room, water jar on the console, Zippo in pocket, bar at his feet. He thought about the hole overhead, the chickens, the list on the shepherd's hut shelf, and then deliberately thought about none of it. A low pattern moved through the chair, too even for a heartbeat, too gentle for a drill. The sleeve along the arm changed shade, then settled. The headband stayed a dull, featureless grey. He looked at the second and third capsules without meaning to. Lids shut, shapes inside, no movement. He looked away. The voice didn't come again. Whatever was happening didn't require him. He felt useless and relieved at the same time. He took one pace back, then another, until his spine found the door's edge. He didn't touch it. He didn't want to ask it a question by accident. He kept his eyes on the chair and the arm and the band and the thing that had asked him for help and not lied yet. "This won't take long," it had said. Theo waited. Chapter 6, First Words. 10 minutes, maybe less. The chair eased upright. The sleeve along his forearm melted back into the armrest. The band across his temples unrolled itself and vanished. The face had changed. Where there had been only smooth skin, there was now a mouth. Small, precise. It opened. "I can hear your mind and all those questions." The voice came clean, shaped like human speech without the weight of an accent. "Yes, I'm an alien on your planet. I have been here longer than humans." Theo didn't move. The iron bar lay against his boot. His throat felt dry and stupid. "We live indefinitely if we are not damaged," the being went on. "And yes, those other 2 pods are occupied. Their life force has ended." His eyes shifted to the other capsules and back. "Kikimi was stabbed a little over 400 of your years ago," the voice said. "They called her a witch. When I leave your planet and go home, I will take them with me. On my world, they can be reanimated. I cannot do that here." Theo nodded once. "I know what a witch is. They tried to burn her. I was too late," the being said, simple as a fact on a page. "Bat Foring fell and damaged his head beyond repair. I could not return him here before his life force left him, so I am alone. If you had not released me from my pod, I would have joined them. We would have waited millions of your years until my people reclaimed us." The room stayed quiet. Theo heard his own breathing, counted 3, let them go. "And to answer your next question," the being said, "my name is Zorapar in your language. As for the ones behind that, no, I will not harm you. And I can get you home." Theo's mouth worked before sense caught up. "Theo Mac Tavish," he said. It sounded small in the room. "Theo," the being repeated as if tasting it. "Zorapar." It shifted, slow, careful, and set its feet to the floor. The joints moved like a new machine, exact, not strong. He put a hand out, then stopped, not sure if touching was welcome. "Assist," Zorapar said and offered an arm. Theo took it. Warm, light as before. He helped him stand and guided him the 2 steps to the nearest console. Zorapar placed his palm on a flat blank pad. Symbols rose under the skin like fish in shallow water, then sank again. The air brightened a fraction. "Your way back," Zorapar said. "I will open the seam when you touch there." He indicated a height and a span with 2 fingers. "Remember the distance with your hands. It is safer than trusting your eyes." Theo nodded. He didn't ask how doors worked here. He didn't have the language yet. Zorapar's newly shaped mouth moved, learning how to wear expression. "You are injured," he said, head tipping toward Theo's ribs. "I've been worse," Theo said. "I'll be all right." "You will be all right faster if you drink," Zorapar said, and glanced at the jar Theo had left on the desk, as if he had known it would be there all along. "You will also sleep. Your body insists." Theo took a swallow he hadn't planned. His throat agreed. "What now?" he asked. "For you." "I repair," Zorapar said. "I assess damage. I restore minimal function to systems I require. I will not change your world. I am bound not to interfere." Theo looked at the 2 closed capsules and the one he'd opened without meaning to. "This counts as interference." "This counts as surviving," Zorapar said, and there was nothing in his voice to push against. He stepped away from the console and proved he could stand on his own. "You will go home now," he said. "Return tomorrow, when you have fed your animals and your head is clear. I will make the passage safer. I will not make it obvious." "You can close the hole?" Theo asked, surprised at how much he wanted the answer to be no. "I can keep you from falling through it again," Zorapar said. "The rest we will decide with care." Theo let out a breath he hadn't clocked he was holding. He picked up the iron bar and set it under his arm. He left the jar of water where it was. He could fill more. Zorapar looked toward the entrance to the corridor, then back. "When you return, come alone," he said. "Do not tell anyone yet. Your people are not ready to see me. I am not ready to be seen." "That won't be a problem," Theo said. Nearest neighbour's 12 miles, and I'm not much for talking. Zorapar inclined his head, a gesture halfway between human and something else. Good. One more rule, do not disturb the structure above the chamber. Old stones remember their jobs badly when woken. I've noticed, Theo said, and his ribs agreed again. Zorapar placed his palms flat on the console once more. Somewhere unseen, something changed. The seam is open, he said. You may go. Theo walked to the main room's threshold and stopped. You sure you don't need anything? I needed a hand, Zorapar said. You gave it. Theo nodded once. He put his palms to the place his hands had learned, and the corridor was there. He stepped out, walked the measured distance, and found the cave again. Damp, honest, smelling of smoke and old dirt. He didn't light the torch. He didn't need to. The small fire he'd banked earlier still wore a heart. He coaxed it and sat, letting the change in worlds catch up with him. He drank. He checked the hole, still a darker square he couldn't reach, and decided to stop pretending he was going to solve anything tonight. He stacked wood for morning, set the empty jar under the trickle, and made a bed out of the coat and the old sacks that smelled less like rats than the others. He lay down and stared at stone until it turned into a ceiling again. The iron bar lived by his knee. The lighter sat in his pocket. The coins pressed his thigh like a dare. Tomorrow he'd feed the birds, check the line to the spring, and come back. He didn't know what he'd say then. He didn't have to decide now. He let his eyes close. The cave ticked and breathed. Somewhere under the hill, a being who called himself Zorapar went about repairs he didn't have words for. Up top, the yard and the shepherd's hut waited to be ordinary again in the morning. He slept. Chapter 7, The Briefing. Theo woke on cold earth with the kind of head that couldn't decide if it hurt from the fall or from thinking too hard. He lay still, counted his breath, and let last night line up, the hole, the wall that wasn't, the corridor, the room, the chair. Not a dream. He banked the embers, drank from the jar he'd left under the trickle, and stood slow. Hands to the same two faint places on the metal. Through, corridor, panel. The door slid at his touch. Zorapar was at the console, palms resting on a flat surface that woke symbols and let them sink again. Can I ask what the headband and the casing on your arm were about? Theo said. Yesterday I was taken with shock. Didn't catch everything. The headband brought me current in your language and world, Zorapar said. His mouth worked neatly now, like it had always been there. Your species has multiplied beyond expectation. You have had 2 wars that encompassed most of your planet, and 267 smaller wars. You deplete resources and poison systems rapidly. Your planet needs a reset. Theo's shoulders came up. By you? Not by me, Zorapar said, answering the thought as much as the words. That is not my mandate. How do you know all this? The headband links to a ring of satellites around your planet. They are not visible to your current technology. They collect while I hibernate and deliver when I wake. He touched the console, light changed by a shade. We are awake approximately 120 of your years, then hibernate 35 to 50. I have been in hibernation for over 200 because my pod malfunctioned. I will repair it. The sleeve you saw delivered nanomachines that repair biological damage. Removing worn units takes time. New units retrieve them and return them to the stream for recycling. How long do they last? About 300 of your years. Some fail after 150. In humans, it can be faster. In humans? Theo said. You've put them in humans? Yes. Many. No apology in the word, no pride either. The last was a man named Tosh. He renewed every 80 years. We spoke every few days for over 500 of your years. I last saw him 5 years before I entered the pod. His house had burned. I assume he was damaged beyond repair. I closed that entrance and remained below. Aren't you conspicuous? Zorapar changed. In a blink he was Theo, height, jacket, the small cut on the knuckle. Then he was a tidy man in his 30s no one would look at twice. He let both shapes go and became himself again. I can take any form. Theo nodded once, slow. Why put your machines in people at all? Because some humans helped us, Zorapar said. Age and illness are simple in our practice. We repay help with repair. His gaze touched Theo's temple. For instance, you sustained brain damage. That is partly why you and I communicated without sound. The machines can fix that. They can also restore other systems and improve strength and endurance. Outwardly, you would still look as you do. Later, if you needed a new identity to avoid suspicion, we could stage morphology, age from young to old without infirmity, then change. Theo looked down at his hands. Why me? You released me. I owe you, Zorapar said. And the process does not hurt. If you accept, your ignition will expand. You will not need to ask as many questions. The machines will increase your capacity for information. You're in my head again, Theo said. I apologize, Zorapar said at once. Humans dislike that. I will not do it again without permission. Theo let the quiet sit. The offer carried weight he could feel in his ribs. He didn't trust himself to answer it yet. He shifted the talk. You said you won't interfere. I observe. I repair what is mine. I do not alter your species' course, Zorapar said. Helping you out of a hole is not altering your species' course, he added, almost dry. Theo huffed once despite himself. Fair. Zorapar watched him the way a doctor watches a patient who has made the right joke. You should rest, he said. But first, your way home. He lifted his palms from the console and gestured to an open space of floor. A three-dimensional image built itself out of the air. The cellar in clean lines, the broken square, the sagged edge, even the rough pile of spoil he'd fallen with. Theo stepped closer without meaning to. The model sharpened as if it wanted to be helpful. I will make access safe, Zorapar said. Not obvious. Theo was about to ask how when Zorapar raised a hand. Questions after, he said, and there was the barest hint of humour in it. Right, Theo said. Zorapar touched the console. The image rotated, a stairwell ghosting into the broken square, risers forming themselves in the model one by one. Theo felt his scalp prickle. He let the rest of the questions wait where they were. The cellar model hovered between them, crisp as a drawing you could walk around. Zorapar touched 2 points in the air, the broken square filled with a ghost stare, treads growing out of nothing, risers locking into the old stone as if they'd always been there. Watch, he said. Something small skimmed up from the edge of the console, no bigger than a gnat, then 10, then a dozen more. They lifted in a loose spiral and slid through the corridor toward the seam. One, wasp-shaped and meaner, paused above the model, then rose straight up and out of sight. A wall to Zorapar's right turned into a window, 4, then 8 panes, each a view, the hole in the cellar roof from below, the same hole from above, the birches, the track, the empty yard. The wasp's feed took the sky and steadied. No movement, no people, no reason to hurry or hide. I need to be sure no one is watching before I complete this, Zorapar said. He spread his fingers. The small drones fanned out along the hillside on the screens, hung a while, then stopped, each holding a different view, still enough to make Theo's eyes ache. Zorapar watched, unreadable. Then, all clear, I can proceed. The model brightened. In the window feeds, the wasp dipped into the cellar and the others followed in a stream so fine it was mostly suggestion. On the model, the stare gained weight. In the real image, dust lifted and settled, edges sharpened, the raw break knitting to a clean opening. Theo leaned forward without meaning to. The drones worked like hands you couldn't see. Tread by tread, a staircase took the hole's place, stone that matched stone, a shallow turn, a landing that wouldn't betray a tired foot. The loose spoil that had fallen with him vanished, as if the room had exhaled, then thought better of it. Badger, Theo said, pointing at the outer wall feed. Relocated, Zorapar answered. One pane showed a neat new set of tunnels 40 meters away under a turf that looked exactly like the turf above it. Asleep, it will wake in a safer place. The stare finished itself in the model with a small, satisfying inevitability. The screen from above showed the last of the break closing to a clean rectangle and a cover that looked like age. Flagstone, weathered, uninteresting. Zorapar touched the console again. The model shifted up through the ceiling. Above ground, lines drew themselves into a footprint, then walls, then a roof. In the feeds, the air over the hole trembled. Stone blocks appeared in layers that were not laid so much as persuaded into being. A small cabin shouldered itself out of the hillside, single room, short porch, roof that would shrug a winter. The stone looked old. The door looked like something a shepherd might have planed a lifetime ago. None of it was true. Skin is ceramic and composite, Zorapar said. Fireproof, weatherproof. It will read as old to your eye and your instruments. No one will care about it unless they already care about you. He drew a square in the air where the door would be. In the feed, a darker patch in the jam became a palm plate that wasn't a plate until you needed one. Above it, a piece of glass went smoky and then clear again. Your hand and your eye, he said. Keys. Theo watched the screens like they were telling him the weather he'd have to work in tomorrow. The cabin looked exactly wrong in the right way, too modest to attract interest, too tidy to condemn. He could see himself walking past it 100 times and never thinking to try the door. How does the cover work? He asked, pointing at the slab now hiding the stair. Locked to you, Zorapar said. It will respond to your hand from above and below. No one else will open it, and it will not show its seam unless asked. Theo let out air he didn't know he'd kept. Right. On the screens, the drones finished with the last lies. Lichen on the north face, a scuff on the threshold, a pattern of soot on the porch lintel as if someone had stood there smoking for 30 years. The wasp widened its view and climbed. The yard stayed empty. The birches kept their own counsel. Zorapar lowered his hands. The model hung a moment longer, then folded itself away. The window panes blinked back to blank wall. It is done, he said. The floor below is sound. The stair is true. The cover is closed. Above, the cabin stands. Theo rubbed at the ache along his ribs and nodded once. Feels like cheating. It is camouflage, Zorapar said. Necessary if you intend to return. Theo looked at the door to the corridor, then at his empty jar. He was suddenly aware of hunger again, of birds that would be fine for one more day and no more, of a generator that liked to sulk on cold mornings. Ordinary problems felt like anchors. Zorapar saw it. You should eat and sleep, he said. When you are steady, you may go up. Return tomorrow if you wish. The way will remain hidden. Theo took that in. And if anyone finds the cabin, they will find a locked door on an old hut, Zorapar said. And they will go away. Theo allowed himself one small smile. Good. Zorapar inclined his head toward the corridor. When you are ready. Theo stood. He didn't offer a hand and didn't need one. Thank you. You needed a way home, Zorapar said. Now you have one. This will hide your coming back. The floor has been fixed, the badger relocated, and this cabin, though it looks old, is strong, fireproof, and no one other than you will be able to access it. Your hand and your eye are the keys. Chapter 8. The Keys and the Offer. Zorapar walked with him to the seam. Up, he said, and the corridor gave them the cave, and the cave gave them the stair that hadn't existed yesterday. They climbed. The new steps took his weight without a sound. At the top, the flagstone cover lifted at his hand and laid itself aside like it had always known him. The cabin smelled of stone and cold air. One room. A narrow bench. A door that had borrowed its look from a century no one would check. Here, Zorapar said, touching the jam. Your controls. Put your hand here. Theo found nothing to touch, then something. The panel appeared under his palm, a faint rectangle waking like skin under warm water. 6 small screens opened beside it in a neat column. Before you leave, you can make sure you are not being watched, Zorapar said. There are 6 of the watchers you called wasps outside. 2 patrol continuously and collect thermal as well as visual. They will miss nothing. These 4 are static unless they see movement. Then they track it. Theo watched the feeds spin to life. Birch trunks in grayscale heat, the track in thin lines of cold, the yard as a map of old stone and metal. One pane hopped to a fox easing along the fence and tagged it with a calm, colourless box. Another showed empty sky until a buzzard crossed and became a white shape against black. We can do the same at your home, Zorapar said. If you decide to take up my offer, you will not need the screens. The machines will pick up the signal and warn you. Theo didn't say machines. He didn't say anything at all for a few breaths. It was one thing to be told, another to see the valley drawn like this, honest and unblinking. Zorapar dimmed the feeds with a gesture. The stone remembered being wall again. Entry and exit, he said. He pointed beside the latch. Invisible until you knew it, the palm plate waited. Higher, a small square of glass shifted from clear to smoke and back. Hand, eye, from inside or out. They answer only to you. Theo pressed his palm and watched the latch withdraw and return. No clack, just motion. He leaned to the glass. It clouded, then cleared. Simple. Terrible. You have a lot to think about, Zorapar said. He didn't push. You are tired, you should eat. Theo nodded. The thought that had been getting louder finally spoke. My hens. They were calm at first light, Zorapar said, and the way he said it made Theo picture a wasp's view of the coop in a corner of the world where no one else was looking. Go. Theo checked the cabin once more. Bench, door, slab over the stair that would answer to his hand. The place already felt like a secret you don't own but must keep. Tomorrow? He said. Tomorrow, Zorapar said. If you wish. Theo set his palm to the plate and let the door swing. Outside was only hillside and birch and a sky pretending it had never seen a hole. He stepped out, pulled the door to and watched the jam go back to being ordinary stone. He walked down through the trees with the careful speed of a man who'd already fallen once this week. The track met him where it always did. The yard stood as he'd left it, the barn's new doors snug and right. The generator coughed, caught, settled. The coop was full of soft noise. He stood a moment with his hand on the mesh and let the small talk inside bleed the rest of the fear off him. Then he filled the feeder, checked the grit, and watched the float valve earn its keep. He had a list waiting on the shelf of the shepherd's hut, and a different list in his head he'd never written down because you don't write some things. He added water to the pan, set it on the hot plate, and ate enough to remind his body what normal felt like. The cabin, the screens, the wasps, the offer. He didn't decide. He cleaned the cup and put it back where it belonged. He shut the barn. He stood at the gate and looked up the line of the trees and saw nothing he could point to as different. Tomorrow, he thought. Feed early, then go. He turned in while there was still light to spare, because sometimes the right thing to do is stop while you're ahead. He was up before light, fed the hens, checked the trough and the latch, and headed for the trees with a steady pace and no drama. The cabin took his hand at the plate and let him in. Zorapar was already there, the room calm as ever. If you're still offering, Theo said, I'm saying yes. Zorapar didn't smile, but something eased around the eyes. Genport, he said, and the chair grew from the floor. Left arm, Zorapar added. You will feel warmth, no pain. Theo sat. The sleeve slid over his forearm and closed. There were no needles he could see, only a brief pressure, then a slow flood of heat that tracked the vein and settled in the chest like a strong cup of tea. A narrow band came out of the headrest and rested across his temples, light as cloth. Zorapar watched a flat control desk that showed nothing to Theo and everything to him. Calibration, he said. Language and sensory alignment, then deployment. The heat built and levelled. The world sharpened half a click, as if someone had wiped his glasses he wasn't wearing. He waited for pain that didn't come. Instead, a small pressure lifted behind his left eye and popped like clearing your ears. How long? Theo asked. Initial run, 8 minutes, Zorapar said. Full sweep, 20. After that, background work for a day. Drink water, avoid alcohol today, sleep when your body asks. The band brightened once and rolled back into the chair. The sleeve softened, seemed to melt, and retracted. Theo flexed his fingers. The slight lag that had lived in his left hand since the stroke was gone. He pinched forefinger to thumb and felt it land clean. He touched the tender spot at his ribs and felt less complaint. He stood. No wobble. He didn't trust it and checked anyway. Eyes closed, 1 foot, count to 10. Easy. Zorapar tilted his head. Fog? Lifted, Theo said. He didn't try to dress it. His thoughts lined up without having to be pushed. Names, numbers, the map of the hill, everything sat closer to hand. You will look unchanged, Zorapar said. That is safer. Internals repaired. Outward morphology, locked. Theo glanced at the small square of mirror-polished wall by the door. The same face looked back. It felt like a trick in reverse. What's the bill? He asked. Hydration, sleep, and 1 day of patience, Zorapar said. You may feel brief surges, strength, clarity, hearing. They will stabilize. If your head feels crowded, breathe and focus on one task. Do not test limits for sport. Theo snorted. Not my habit. Good, Zorapar said. Communication will become simpler once the network settles. If you agree, I can route alerts from the watchers directly to you. No screens. A pressure at the temple when something moves that should not. Do it, Theo said. Hens first. Yard second. Aligned, Zorapar said, glancing at the desk. Done. Theo rolled his shoulder and felt it move like it should have months ago. What about long term? Maintenance infusion every 80 to 100 of your years, Zorapar said. as if discussing tyres. Earlier if you sustain damage, and we continue not to be seen. Theo nodded. Right. Zorapar's eyes touched his temple again. Your stroke damage is corrected. Collateral issues. Micro tears, arterial roughness, smoothed. You may still tire while the repair completes. Do not mistake clarity for invincibility. Understood. Last rule for today, Zorapar said. No heavy lifting. No climbing past prudence. Let the changes settle. Theo thought of the south wall and the way he'd wanted to move those last 2 stones alone. I'll leave the wall. Wise. Theo looked at the door, ordinary as always. Anything else you need from me? You to come back when you choose, Zorapar said, with questions you actually want answered. Theo took that as permission to go. At the jam he paused. Thank you, he said, and left it there. Outside, morning had turned up proper. He walked down through birch, feeling the ground through his boots, in a way he hadn't for years. Sure, not showy. The yard smelled of wet stone and diesel he'd meant to wipe up yesterday. He caught it now, precise as a note. He checked the coop. 6 birds busy, the cockerel pretending dignity. He fixed a snag in the mesh with 3 twists of wire that sat neater than usual, and he didn't know if that was the bots or if he was just paying attention. At the shepherd's hut he boiled water and made tea. The mug felt lighter, but that was him, not the mug. He wrote 3 lines in the small book in a hand that didn't wobble. Nanobots in. No heroics today. Return tomorrow. He put the book back on the shelf and stood a moment because standing still is a test too. No head noise. No handshake. The ache in his ribs had become a memory. He walked to the barn and opened the doors. The hinges took the weight like they were proud of it. He lifted a sack of feed onto the barrow and stopped at half height, smiled and did it properly. Good back, slow. Zorapar's voice had been clear about pride and its accidents. At the gate, a prickle touched his left temple, light as a fingertip. Not pain. A note. He looked up the track on instinct. Nothing there. Then, 2 seconds later, the buzzard he'd seen yesterday came over the trees and wheeled. The prickle faded. Not a threat, his head supplied, in a way that was his voice and not his voice at once. All right, he said to the empty road, not spooked, just aware. He ate, worked small, and let the day be ordinary on purpose. When the light began to tilt, he locked the barn, checked the birds, and stood by the gate long enough to prove to himself that the world could still be quiet when you let it. He went to the hut and wrote 1 more line. Looks the same, feels better. Then he killed the lamp, lay down and let sleep take him without argument. Tomorrow he'd go back underground and start asking the questions that mattered. Chapter 9. Edges sharpened. He woke clean. No hangover of fog, no drag in the left hand. The world had hard lines again. He stoked the stove and heard the hens arguing with the morning from 50 yards like they were beside him. He let them out, topped feed and grit, checked the trough. The cockerel made a comment. Theo almost answered. Back in the shepherd's hut, he poured tea. Steam carried more than heat, tannin, metal from the kettle, the faint sweetness of the water he'd fixed. First sip hit like a memory he hadn't known he'd lost. He took the mug outside. The decking boards were cold under his socks. He felt the grain through wool as if the wood had opinions. The air smelled busy. Gorse somewhere upwind, crushed grass, damp stone, peat smoke from a croft miles off and down. He could sort each without trying. A blur came low and neat and landed on his shoulder. Instinct lifted his hand to swat. He stopped it. I said I will not invade your head, Zorapar said, through the thing, voice thinned by the wasp's speaker, but still him. This will do. Remember, do not overdo it today, light duties. The wasp tipped away and was gone. He tested small, palms flat to the bench, a slow rise and hold, no quiver in the left wrist. He stopped because he'd promised. He fixed the snag in the coop mesh he'd left yesterday with 3 exact twists. He picked a splinter from his thumb he wouldn't have seen last week and laughed once at the pointlessness of being annoyed by it. Sight was ridiculous. He read the smallest numbers on the gauge from the porch. Across the field he picked out a torn ear on a hind and the nick in the stone where the postman's van had clipped it the winter before last. Close up he could count the fibres in the tea bag string. He walked the yard to feel his feet in it. Balance sat where it should. His ribs complained less with each breath. He wrote light duties at the top of the book and underlined it because writing makes it real. By noon, the ordinary jobs were done without turning into tests. He ate, drank water, and waited until the impulse to see the cabin was a plan, not a twitch. He took the path through the birch. The door knew his hand and opened with no show. Inside, Zorapar stood by the control desk, quiet as stone. "How does it sit?" Zorapar asked. "Right," Theo said. "I can hear too much. I can see too much. I'm not complaining." "Your senses will stabilize," Zorapar said. "You will learn what to ignore." Theo nodded. "You said we should talk about longevity." "Prudence," Zorapar said. "You will live longer and look the same for a time. Your species notices patterns slowly until someone points. We will give them a different pattern to notice." They sketched it at the bench. 20 minutes. No romance. "A nephew," Zorapar said. "Same surname. Abroad for years. Sparse presence, records that look lazy, not absent. When your first identity needs to end, you will travel, die with dignity, and return as the heir." "How noisy?" Theo asked. "Quiet," Zorapar said. "Rumours first. You seed them with the few you speak to. Letters twice a year, postmarks that make sense. A bank account opened now with modest deposits. National insurance number issued. HMRC records with gaps that do not trigger inquiry. Passport history thin but plausible. Work abroad, hospitality, seasonal contracts. An education file in the States you never need to show anyone." "And a will," Theo said. "A will," Zorapar agreed. "Drawn by a real solicitor. You do not change property much. No sudden wealth. When the time comes, a private cremation, witnesses who exist on paper, and a death certificate that will sleep in a file unless someone wants to wake it for no good reason." Theo shook his head once. "Feels like a lot for something I might never need." "Most plans are," Zorapar said. "And later, if your civil systems fail, these records will mean little. But now they will keep you from being a story." "Right," Theo said. "Seed it light. Lay a track. Don't be clever." "Yes." Zorapar showed him 2 screens he had hidden inside the wall. Lists with names he didn't recognize and departments that didn't advertise. "These are not to change your world. They are to make you too boring to chase." Theo looked at the columns and looked away. "I'll do the parts that need a face. You do the parts that need... whatever that is." Agreed. They set small things in motion. An email address that didn't try too hard. A line in the small book. "Nephew, Angus Theo Mac Tavish, born abroad, mother's side American. It might change, but lines anchor plans." Zorapar gave him 3 sentences to use and leave alone. "My nephew's in the States. I may go see him next year if the weather and the work allow. His dad was the black sheep. People believe what lets them tell their own story." "That's enough for now," Theo said. "I'm not rehearsing my funeral in July." Zorapar inclined his head. "Understood." Theo stood. He didn't feel tired, but he didn't push it. "Tomorrow I'll bring down some tools I don't mind losing. A proper torch, rope. If I'm going to keep coming, I should stop acting like a man who fell in by accident." "That would be sensible," Zorapar said. "And Theo? I?" "Do not test your new limits for sport," Zorapar said again, as if repeating the rule made it more likely to stick. "It's not my hobby," Theo said, and let himself out. He took the road after breakfast. Light duties didn't mean stay put. Garden centre first. He walked the seed racks like he was shopping his own future. Early potatoes, carrots, beetroot, kale, 2 kinds of beans, salad mixes that forgave bad weather. He added onion sets, garlic, and a tray of hardy herbs. New gloves, thick palm, snug wrist. He paid cash. At the post office, he asked for a book of first class and a handful of internationals. The woman behind the glass counted them out and slid a stack of envelopes with them. "Writing season?" she said. "Aye," he said. "My nephew in the States. I'm due a letter." "Good on you," she said, and went back to her ledger. Seed planted. He ran the weekly shop like a siege. Flour, oats, rice, pasta, tins with protein that didn't ask questions, tea, coffee, salt, yeast, oil, dried milk, soap, batteries, apples that would keep, carrots that wouldn't mind a week, onions because onions solve problems. He added cheese and a slab of butter as a kindness to his future self. It looked like 2 weeks because he didn't like guessing wrong. He filled the Land Rover with diesel, then 2 jerry cans. The pump clicked off hard. He squeezed the last sensible litre and stopped. He checked caps twice, wiped the dribble, paid, and left with the tank gauge where it should have been all along. The track home had taken the rain gladly. He eased it in low where the ruts wanted to talk back and didn't give them the satisfaction. The yard stood where he'd left it. The birds met him loud and honest. He put the shopping away like a man who means to find it later, dry by dry, cool by cool, the heavy things low. He carried the jerry cans to the barn and set them on blocks, dated a strip of tape, and told himself not to touch them unless it was proper need. Light duties, he'd promised. He kept to it. He checked the coop latch, walked the deer fence for loose wire, tightened one run with a quarter turn, and made himself stop at a quarter turn. He watered the herb bed and tamped a low spot by the gate with the flat of the spade. The rest of the work would wait. Supper was simple on purpose. Eggs from birds he could hear settling, scrambled soft with a knob of butter and pepper that had seen better days, piled on 2 thick slices of new bread he'd turned to toast. He ate at the little counter with the door open and the yard breathing in. After, he sat with a pencil and measured the square of ground outside the shepherd's hut that caught evening sun and missed the worst of the wind. He chalked an outline on the slab and paced it. Table here, bench there, back to the stone for shelter. Posts for a light roof, maybe, later. For now, gravel and 2 pallets skinned with boards would do. He wrote sitting area in the book and listed what he actually had. Boards, screws, an afternoon he could afford next week if weather allowed. He made a rough plan for a small brazier out of a cut oil drum and then crossed it out. Live flame by timber. Not clever. He wrote old slabs instead and put a box round it. He could pick some from the spoil pile by the track if his back kept its temper. Not tonight. He put the seeds he'd bought on the shelf by the window and looked at them longer than packets deserved. There was a kind of peace in futures that came in paper. By the time he'd washed the pan and mug, the light was already sliding off the field. He closed the barn, checked the birds one last time. 6 shapes, 1 lyre of a cockerel, and shut the coop door against the foxes that walked like ideas. He stood on the step and let the day go. No testing, no proving. The hill smelled of damp grass and the gorse upwind. A bat wrote its small script over the yard. Somewhere a hind coughed. He went to bed not long after the sun. The mattress in the shepherd's hut felt honest. He lay on his side, listened once more for anything that needed him, heard nothing, and let sleep have him. Tomorrow he'd dig a bed for the early potatoes and take the first boards off the pallet for the sitting area, without getting greedy about it. Chapter 10. Grounded work. He started with dirt. String, pegs, a spade. He squared the main garden to 20 by 15, then split it into beds 2 spades wide with a boot track between. The ground gave easy where the old house had thrown ash. It sulked where rushes used to own it. He turned the first bed clean, raked it until it looked like a plan, and moved to the next before pride could make him greedy. The deer fence got another run of wire. He tightened to a low note, stapled the corner, and hung a simple timber gate he could open with a shoulder if his hands were full. He walked it once with a palm on the mesh and fixed a loose tie he'd missed 3 days running because he hadn't been looking properly. He set the blue barrel on the stand he'd built by the shed and plumbed it to a tap at hip height. Gutter to leaf screen, screen to barrel, overflow to a soakaway. From the tap he ran a short hose to a length of 1/2-inch pipe he'd perforated with a hot nail. Poor man's soaker. He staked it along the first bed and watched the soil darken in a neat strip. That small order pleased him more than it should. Herbs next. He planted the hardy tray along the warm wall, thyme, sage, chives, a rosemary that would test the winters here. He tucked them in and firmed the earth with 2 fingers like someone who'd been taught once and never forgot. He took the seed packets out, lined them on the shelf, and chose restraint. Carrots, beetroot, broad beans, early rows only. He wrote dates on slates with a carpenter's pencil and pushed them into the soil so he wouldn't lie to himself later. At the shepherd's hut, he dragged 2 pallets to the square he'd chalked and laid a weed membrane he'd found behind a cupboard. He shovelled out a base of gravel from the heap by the track until it rang under the shovel and tamped it flat. He skinned the pallets with boards, staggered the joints, and drove screws without overthinking it. The deck sat true and a little proud of the ground, so wet wouldn't own it. He tested the chair on it and grunted. Good enough to eat on, better than eating inside when the hill was willing to share itself. He cut 3 old slabs into a small pad off the deck. No brazier, just a place where a pan could sit over a safe flame on a windless night. He set a bucket of sand beside it because rules written down in your head still count. The hen run wanted shade. He strung a square of scrap net from the coop to a post and weighted the loose edge with thin battens so it wouldn't flap itself to death. The birds approved by ignoring it. He kept moving, but he kept the promise. Light duties. Every time the work tried to turn into a test, he took 1 pace back and reset. At noon he stopped, ate on the deck bread, cheese, and apple that had more bite than expected, and let his feet tell him things were fine. From here, the yard made sense in a way it hadn't when he'd first stepped into it. The barn doors sat square. The garden had shape. The coop looked like a decision, not a problem. He checked the watch screens at the cabin in his head, then reminded himself he hadn't wired that into his skull. The alert would come if it needed to. The left temple prickle stayed quiet. Good. Afternoon. Compost. He knocked up 2 bays out of offcuts against the lee wall. Slatted fronts, open backs to stone, nothing fancy. He shoveled the burn pile's good bits into the first bay. Grass, shredded cardboard, kitchen peelings. He cut bracken for the brown layer and watered the lot from the new tap until it sagged under its own small heat. A place to throw waste is a place to keep a promise to the future. He liked that. He sighted along the south field for the solar array he hadn't bought yet. 8 panels now, room for 12 later. He paced the trench from array to barn, chalked a line on the slab where the batteries would sit, and wrote inverter in the dust because writing helps even when it's the wrong surface. He went back to the garden and sowed in short rows, half a packet here, half there, so he could plant the second half in a fortnight and not harvest a year's worth of carrots on a Tuesday. He tamped the soil with the flat of the spade and set a light net over the bean row to give the birds a polite excuse. The last job was a gate at the garden corner that would take a wheelbarrow without skinning knuckles. He hung it square, planed the catch until it kissed shut, and stepped through twice just to feel it be easy. He boiled the kettle, took his mug to the deck, and sat until the tea stopped being too hot. The wind came down the glen with the clean of water in it. The smell of gorse teased the edge of things, and he could separate it from the sap of the birch and the oil he'd spilt on his sleeve. He let himself think of the cabin only once, stone door, hidden plate, 6 quiet screens, and then folded it away again. Today was for the surface. He'd go below tomorrow with a proper torch and rope like he'd promised himself, and maybe a question he'd actually thought through. When the light slid, he checked the birds, latched the barn, and stood by the gate because men do that when a day has gone right. The hill didn't say anything clever back. It didn't need to. Inside, he sharpened the spade while there was still a smear of daylight and laid out tools for the morning. Hoe, line, seed dibber he'd made from a bit of broom handle. He wrote array trench, mark and deck steps in the book, then cut the list there before it got cocky. He ate simple again, washed up, and sat 1 minute longer than he needed on the new deck because the boards felt honest under his boots. When the cold found him, he let it. Then he went in and slept with his hands loose and his jaw unclenched. Tomorrow, more of the same. The kind of work that holds a life together. Chores done, he took the path through the birch. The cabin recognized his hand. The slab lifted, the stair gave him back the cold of stone, and the corridor accepted him like it had been built for that one purpose. Zorapar was waiting beside the console, palms hovering over nothing. "You wish to know who I am," he said, as if they'd agreed it yesterday. "Where you're from, what you're doing here, the rules," Theo said. Zorapar touched the surface. The room dimmed a shade and a star map stood in the air. No labels, just structure, a skein of light, a spiral's shoulder. "The Perseus arm," he said. The map tightened on a dimmer star and a tucked cluster of orbits. "The Elythra system, a stable orange primary, 4 inner worlds, belts, and the cold beyond. My people dwell here, on Elythra's 3rd world and in habitats where it is sensible to live between things." Theo watched it like weather he couldn't predict. "And you're a watcher." "Yes. A small word, a long job. We survey emergencies, chemistry to biology, biology to culture. We keep record. We do not steer. We call it the Covenant of Non-Interference." "Rules?" Theo asked. 4, Zorapar said. He lifted a finger for each. Observe. Do not alter trajectory. Conceal your presence. Repair only yourself and your instruments. One exception, proportional self-defense. He looked at Theo. Helping you climb a stair is not altering a species. Theo snorted. I'm not a species. Exactly, Zorapar said, faintly amused. The map slid back to a domestic scale, the room, the 3 pods like quiet questions. Zorapar's voice thinned, not with grief so much as the economy that replaces it when time has had its say. I've had contacts here. He didn't dress the word. Tosh, a man whose name you have already heard, first came to me by accident, as you did. He chose to keep my presence secret and aided me when it was required. In return, I maintained him, periodic renewal every 80 of your years. We spoke often. He was alive for more than 500. He stopped appearing 5 years before I failed and slept. I searched. His house had burned. There were no remains I could use. Theo pictured an empty croft and a black smudge that would never tell its story. And the others. Kikimi, Zorapar said. She learned too much too quickly. Your people called her a witch and stabbed her before they tried to burn her. I arrived too late. I stabilized her long enough to bring her here. He touched the second pod with a hand that didn't quite touch. Batfarin, one of mine, not human, fell during a survey above the snow line. The impact destroyed his primary sensorium. I could not re-establish continuity before the signal failed. He indicated the third pod. Both are held in perfect stasis. When I return to Elithra, I will transfer them to a reanimation arc. There, with full facilities, their patterns can be restored. You can bring them back, Theo said softly. It wasn't a challenge. It was the shape of hope and the caution that keeps it from running ahead. Yes, Zorapar said. Not here. Not safely. I do not have the equipment to re-imprint and validate identity without risk of error. On Elithra, we maintain copies of ourselves across time for redundancy. Here I carry only local caches. Theo frowned. Copies? Iterative backups, Zorapar said. Memories braided and verified. It allows continuity across injury, across centuries. It is expensive, and it is not for your kind. Your architectures are different. You change yourselves by living. We curate ours. Theo let that sit. How long have you been doing this? Longer than your empires, Zorapar said, and left the numbers between them. He let the map go. The room warmed by a degree, or Theo imagined it did. Zorapar folded his hands. Your species is interesting, he said, and the word was neutral, not patronizing. Curious, greedy, capable of care, not yet wise. We have watched worse become better. We have watched better fail. And you never meddle, Theo said. I do not, Zorapar said. Interference produces data, but it destroys the study. And ethics aside, it does not work the way interveners imagine. Systems adapt around the intrusion in ways you cannot model. Theo thought of the garden and the way a rabbit finds the one gap you pretend isn't there. Fair. Zorapar gestured to the cabin without moving. Your home can be given the same watcher net as this place, peripheral only. You will feel a touch at the temple if something crosses a line it should not. I'll take that, Theo said, quietly. Done, Zorapar said. They will ignore birds and wind. They will notice heat and intent. Theo shifted his weight and let the points line up. You said you don't steer, but you put machines in Tosh, in me. I do not steer your species. I repay a debt to an individual, Zorapar said, the distinction bright and plain. You freed me. Tosh made choices that kept both of us safe. Kikimi asked to see the stars from a place they would not burn her. We could not finish that journey, but I remember the request. Theo nodded once, because there wasn't much else to say to that. Zorapar looked at the pods a last time, then back. When I leave, they leave with me. Your world will keep its stories. Mine will restore 2 of its own. Will you come back? Theo asked, surprised at himself for wanting the answer. Yes, Zorapar said. But if I follow our cycle, I will sleep again before I do. You may outlast my next waking, or not. Your choices will decide that more than mine. Theo took that as both warning and freedom. He checked his watch out of habit, then realized he hadn't wound it. It still told the right time. I've got beds to water before dark, he said. Go, Zorapar said. Keep your hands busy. It helps. Theo turned to the door, then back. The covenant, he said. What happens if you break it? Zorapar looked at him the way granite looks at rain. We don't. Theo believed him. He set his palms to the seam, stepped into the cave and climbed the new stair to a world that, for the moment, still ran on soil, diesel, and the small mercies of weather. Chapter 11. The Long Routine. He put the panels in on a windless week that felt borrowed. 8 on a ground mount, tilt set with a builder's level and his eye. Conduit to the barn, breakers labelled, batteries racked mid-wall where summer wouldn't cook them and winter wouldn't bite. The first time the inverter hummed and the lights took without the generator, he stood there and let himself grin. Then he shut it down and checked every connection twice. Habit. Water next. He rebuilt the spring head with proper stone, mesh that wouldn't rot, and a lid that seated tight. A small header tank went behind the shed under a cover that looked like junk to anyone not looking. Gravity did what pumps pretend to do. The kitchen tap lost its sulk. The garden learned him while he learned it. Beds 2 spades wide behaved. Carrots liked the ash strip. Potatoes sulked on the wet patch by the ash until he raised the bed and stopped arguing. He saved seed when it made sense and didn't when it didn't. Compost cooked under a rough lid. He turned it when rain threatened his mood and came back lighter. Chickens settled into their exact religion, food, gossip, eggs. He culled a biter, kept the gentle fool of a cockerel. The run wore a new ribbon of grass every month. The coop smelled clean most days because he didn't give it a chance not to. He kept the coins quiet. He cleaned none of them. He logged diameters, weights, the scratch of old kings where he could read them. He put them in screw-top tubes, and then in a tin, and then in a place he could get to in the metal barn when nobody was likely to be watching. He told himself he'd do the right thing about them. He didn't define right yet. Some things needed time and the sense not to talk. He saw few people. The postman, once or twice a week, who let the van idle while he counted out letters. Now and then there was one with a foreign stamp addressed to a name the village would learn to nod at. The nephew, even if no one had met him. Theo posted a reply every other month and kept the story humble. On Fridays, if the weather allowed, he drove into the small town. He stacked trays of eggs and a basket of whatever the garden forgave and walked them into the shop where the bell objected to the door. Cash, a ledger entry, a bit of talk about roads and sheep. He bought salt, flour, bolts and a newspaper he mostly used to light fires. He was no one's problem, and that suited everyone. Below the hill, the cabin and the seam were steady as pulse. He visited Zorapar like a man visiting a library with one shelf he was allowed to touch. They kept it measured. Language first. Zorapar mapped sounds Theo's mouth could make and lines his ear could hold. Consonants that landed behind his teeth like stones in a stream. Vowels that turned on the tongue. Not Illithran alone. Gaelic he'd been faking for years got tidied. Scraps of Norse and Latin got proper names. The point wasn't fluency. It was learning how to listen until meaning showed up without being chased. Ethics lived next to language and turned up whether he asked or not. Zorapar told him stories without giving him the luxury of the moral. Observers who saved a village in one century and cost a continent in the next because systems bend around kindness the same as cruelty. Planets that solved their problems by leaving. Planets that solved them by staying stubborn and outliving their mistakes. The Covenant hung over all of it like weather. Observe, conceal, repair only what is yours. Do not alter the curve. Where does paying a debt sit? Theo asked once. Outside the curve, Zorapar said. Between 2 points, not the field. Theo took that as permission to be grateful without guilt and to stop asking the question in 3 different jackets. Some days Zorapar opened windows onto things so far away the light felt tired when it reached them. A storm in Elithra's belts that had been spinning before mammals learned what legs were for. A nitrogen sky on a world that had got almost everything right and then stopped just shy of fire. The slow geometry of a ring habitat sketching its shadow across ice. Theo watched long enough to feel small, short enough not to become a pilgrim. He learned the room, too, the way the console breathed when Zorapar worked it, the sound a drone made when it woke in the corridor and decided it had a job. He brought down a proper headlamp and a coil of rope and hung both by the stair, so he could stop pretending the fall had been a one-off adventure and call it what it was, a route. Above, the seasons turned their own handles. He added 2 more panels the second summer, and another 2 after that. The generator still had a job in winter when the weak sun bounced off cloud and sulked away by 3. He started it less and on purpose. He learned to hear a battery's mood the way he used to hear a misfire on an old diesel. He moved the fence twice when the deer taught him humility. He planted windbreak willow along the west and let it be ugly until it wasn't. He kept lists short: roof, ridge check, array, wash, fence, south post reset, seeds save broad beans. He crossed them off with a good pencil and didn't write a new one just to have something to cross. The watchers stayed polite. A light touch at his temple meant fox, then hare, then a hill walker who'd got ambitious and changed his mind at the second stile. No shoulder got tight with fear. The note said aware, and that was enough. The years didn't announce themselves. They just stacked. A winter where ice sealed the barrel for a week, and he learned not to argue. A summer that burned the grass to a colour he didn't like, and taught him where the spring's shadow cooled the soil an extra hour. He took small money from the shop and never argued about price because he'd priced the quiet into his life at the start and found it fair. One evening he sat on the deck he'd skinned from pallets and counted the lines he could draw from where he was to where he'd been, the cut in the birch that hid a door, the panel on the barn wall that hummed without drama, the garden slate that said carrot in a hand that no longer shook. It wasn't much, and it was everything. When he went below the next morning, Zorapar showed him a star that belonged to no map he had words for, and Theo realized the trick to staying sane was to let both scales live, the bed you hoe and the belt that spins a century a day. He went back up and watered the beans. October 10th, 2039. He fed the chickens first. Habit beats panic. 6 bowls down, latch checked, water bright. Back in the hut, he cracked 2 eggs into the pan, sliced the mushrooms he'd picked on the way home, and put bread in the grill. The kettle began to mutter. He reached for the old paper he'd barely looked at since Friday, meaning nothing by it. Second page, right-hand column, 4 inches of type, no photograph. Pandemic. China. Worse than COVID. His scalp went cold. He turned on the radio, something he hadn't done in weeks. Hiss, then a presenter with a careful voice. Reports of a rapidly escalating outbreak. Chinese state outlets now offline. Foreign crews ordered to leave today. Major carriers suspending flights into and out of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou. Social media blackout inside. He didn't finish the toast. He killed the stove, took his coat, and walked for the birch, as if distance would change the words. The cabin gave him the door at his hand. He went down the new stair, through the seam, and into the clean air under the hill. Zorapar was already by the console. The room shifted as he touched it, screens blossoming into a geometry of maps and numbers that felt like weather if weather wore a knife. "I heard it," Theo said. "It is real," Zorapar said. "What is it?" Classification uncertain. Initial presentation respiratory with vascular and neurological complications. Transmission likely airborne with contact amplification. Incubation short. Your public data are late by days. Theo swallowed. Spread? Zorapar opened a pane, a world map with lines that weren't lines so much as intentions. Airports learning to go quiet. Roads out of cities glowing and then dimming. Confirmed clusters across 6 provinces. Silent carriers likely already in Korea, Japan, Singapore. Europe within a fortnight by your measures. Earlier if you've already imported without seeing it. UK? Earliest signal already at your airports yesterday, Zorapar said without judgment. Not confirmed in public channels. It will be. Theo's mouth was dry. Severity? Zorapar didn't soften it. Too early for a stable ratio. If present trends hold, high. Your services will saturate quickly. Your government will say it is contained, then close airports, then announce measures that approximate quarantine. Your shelves will empty before the measures arrive. Theo forced a breath through his nose. What do I do? I cannot intervene, Zorapar said, and the words were flat and absolute. But I can describe prudent behaviour. Do it. Reduce contacts to near zero. Limit trips. Acquire necessities for 3 months and the means to make more. Harden your perimeter against curiosity and need. Separate clean and dirty zones. Yard versus outside. Strings of habits you won't break when tired. Gloves and soap matter. Masks help more than your last crisis admitted if worn before you think you need them. And, he tapped a pane, expect your information channels to fragment. Use your own eyes. Theo nodded. Lists were better than fear. Timelines? Your island buys you days, perhaps a week. Birds and wind don't carry this. People do. Will it burn out? Theo asked. He knew how hope sounded. Zorapar's eyes were steady. Not soon. Prepare for months. Theo looked at the other pods because he didn't know where else to look. You can't cure it. No, Zorapar said, not without changing your world in ways I am not allowed. I can tell you what you already know. Isolation slows fire. Communities that plan will fare better than those that break. Theo stood one breath longer than he should have. I need to move. Yes, Zorapar said. He added, almost gentle. Be boring. Be early. People resent both until they are grateful. Theo turned for the door. Theo, Zorapar said, your watchers are extended to the road. You will feel a touch if vehicles come when they shouldn't. If you must trade, do it at distance. Build the habit now. Theo lifted a hand to say he'd heard. The corridor gave him the cave, and the cave gave him the stair, and the slab put him back in a world that had begun to lean. He crossed the yard fast, started the Land Rover, and took the track with the quiet he saved for days that mattered. In town he would buy what didn't spoil. Flour, oats, oil, soap, bleach, paracetamol, vitamins, bin bags, spare buckets, more gloves, feed and grit for the birds, diesel as much as they'd sell. Envelopes and stamps he already had. The story about the nephew had been told. It would do more work now than he'd meant it to. Back at the hut he wrote a list on the wall because paper goes missing. Fuel, feed, salt, soap, bleach, paracetamol, gloves, masks, liners, spare valves, pipe, gutter mesh, fence staples. Seeds, fast crops, greens, potatoes, double. Trade shelf for neighbours, eggs, veg, advice. Distance only. Gate protocol. Clean, dirty. He put the radio on the shelf by the door, not for company, but because the air had changed and he wanted to hear how loud. The presenter was still careful. The music between bulletins sounded like it belonged to another year. He stepped outside and looked up the birch line. Nothing moved. The yard smelled of damp stone and diesel and a kind of before. He didn't pray. He built habits. Chapter 12, First Runs. October 11th, 2039. He left at first light with 2 lists and a quiet engine. The track was slick. The birch watched him go. A light tap at his left temple, fox by the lower fence, then nothing. Good. The road to Fort Augustus wore a Sunday mood on a weekday. Fewer cars, heads forward, radios up. A coach turned back at the junction. A woman in the front seat cried without trying to hide it. Supermarket 1. Trolleys clashed like a skirmish. Half the masks were scarves. Signs went up while he walked in, limit 2 per customer. He worked the list like a route: flour, oats, rice, pasta, tinned tomatoes, beans, fish, oil, sugar, salt, tea, coffee. He added porridge sachets because heat and quick matter. Soap by the armful, liquid and bars, bleach, bin bags, foil, matches, batteries, long-life milk, crackers, dried fruit. He took 2 of each and no more. Cash, supermarket 2. The meat aisle looked like after hours. He didn't linger. He took yeast stock cubes, jar sauces he didn't like but would eat. Peanut butter, jam. A stack of toilet rolls on a pallet was going down like a bad idea. He took 1 pack and left the woman behind him the last. She nodded once, grateful and wary. Supermarket 3. He found the things everyone forgets until they don't. Cling film, cling wrap, freezer bags, candles, cling on hooks, duct tape, 2 tarps. He added bleach tablets for water he hoped he wouldn't need to treat. A clerk taped a hand-lettered note to a bare shelf. No painkillers. Try chemist. He checked out before the queue learned to be angry. Chemist. Staff in paper masks, eyes tired. He asked for what he could carry and what they'd sell. Paracetamol, ibuprofen, 2 small boxes, he'd use the one and lock the other away, antihistamines, loperamide, oral rehydration salts, antiseptic, saline, dressings, gauze, tape, gloves, a digital thermometer, multivitamins, zinc lozenges, hydrocortisone cream, menthol rub. 1 of each where they insisted, 2 where they shrugged. He paid cash and didn't push. He topped the Land Rover and both jerry cans at the garage at the edge of town. The attendant had the radio on loud enough for the pumps to hear. Heathrow now restricting inbound, government to brief at 6, please avoid non-essential travel. He capped tight, wiped spills, and left the forecourt to the next man staring at the price per litre like it would change if he glared long enough. Trip back, the glen felt narrower. A van overtook and then thought better of it. The driver waved, apologising through the windscreen. A police car idled by the lay-by, lights off, 2 uniforms watching traffic like a tide. He reversed to the barn, shut the gate, and unloaded to piles that looked like a ration book got ambitious. Dry with dry, cool with cool, medicine separate. He wrote dates on bottles and boxes, stashed half where he wouldn't trip over it, kept the rest where a tired hand would find it. The jerry cans went up on blocks, dated. 2 sacks of Leia's pellets slid into the feed bin, grit topped up. He washed his hands like a ritual, wrists, thumbs, in between, the backs. New habit, old sense. Light still on his side, he walked to the birch. The slab lifted, the stair took him down. The seam admitted him, clean air waited. Zorapar was already at the console. The room bloomed into a low-lit atlas of bad news. Updates, Theo said. Your island is porous at the edges, Zorapar said without malice. Unofficial signals from London hospitals, unexplained pneumonias spiking, Manchester likely, Glasgow possible. Your public data will lag by 2 to 5 days while they confirm what they already know. Airports, Heathrow restricting inbound, Scotland to follow within 48 hours if they match central policy. Full passenger shutdown within 72, once announcement optics are ready. Freight later, too late for containment. Severity, Theo said, because the word mattered more than the answer. Zorapar brought up curves that didn't care about feelings. Case fatality unstable, apparent high severity among older and comorbid groups, outliers across ages. Neurological sequelae probable. Healthcare saturation in Chinese urban centres already evident from remotely observed signals. Power draw patterns, ambulance routing, mortuary expansion. Expect bed and staff ratios to fail here in 2 to 3 weeks. Rural advantage, delay and lower density. Rural cost, isolation when required, help cannot reach you. Timeline for here? Noise you can't ignore by week's end, Zorapar said. Official calm until it isn't. Schools will stay open until Wednesday, then close with vocabulary like circuit breaker. Your shelves will be empty before any of that. You were early. Stay early. Theo nodded, not proud, just relieved he hadn't lied to himself. Anything else I should be doing I'm not. Protocols, Zorapar said, and ticked them off like screws on a cover plate. Clean, dirty line at the gate, a table for deliveries, distance, drop, disinfect, delay. A talk with the shop owner, barter later, not now. Secure tools, lock fuel. Keep water independent. Share advice before you share goods. Advice multiplies, goods do not. Neighbours? Theo said. Few, but not none. Warn the ones who will hear it, Zorapar said. The others will learn by watching and be angry about it. Do not spend yourself on their anger. Theo let out a breath and felt the left temple tap, one of the wasps catching a warm shape on the track. He checked the screen Zorapar flicked up for him without asking. A roe deer, nothing more. The tap faded. He reached to steady himself on the console and didn't need to. I'll run again tomorrow if the shelves aren't already bare. Do it once more only, Zorapar said. Then stop. Every trip widens your circle. Theo took that. And you? I watch, Zorapar said, and repair what is mine. Theo glanced at the 2 sealed pods and didn't ask. He had what he came for, timelines, advice, and the thin, hard comfort of a plan. He turned for the seam. Back up to make soup and lists, he said, and made himself smile because it wasn't nothing. Be boring, Zorapar said. I'm good at that, Theo replied, and went to be exactly that until the world changed shape. He was halfway through washing the soup pot when a wasp tapped the hut window and hovered at eye level. His temple prickled at the same moment. The speaker on its belly hissed once, then Zorapar's voice came thin and clear. Theo, my network has intercepted the pathogen's genome. I can update your machines to recognize and ignore it. Come now. He dried his hands without bothering the towel and took the path through the birch at a steady jog. The slab lifted at his palm. The stair gave him the cool of stone. The seam opened. Zorapar was already by the chair. It is not a cure for others, he said, businesslike, only an update for you. That's enough for now, Theo said, and sat. The sleeve closed over his forearm. A soft warmth ran to his shoulder and settled behind the breastbone. No needles, no sting. The band at his temples kissed and was gone. 2 minutes, maybe 3. Zorapar watched the console until something on it satisfied him and the chair let go. It's done, Zorapar said. Your machines will treat this as background noise. You are unlikely to carry it and even less likely to shed it. Continue precautions anyway. Doing the right thing loudly teaches the wrong lesson. Theo flexed his fingers. Everything felt ordinary, which was a kind of miracle. Any change on spread? Faster, Zorapar said. London will admit what London already knows by tomorrow evening. Your shelves will empty by then. Then they will fill with wrong things. Theo nodded. Food. Food, Zorapar agreed. Grow what is fast, store what keeps, and plan to share knowledge, not larders. I cannot advise you whom to help. I can remind you that reputation becomes currency. Theo stood. Anything else? Sleep, Zorapar said. And in the morning, work only on the things that feed you. Solar panels and neat fences do not make soup. Theo almost smiled. Aye. He took the corridor back, climbed to the cabin and stepped into the mild dark. The yard smelled of wet timber and cold iron. The hens muttered once and settled again. Inside the hut he wrote 3 lines in the small book. Bots updated, immune. Masks anyway, distance anyway. Tomorrow, food first. He set out the seed box and left the spade by the door where he'd trip over it at breakfast. He killed the light, listened to the glen for a count of 10, and slid into bed with his jaw loose and his shoulders down. Morning would be for ground and calories, quick greens, more potatoes in sacks, onions to cure, a new bay for storing squash he'd have to barter for. Everything else could wait. Chapter 13. Seed is food. He woke on the cliff edge of sleep with a word in his throat. Seeds. He sat up, heart running, not a metaphor, food. He wrote it large in the small book, underlined twice. Seeds equals food. Then, Fort Augustus seed merchant. Over an early breakfast he made the list tight and mean. Peas, maize, short season, beans run a broad field, potatoes, earlies, main crop, carrot, beet, kale, salad, cabbage, turnip, bulk, onion, seed sets, garlic, herbs, spinach, chard, broccoli, wheat, spring, yeast. He rinsed the mug, left the dishes to sulk, threw 2 tarps in the back and hitched the big trailer, 16 feet, 3.5 ton rated. This'll be a haul, he said to nobody, and fed the birds by first light. The road felt thinner than yesterday, more cars, faces set. He kept the Land Rover steady and let the early risers do the daft overtakes. A touch at his left temple twice, roe deer at the lower fence, then nothing. The agri-merchant sat where it always had, at the edge of the industrial lot behind a tired forklift. Lights on, door propped with a blue pallet. Inside smelled of dust, sacks and a spring that used to be normal. He found the counterman counting nothing. Need seed, Theo said, for growing and feed, buying now. What kind? The man asked, already wary. Ration signs were creeping out even here. The kind that works, Theo said, and slid the list over. They did it like a stocktake. Seed potatoes, 2 25-kilogram sacks, Aaron Pilot for earlies, Sarpo Mira for main crop because blight doesn't negotiate. Onion sets, 5 kilos, white and red. Onion seed, 2 tins. Garlic, 3 nets, firm bulbs. Broad beans in bulk, a 5-kilo sack marked Aqua Dulce. Runner beans, kilo. Peas, mange 2 and shelling, 2 kilos each. Carrot, beet, kale, cabbage, turnip, commercial tins that would plant a hillside. Spinach and chard, half-kilo bags. Broccoli, Calabrese for speed, purple sprouting for the hunger months. Salad mixes, 2 tins. Cut and come again. Maize, short-season sweet corn in packets for the garden, plus a small sack of field maize for the birds if the year was kind. Herbs, parsley, coriander, dill, thyme and rosemary he'd root himself. Wheat, the man said, like it was a hobby. Spring, Theo said, if you've got it. 1 25-kilogram sack of spring wheat seed came up from the back, dusty and perfect. Theo added a sack of field beans, stock feed now, protein later. He looked at rye and oats, held off. One thing at a time. Netting and fleece? The man offered. Both, Theo said. 2 rolls of fleece, 1 of pea net, a pack of hoops, a kilo of lime. He added 2 bags of mixed fertilizer, slow and steady, and a tin of trace minerals he'd pretend he believed in. Limit 3 on the tins, the counterman said, pointing at a handwritten sign. 2's fine, Theo said, and meant it. Panic buys stupid. Plans don't. Cash or card? Cash. He counted notes, old habit. The man's shoulders dropped a notch. Yeast? Theo asked, as if it were a long shot. Not us, the man said. Try the baker's next door, or the chemist. Folks have been clearing it. Theo loaded the lot with the forklift's help. Sacks stacked front heavy, tins boxed and strapped, fleece rolled and tarped in case the weather changed its mind. He signed the duplicate, kept the counterfoil, and added 2 blue drums to the order for water storage. He didn't need them today. He'd need them. The bakery smelled like a memory he didn't trust. Any dried yeast? He asked. The woman behind the counter glanced over her shoulder, then under it, came up with 3 small tins and a solid block wrapped in paper. "Baker's yeast," she said. "Won't keep long. Dry will. 1 of each per customer." "1 of each," he said. "And if you've a tablespoon of starter you can spare, I'll keep it alive." She watched his face a beat, then shrugged, disappeared, and came back with a small plastic tub warm to the touch. "Feed it flour and water," she said. "Name it if you want it to behave." He paid cash. "Thank you." "You're the one with the eggs," she said. "Keep bringing them if you can." "If I can," he said, and meant it. He hit the chemist anyway. Paracetamol and gloves were rationed already. He didn't push. He bought a second digital thermometer because electronics always die when parts don't ship. Supermarket on the way out. Salt, sugar, vinegar, canning lids, bicarb, jars. Tea and coffee, 2 each. Honey, 1 big bucket, keeps forever, pays its way. He slipped a pack of biscuit tins in the trolley. Metal boxes are bins for mice who think they're clever. Trip back. The trailer rode sweet. He kept under 50 and let the queue stack behind him. No point proving the horn worked on other people's cars. A police 4x4 rolled past slow, had a look, and kept going. At the yard he backed straight to the barn and shut the gate before he unhitched. He set the blue tarps as a lean-to, unloaded in order. Potatoes to the cool, dark corner on slats, onions off the floor, garlic hung in nets, tins by type on the shelf, lids labelled with a big marker, bulk sacks on pallets, fleece up top away from rats. He wrote dates on everything that would take it. He put the yeast tins in a biscuit box marked dry yeast and slid it where cool air found it but damp didn't. The fresh block went into the coldest corner of the hut's little fridge. The starter sat on the counter like a pet. He fed it a spoon of flour and a spoon of water and watched it wake like something that wanted to earn its keep. He stood in the barn doorway and read the hall with his eyes. Calories for now, multipliers for later. Seeds buy time twice, once when you sow, twice when you save. Late afternoon was already leaning. He locked fuel, latched the barn and headed for the birch. If anyone would have an update worth hearing before dark, it would be the quiet voice under the hill. He took the stair 2 at a time without pretending he wasn't eager. Zorapar was already watching the room draw its own maps when Theo came in. The screens wore airports like bruises. "How bad?" Theo said. "Spreading as expected," Zorapar replied. "Your government will brief tonight. Borders tighten tomorrow. Shelves thin, then wrong items fill them. Focus on food you control." "I did a haul," Theo said. "Seed sets, tins, wheat, yeast." Zorapar inclined his head. "Good. Then make it multiply." He flicked 2 panes forward, not alien sigils, just a farmer's blackboard made neat. 90 days. Calories you can grow. Potatoes, earlies in sacks and raised beds. Plant today, cover in cold snaps. Aim for 200 to 300 kilograms from 40 meal a square. Field beans, broad beans, protein. Sow now and again in 4 weeks. Peas, 2 staggered sowings. Carrot, beet, turnip, short rows every fortnight. Cut and come again greens. 6 trays inside for quick leaves in 14 to 21 days. Onions, garlic, sets in, seed in modules for later. Storage and spares, dry, dark, cool. Seed tins above floor, desiccant if you have it, rodent-proof, metal boxes, hung nets. Water, more barrels, gutters clear, fuel under lock, noise attracts. Habits, clean dirty line, bucket, soap, brush at the gate. Trade at distance, table by fence, no entry. Lights down at night, don't advertise. Theo read fast, nodded. "I can do this." Zorapar pointed to another line. "Add sprouting. Lentils, peas, wheat berries. 4 jars will give you fresh vitamins even when the beds sulk." "Right. Also starters," Zorapar said as if it were an ordinary word. "You secured yeast. Feed a sourdough daily now that you have it. Bake while flour lasts. Keep a dry backup. A thin sheet dried near the stove, crumbled and saved." Theo almost smiled. "The baker gave me a tub. Says I should name it." "Do so," Zorapar said without inflection. "Naming helps humans keep promises." The maps behind them shifted. The UK lit in slow, ugly ways. Zorapar did not point. "Travel will be discouraged within 48 hours. Expect checkpoints within a week on trunk roads, then radio silence from some regions. You were early enough. Now stop widening your circle." "I'm done with big runs," Theo said. "Neighbours, teach, don't give," Zorapar said. "A packet shared wisely feeds a street in a year. A sack gifted feeds it for a week and paints your door. Offer how, not what. Reputation will keep you safer than fences." Theo let that settle. I'll write a one-page how-to. Broad beans, potatoes in sacks, greens in trays. Drop it at the shop with eggs, no sermons. Good, Zorapar said, and set a trade shelf at your fence. Eggs, later veg, in return for labour, seed or information. No cash. Theo looked at the pods, then back. Any change for you? I repair, Zorapar said. I will not appear above unless needed. The watchers now screen the road approach for vehicles and warm bodies. You'll feel a tap for either. A light pressure touched Theo's left temple, demonstration polite as a nudge. He nodded. Last, Zorapar said, bringing up one more line of plain advice. Don't get heroic. You are more useful planted than fallen. Understood. He turned to go, then paused. You showed me numbers. Give me one more. Target 2,400 kilocalories per day per adult, Zorapar said. You alone can meet that from 400 to 600 mealer squares if you focus on roots and beans and do not waste. Double that area and you have surplus to trade. A beat. Soil and time are the only honest multipliers. Then I'll lean on both, Theo said. The corridor gave him back the cave. The stair put him in the cold air under birch. He crossed the yard with his head already making lists that felt like work, not fear. He set the seed tins on the hut table and wrote a blunt plan on the wall. Today, 16 sacks potatoes, chit, first trench, broad beans in peas, 3 trays greens. Build, dry seed store, vermin safe, second barrel. Write one-pager for shop, how to start, not what to grab. Gate, trade shelf and table. No entry. He fed the starter, set 4 jars to sprout, and cut old compost sacks into potato sleeves. Out in the garden, he strung lines, laid first rows, and worked until the light went blue and the soil on his hands smelled like the closest thing to certainty he had left. When the hens tucked themselves in, he closed the coop and stood by the gate until the evening stopped, needing to prove it was evening. Then he went inside, named the starter Hamish, without thinking why, and slept with tomorrow's jobs stacked in his head in the right order. Chapter 14, Handbills and Habits. The week ran on rails. He kept the list on the wall and made it boss. Potatoes in sacks and trenches, first rows earthed, second chitting, broad beans in 2 blocks a fortnight apart, peas under net, cut and come again greens in trays inside and out, carrot, beet, turnip, short rows staggered, onion sets down the warm edge, garlic tucked deep, sprouts in jars on the shelf, peas, wheat, lentils. He pushed the garden out by 2 more beds, 2 spades wide, then stopped before the work turned into showing off. Fleece hoops went over the tender bits. The soaker line from the blue barrel darkened the soil in quiet stripes. He watered at dawn, not because a book told him to, but because the wind hadn't woken yet. He built the trade shelf at the gate out of a pallet and stubbornness. A hand-painted board, eggs and advice. Leave note, keep distance. He set a bleach bottle and a stack of rag wipes under a crate. Clean, dirty line at the style, bucket, brush, soap. Habit beats luck. The how-to he'd promised stayed 1 page, black ink, no fluff. Open quote, start today. 1. Potatoes in sacks. 10 centimetre soil, 3 seed potatoes, cover, top up as they grow. 2. Broad beans, poke in 5 centimetres, 20 centimetres apart. 3. Greens in trays, any shallow box, holes, soil, scatter seed, cut in 2 to 3 weeks. 4. Peas, 2 rows, net them. 5. Water early. 6. Don't dig the whole plot. Little and often. Close quote, he printed 20 on the old home printer, the paper warming under his hand like a small, ridiculous victory. On Friday, he took the eggs and the stack of sheets into Tomich. The village had put its shoulders up. More masks, more quiet. The shop bell still complained when the door opened, but softer, like it knew to behave. He slid 2 trays of eggs onto the counter. And this, he said, offering the how-to. The owner skimmed it, eyebrows up. Useful, she said, and pinned 1 by the till. Leave me 10 for folk. Take 20, he said, and stepped back to let a nurse in scrubs buy milk with shaking hands. He did the circuit with the rest. Village hall, board by the door. The usual yoga flyer underneath a typed cancelled until further notice. He pinned his beside it and added a second by the kitchen hatch where folk queued for teas after meetings they weren't having. Church, notice board in the porch, smell of damp hymn books. He set 1 under the service times and a handwritten prayer list that had more names than last month. Greengrocer, he traded a dozen eggs for a sack of tired apples no one else wanted and got waved toward the corkboard. He pinned 2, The owner nodded thanks without words and turned back to counting onions like it mattered. He stopped at the coach and horses last. The door was propped. Chairs upside down on 2 tables, the bar cleaner than it had a right to be. He left a copy with the barman for their board, along with a promise of eggs next week if the road stayed friendly. The man's eyes were red, whether from bleach or the news. Hard to tell. On the way back to the Land Rover, he caught sight of 3 more fresh signs in windows. Cash only while the machine's down. Limit 2 per customer. Stay safe. He didn't linger. He drove home slow, watching for the touch at his left temple that meant company. It didn't come. At the yard he rolled straight into the barn, shut the doors, and sat a moment with the engine ticking itself cool. Last trip for a while. He felt it like a gate closing. He unloaded the smalls, stacked crates, wiped handles, washed hands to the wrist, then to the elbow because it calmed the head. He checked the hens, swapped the sprout jars, stirred the starter, and wrote the day's truth under the list. Beds extended. Handbills out. Last run done. He stood at the porch as the light turned thin and let the week settle. The hill smelled of damp earth and gorse. The batteries in the barn hummed like a cat that trusted him. The road was only a rumour beyond the birch. Tomorrow would be planting and water and the quiet work of keeping promises he'd just pinned to other people's walls. He set the day's plan on the wall, then added one more line. Build honesty box. By mid-morning he'd knocked one together from an old ammo tin and a hinge. Slot ground into the lid, hasp through a steel plate, 2 bolts into the gatepost. A hand-painted board above it read, open quote, eggs V-edge, pay or IOU no entry. Leave note, close quote. A rag and a splash bottle of weak bleach lived under the shelf. He tested the lid twice, dropped a £1 coin so the first customer wouldn't feel lonely, then wiped the handle and left it to do its quiet job. After lunch, he took the path to the birch. The slab lifted, the stair cooled his boots, the seam opened like it had been waiting for him, and not for anyone else. Zorapar was at the console, hands hovering, screens shifting the way weather does when it's thinking. Theo watched a moment, airports dimming, roads thinning, then cleared his throat. "What do you eat?" he asked. It had felt daft to ask before, now it felt important. Zorapar turned, considered the question as if it were 2 questions. "Your word eat is narrow," he said, "but I will answer it." He touched the desk. A simple diagram bloomed, a forearm, a schematic of the chair, a small vessel behind the wall, shapes that looked like cells and grains. "My species maintains energy and structure 3 ways. First, intake via the gen port, the sleeve you saw. It delivers a nutrient matrix, amino acids, lipids, simple carbohydrates, salts, trace metals, and carrier molecules our nanomachines prefer. Think of it as very clean soup, tailored." "The chair feeds you," Theo said. "It serves me," Zorapar corrected gently. "Second, slow exchange through the skin. Our dermal layer can absorb small molecules, water, oxygen, certain ions when conditions are right. Not much, enough to balance. And third, synthesis," Zorapar said, and the diagram shifted to a capsule behind the wall, tubing neat as veins. "I keep closed bioreactors, algal and fungal consortia. Drones seed them with carbon from the air and nitrogen bled from groundwater, then feed them light and heat from our power core. They build the matrix. When stores are sufficient, I draw from them." "You brew your own food," Theo said. "Yes," Zorapar said, quietly, without touching your larder. "The mouth I wear is for language and for blending among you when required. I can ingest through it, but it is inefficient for me." "Could you eat what I eat?" "I can utilize many of your foods," Zorapar said. "Sugars and oils translate easily, complex proteins less so. Your amino acid ratios differ, and some of your plant alkaloids are unhelpful. I taste to learn, not to live." "Do you enjoy any of it?" He paused, the way a man pauses when he decides not to lie. "Enjoyment is not the point for us. Information is. Your bread, for example, carries information about your soil, your water, your care. I can value that without requiring the calories." Theo thought of the starter on his hut counter, the tub the baker had pressed into his hands. "I named mine Hamish," he said, then felt foolish and didn't. "A good name," Zorapar said, as if he meant it. "Keep it fed. It will keep you fed." Theo nodded at the bioreactor icon. "Any risk of leaks?" "It is sealed," Zorapar said. "No spores, no cells, no scent. It vents nothing you could smell or culture. The drones carry any waste heat to deep rock. My footprint is smaller than your generator's used to be." Theo let out a breath he hadn't noticed he was holding. "And if something happened to the chair?" "I could survive on simple sugars and salts for weeks," Zorapar said. "Longer on structured oils, but I will not ask you for them. That would be interference of a different kind." He flicked the display away. "You, however, must eat in your sense, calories and minerals daily. Keep your focus on roots and beans. Your plan to double sowings is correct." Theo half smiled. "Good, because I've already done it." Zorapar glanced at a side pane Theo couldn't read. "Two vehicles passed the Tomich Road 10 minutes apart, both turned south. No heat near your gate." "Honesty box is up," Theo said. "If folk need eggs, they can leave an IOU. If they need advice, they can take a sheet." "Reputation will feed you when currency won't," Zorapar said. "Be seen to be fair, not soft." Theo looked at the pods, then away. "One more. You said you can ingest through the mouth if you need to. If we ever sit at the same table, could you?" "I could," Zorapar said. "A small amount, slowly. It would be theatre. But sometimes theatre prevents panic." Theo pictured a bowl of soup across from that careful, newly made mouth and decided some bridges were worth building even if they never got used. "We'll see," he said. "We will," Zorapar replied. Theo took that as a dismissal and a blessing. He turned for the seam, then stopped. "What do you need from me in the next week?" "Exactly this," Zorapar said. "Grow, store, teach quietly. Do not widen your circle. Do not get heroic. And sleep." "I can manage the first 3, Theo said. "I'll work on the last." The corridor gave him the cave. The stair took him up to birch and lichen and a sky playing dumb. At the gate, the new box looked small and stubborn. Inside lay the pound coin he'd seeded and a folded note with shaky writing. "Dozen eggs next time. IOU Margaret." He smiled, wiped the lid, and went to water the beans. Chapter 15. The Cost of Kindness. For 2 weeks the honesty box behaved. Pound coins clinked, IOUs folded neat, a dozen eggs swapped for a bag of tatties or a promise to bring seed potatoes next run. He wiped the lid, logged the notes, and told himself reputation was a larder. Then scarcity learned his gait. It started with raised voices one grey morning. 2 women arrived within the same minute and reached for the last box at once. Neither had masks. Both had nerves like wire. The younger said she'd queued in the village for an hour. The older said she hadn't eaten properly in 3 days. Hands stayed on the cardboard. Voices went up. Theo stepped to the fence and kept his tone flat. 1 box, 2 households. I'll split it. 6 each. The older glared like that was an insult. The younger blinked, saw sense, and nodded. He opened the lid, divided them, and slid 3 IOUs and 8-pound coins into the slot. They left in opposite directions, shoulders tight, the eggs trembling like a forecast. 3 days later he came out to find the shelf stripped, eggs, the 2 bunches of chard, even the rag bottle of bleach. The box had been forced. The hasp bent. 2 cars arrived while he was still looking at it, strangers he didn't recognize from any shop queue. They parked badly, climbed the gate without asking, and stood close enough that the hair on his arms lifted. "We saw your sign." The man said, "We need eggs." "I'm out," Theo said. "Then go get some." "They're on the birds," Theo said, still flat. "Try the shop." They didn't move. "You're the bloke with shelves in his barn," the woman said. Gossip had done laps around the glen. "Back over the gate," Theo said. "Now." Something in his voice reached them that words hadn't. They climbed back, muttering about hoarders, and reversed so fast they sprayed gravel into his ditch. He stood until the dust forgot him. He took the box down that afternoon. The sign came too. In its place he wired a board that said, "No food here, grow your own," and left a folder of his 1-page Start Today instructions in a clear plastic sleeve under the rail. Advice multiplies, goods do not. He could hear Zorapar say it like a screw turned to snug. It didn't stop them coming. A couple a day at first. Then word of the missing box moved faster than the road closures, and they came in pairs. Some polite, some not, all thinner around the eyes. "Eggs? No. Vegetables then? Not today. You've always got something." "Not anymore." He said no until the word had corners. He offered the sheet through the fence, explained potatoes in sacks, beans in the ground, greens in trays on a windowsill. Half took it and thanked him, half dropped it at the stile. On the 8th morning a crowd formed, 6, then 8, then a dozen because the road learns new habits before the head does. They stood close to one another because fear erases rules. Someone rattled the gate. Someone else shouted that he'd hidden plenty. A teenager pointed his phone and filmed the man with the eggs who wouldn't share. Somewhere a baby cried. Somewhere a dog barked until it remembered who owned it. The left temple prickle touched and stayed as the watchers tallied warm shapes. Theo kept his hands on the top rail and his jaw loose. "I don't have stock," he said. "This was never a shop. I tried to help early. That's done. Start your own, today, not next week." "You think we didn't try?" a woman said, tired to the marrow. "Where do we get seed now?" "At the shop if you're lucky. From each other if you're kind," he said. He raised the sheaf of handbills. "Take one. Share it. Share half a packet and keep the other half for later. Don't eat seed." "Easy for you to say," a lad muttered. "It was easy a month ago," Theo said, and hated how true it sounded. "Now it's just necessary." A stone flicked off the gatepost, small, a child's throw, more punctuation than threat. The cockerel barked inside the run. Theo didn't flinch. He also didn't smile. "If you climb the fence, I'll call the police," he said. It sounded pathetic even to him. The two nearest snorted. He changed tack. "I'll take your names for trade later. Eggs for labour when there's labour to trade. Not today." The wind came down the glen and took some heat out of the group. One by one, most drifted, ashamed of themselves and angry at him for making them feel it. 3 stayed long enough to collect a sheet each with 2 fingers and walk away, pretending paper has weight. He stood there until they'd all gone. His shoulders felt like he'd been carrying wet cement. The left temple prickle faded. The yard remembered its shape. He didn't put the box back. He scraped the faint outline of the letters off the top rail with his thumbnail until paint flaked and the wood showed old. He moved the pallet shelf inside the fence where hands couldn't reach it. He shifted the Land Rover deeper into the barn and hung a tarp behind the doors. He locked the fuel and thought about locking the gate, then didn't. A locked gate speaks. An open one listens. He wanted to hear trouble before it voted with its feet. He wrote "No Retail" on the wall in big pencil and underlined it because the only person who needed convincing was the one with the key. That evening, as the light went purple behind the birch, he stood on the deck with a mug and let the quiet play dumb. He felt the target on his back the way you feel rain coming, far, certain, personal. It wasn't panic, it was geometry. He'd made a point on a map and now the lines were learning to find it. Tomorrow he'd move the chickens into the inner pen and run an extra strand of wire on the fence. He'd set a proper gate protocol, rope across, table outside, no exceptions. He'd talked to Zorapar about extending the watcher net another 200 meters up the track. He went inside, shut the door, and ate a bowl of soup that didn't argue. He slept light and woke twice to nothing. The third time he dreamed of hands on a gate that wasn't his, and when he woke for good, he'd already decided, help where it multiplies, shut the rest down. By the end of the month the world had gone thin. Radios spoke in past tense. The village notice board stopped changing. Zorapar's quiet numbers put survival near 15% and falling. The road forgot how to hum. No one came until they did, at a time chosen to make good people smaller. He'd been waiting. The watchers gave him a tap at the left temple for every warm shape within 200 meters. He bought 2 gate alarms before shops stopped pretending to be open. When he couldn't get more, he built his own. Spring, cord, striker, 12-bore blank in a steel cup. Loud as God hurt no one. 1 on the main gate. 2 more on tripwires that crossed the verge like spider silk. He added theatre. A speaker on the barn eave with 3 loops of angry dogs layered in, hounds, collies, the deep chest of a big shepherd. Floods slaved to a motion sensor. A siren he hated and kept anyway. The first night they tested him came cold and moonless. The tap woke him, 3 warms fast, the shape of a pickup. He was up and dressed in the dark in 20 seconds, boots without laces, coat without buttons. He killed interior lights, slid the shepherd's hut window, and watched the birch line turn into a story. Headlights off, then on. The truck idled at the gate, reversed, and came at it stupid. The steel shuddered, held. The blank went off. The night cracked. The dogs on the speaker woke like a kennel had been kicked open. Floods hammered the yard white. The siren found a note that knows how to lift the hair along a man's neck. The pickup slewed sideways and stalled. Shouting, 3 voices all bigger than they felt. What the... Go, go. He's got dogs. Theo didn't go out. He didn't feed the scene. He stood where he could see and not be seen, and let the machines do what fear used to do for free. One of Zorapar's wasps hung high and still, its camera catching plates and faces in spectrum the men didn't believe in. The truck fired on the second try, fishtailed and left gravel and an oil smell and a bent bar on the bottom rail. They'd be back. Men go away mad more often than they go away wise. He reset the gate alarm with careful hands, heart slow because he made it be. He walked the trip lines and felt each with his fingers in the beam of a covered torch. He shut the floods and took the siren off the hair trigger. Theatre loses power if it doesn't learn to pause. He didn't sleep, not properly. When grey showed, he made lists instead of threats. Brace gate from inside, drop post. Add second blank to the hinge side, move hens to inner run, lock outer. Bollards behind the gate, sleepers he could roll into place at dusk. Decoy sign, quarantine, keep out. Lights discipline, no glow after dark. Camera on the track, low and dull. By noon the braces were in. 2 old sleepers became quiet bollards a foot inside the gate. He wired a new trip to the hinge post and tested it with the gentlest pull. The striker kissed the blank without firing. Good. He rehung the no food board and added a second, uglier truth. Sick house. Stay back. People respect sickness even when they don't respect fences. He walked the perimeter once more and heard Zorapar in his ear without the wasp. Expect the second attempt within 3 nights. Familiar faces return with a better plan. Strangers return with more strangers. Numbers? Theo asked the empty air. 3 became 5 in similar cases I've watched, Zorapar said, as factual as the weather. More lights, less noise next time. Noise teaches, light blinds. Theo swapped the siren for a mute strobe that pulsed a hard white. He moved the dog loop lower in the mix so it sounded further away, enough to suggest big animals without telling a man where to throw meat. At dusk he rolled the sleepers into their slots, shut the barn, and stood by the deck long enough to remember what quiet is supposed to feel like. The temple tap stayed soft, fox at the lower fence, nothing with hands. He ate standing soup and a heel of bread. He checked the blanks twice, the way you check a door you know you locked. He wrote on the wall, "Second night, be ready. Don't go outside, don't prove anything." He turned off every light that wanted to be kind and waited for men to be men. He wasn't afraid in the old way. He was a small, fixed point on a map in a storm that had washed away most of the other points. They would get braver. He would get quieter, and if the line had to be drawn, he would draw it where it cost the least and taught the most. The pickup did not return that night. He slept in his boots anyway. Chapter 16, the second knock. The tap at his temple woke him like a hand on the shoulder. 1, 2, 3, then 2 more. Worms on the road, fast. He was on his feet before thought caught up. Boots without laces, coat. The shepherd's hut went dark with one switch. He slid the window and let cold air make the last of sleep honest. Headlights off until the last 50 meters. The pickup nosed the bend slow, a second shape drafting behind. Small hatchback riding dirty. 3 became 5. Zorapar had called it. They idled at the gate a beat too long. Reading the signs. No food. Sick house. Keep back. Then the pickup bumped forward and kissed the bar like it was proving a point to itself. Theo didn't move. The watcher feeds he wasn't looking at anyway told him plates, faces, posture. The wasp hung high and still, a silver comma you could only see if you wanted to. The driver reversed, lined up again and came hard. The bar flexed, the hinges protested, and the blanks on the hinge side went off together. White heat. Dogs waking in the barn speakers, 3 sizes of anger. The strobe found the cab and filled it with a sun too close to live under. The pickup slewed, stalled, and then the sleepers he'd rolled into place did their work. Low, dumb, stopping the momentum without breaking the gate. Shouting. Doors. 5 shapes now. 3 men. 2 women. All in hoods and bad decisions. One held a crowbar. One had a kitchen knife too long for anything but theatre or panic. Theo stayed inside. He didn't feed the scene. He put his mouth to the mic and let the speaker take it. Quarantine property. No contact. Area under observation. Walk away. The words were calm and official and impersonal. The kind that moved the blame somewhere else. They didn't walk. They went sideways. Two peeled off along the fence line, heads down, looking for the weak bit every fence has. Theo had 3 tripwires strung through the verge like spider silk and a blank on each. The first wire kissed a boot, and the night cracked again. Both dropped, scrabbling. One swore he'd been shot. The echo agreed with him. "Walk away," Theo said again. Same voice, same volume. Don't offer a slope to push against. At the gate, the man with the crowbar worked at the mangled hasp like he could turn steel into memory by being angry at it. The strobe pulsed, and every time it did, their pupils forgot how to be pupils. The dogs on the speakers barked in rounds. Bay, snap, growl, far enough in the mix to sound like a pack you couldn't count. The hatchback idled. Someone inside filmed. Theo pictured the footage later, shaky and useless in a world that had stopped caring. He also pictured plates and faces in Zorapar's memory without mercy. "I can hear your pulse," Zorapar said in his ear without the wasp. Not a rebuke. A measure. Do not prove anything. "Not my plan," Theo said, not moving his lips. The crowbar man found an angle and started to pry. Theo let him. The hinge side blank he'd wired after the first visit was set to go on a different pull. When it did it mean. The barman fell back with a yell. The woman with the knife screamed a word that used to mean something before nights like this. The driver, the one who'd hit the gate, went back to the pickup and tried to start it. The engine coughed, caught, then coughed again as if it had been told to behave and didn't want to. "Quarantine," Theo said. "Leave names for trade when it's safe. Not tonight." That was when the clever one tried crawling. Fence bottom. Dead ground. Knife turned to saw. Theo had strung a low wire there too, not to trip so much as to teach. The blank was smaller, tucked into a tin near the post. When it went, it set the grass smoking and the crawler reversed like a crab. The knife stayed where it fell. "Up," someone shouted from the hatchback. "Forget it. Go." The driver fired the pickup again and got a gear. He reversed at speed, bounced the sleepers and caught the ditch with the rear wheel. The axle clunked in a way that would cost him tomorrow he hadn't earned. He swore, rocked it free, and then the convoy found first and left without their courage, dragging the night behind them like net. Theo didn't move for a count of 60. The dogs wound down. The strobe blinked itself empty. The watchers took one more heat picture of the road just to be sure the clever one hadn't decided to be patient in a ditch. "Faces recorded," Zorapar said. "Plates also. No reinforcements on the road yet." "Yet," Theo said. He walked the fence inside the boundary with a covered headlamp and careful feet, resetting what needed it, hands steady because he'd told them to be. He picked up the kitchen knife with 2 fingers and dropped it in a bucket of bleach, because theatre deserves an end. He pulled the sleepers back into their slots and wrote "reset" on the gate brace in pencil, because a list calms panic and the wood needed telling. Back at the hut he stood in the doorway and felt his heart slow. The temple tap faded to nothing. The yard found its shape again. "They'll be back with a better plan," Zorapar said. Not a prophecy. A rule. Theo nodded once. "Then I'll have a better no." He left the lights dead and sat with a mug that went cold untouched. He didn't sleep. He watched the dark and learned how long it takes a night to forget you. 2 nights later the tap came hard, 5 warms fast. One carried a long, cold shape that didn't belong to the body. "Shotgun," Zorapar said in his ear, flat as weather. "Front passenger. 4 steps from the gate. Do not prove anything." "I won't," Theo said, already moving. Lights dead. Window cracked. He slid behind the sandbag wall he'd built under the sill, feed sacks and old gravel, ugly and useful. Outside, engines idled with the nerves of men who want to be brave and have brought something to help. The pickup nosed the gate, the hatchback tucked behind it, headlights high. The passenger racked the gun loud enough to hear through glass. Theatre. Theo didn't step out. He didn't speak yet. He let them make the first mistake. They fired at the hasp. Pellets rang off steel and chewed the paint. The gate held. The driver laughed, relief and anger mixed. They hit the wire. The new alarms weren't blanks. He'd loaded rock salt and hot pepper into cups and angled the tubes up. When the cord tripped, 2 charges blew, a white slap of pain and a red cloud of capsaicin that rolled back over the men at chest height. Everything happened at once. The shotgun boomed again, wide blind. Pellets slapped the barn door and found the sandbags with a hiss. Theo stayed down. He thumbed the switch. The strobe cut the night to pieces. The dogs on the speaker woke further away this time, a pack you couldn't count. Over their noise, a clipped police dispatch loop bled from a second speaker at the lane. Numbers, units, and ETA. Not truth. Convincing. The pepper took. Shouting climbed a note. The gunman coughed himself sideways and swore he couldn't see. Someone vomited. Someone else clawed at their eyes and made it worse. The driver slammed the pickup in reverse and found the sleepers again, low, dumb, there. The axle bucked and the tyre kissed a strip of roofing nails Theo had welded into caltrops and tucked behind the beam an hour before dusk. Air went out of the rear wheel with a long, wet sigh. "Quarantine property," Theo said through the mic, cool and official. "Observation in place. Walk away." The woman from the hatchback cleared the fog, skirted the ditch, and came for the hinge with a crowbar like she meant to pass the exam by, will alone. The second upward cup fired and stitched her jacket with salt and heat. She screamed, dropped the bar, and retreated blind, hands out like a swimmer in black water. The shotgun spoke again. Low, panicked. Pellets spidered the hut window, spent and died in sand. Theo watched the pattern and let it tell him distance and fear. He didn't answer. He wouldn't until he had to. 6 worms, Zorapar murmured. 1 more in the truck bed. "Copy," Theo said and pulled the next cord. From the header tank, gravity and a quarter-turn valve he'd rigged to a rope opened a line to the gate. 4 sprinkler heads hidden under the top rail came alive, throwing a curtain of water cut with vinegar and a sting of long-soaked chili. The mist turned the pepper cloud into weather and brought it to eye level. The men broke. Not a root, habits die slow, but 3 fell back coughing, 1 dragging the woman by the elbow, 1 swearing he'd been burned. The driver sat stunned, knuckles white on the wheel, the rim a shiver on the flat. The tailgate kicked, the 6th climbing over and dropping down wrong. "Walk away," Theo said again. "Leave names for trade when it's safe." The gunman raised the barrel in a last, stupid salute and fired at the strobe. He hit it. The light died, which made the silence louder. Dogs still pacing the edge of hearing, dispatch promising cars that would never come, the hiss of water on gravel, and 5 chests working too hard. They went. Reverse, lurch, beads of tyre slapping the track. The hatchback fishtailed and found grip. The pickup bit the nails twice more and chose ruin over pride. Theo held his breath to 10 and only then let the dogs wind down. He shut the sprinklers. He didn't move for a full minute while his heart remembered how. The pepper in the air made his eyes water through the cracked sash. He wiped them with his sleeve and tasted it on his teeth. "Plates and faces recorded," Zorapar said. 2 with corneal exposure, 1 with a lacerated palm. They will not be useful for 2 days minimum. "Useful?" Theo repeated and hated the word less than he should have. He walked the inside line with a covered torch, resetting what hadn't fired, swapping cups, checking cords. He picked the shotgun wad off the gravel with 2 fingers and dropped it in a jar. Evidence of intent. He fished the dropped crowbar from the ditch and left it in a bucket of bleach because theatre knows when to end. He rolled the sleepers back and sat them hard, then hauled 2 more into place for the next attempt. He added a new low wire and set its cup shallow, 1 more lesson for crawlers. He pulled the dispatch loop and replaced it with static. Lies age badly. Back inside, he logged it on the wall because writing steals panic's oxygen. Shotgun confirmed. Pepper salt worked. Sprinklers good. Tyre strip effective. No return fire. Reset plus add low wire. He stood and listened to the Glen breathe. The temple tap faded to a thought. He boiled water and held the mug until heat got into his fingers. "They'll talk about you," Zorapar said. "Half will say you're a monster. Half will say you're a boundary." "Either keeps them away," Theo said. "For a time," Zorapar said. "Then hunger edits." "I'll edit back," Theo said, and heard how tired he was. "Sleep," Zorapar said. "You are more useful planted than fallen." Theo killed the last light and lay down in his boots. He didn't dream. He didn't need to. The plan had worked, and plans are the only dreams worth keeping when men come in the night with old guns and new fear. Tomorrow he'd move the birds again, add another valve, and start cutting poles for a real inner fence. He slept like someone who'd earned it and would need to earn it again. Chapter 17, Holding Pattern. The next month went thin and quiet. No cars on the track, no hands on the gate. The watchers touched his temple a few times, fox, hare, wind in the grass, and then learned his new idea of silence. He worked. He ran a second fence inside the first, chest-high tight mesh, 2 good gates you could open with a shoulder. The hens moved to the inner run. The outer became a decoy no one would reach. He added a drop post behind the main gate and set the sleepers in sockets so they rolled into place with one shove at dusk. Beds doubled. Potatoes in sacks, trenches earthed again, a second set chitting by the hut window. Broad beans stood and shrugged off frost under fleece. Peas climbed. Carrots, beet, turnips in short rows, staggered so no week owned the whole harvest. Trays of cut-and-come-again greens turned into a quiet habit on the shelf. So, cut at 2 weeks, so again. He built a cold frame from old windows and a level patch of ground. The blue barrel got a twin, and both fed a run of perforated pipe that darkened the soil in even lines. He set a third barrel at the barn's downpipe for fire and emergencies, and told himself he wouldn't touch it unless the sky said so. Inside, he finished what the house had been nagging him to do. Loft insulation. A new flue for the stove, sealed proper, no leaks. A small water heater slaved to the array so sunny days made hot water without burning fuel. The inverter picked up the load with no drama. The generator started once in the coldest week and sulked less than it used to. He shut it down after 20 minutes and wrote "run weekly," not daily, on the wall. He cooked simple. Soup that didn't argue. Bread from the starter he'd named without thinking, Hamish. 2 loaves a week, 1 for the shelf, 1 for today. He saved jars and lids. He learned the weight of a full pantry by ear, the way you learn a full engine by sound. He saw nobody. The shop bell in Tomwich had stopped ringing for him, and he let it. On Fridays he left a sealed crate at the fence with 2 dozen eggs and a short note. Labour for seed only. Some weeks it came back with nothing but a thank you. Some weeks someone left a coil of netting, a bag of nails, a small sack of sprouting seed. IOUs got folded under a stone. He never saw hands, only what hands left. He went below twice a week. Zorapar never changed volume, only the shape of the news. "It will burn itself out," Zorapar said one morning, the room mapped in curve that wanted you to pretend they were weather. 6 months, give or take. Not because you win, because you run out of dry timber. How many standing at the end? Of those who survive this first wave, Zorapar said, half will starve in the months that follow. Another 5% will die protecting what little they have. Theo didn't ask for the arithmetic. He had a spade and a fence, and that was enough maths for a day. "Stay on your land," Zorapar added. "You gain nothing by widening your circle now. Trade by rope, not by hand." Theo nodded. "I can do that." He asked about the road. Zorapar brought up a pane, heat signatures thin as pencil. "Your valley empties itself. 3 small groups passed in the last week. None stopped. 2 carried tools. 1 carried nothing." "Any return of the pickup?" "No," Zorapar said. "They are learning from the pepper. Pain teaches faster than advice." Theo reset the alarms anyway. He swapped salts, checked cords, changed the angle on 1 cup so it would mark shoulders instead of eyes. He didn't want to blind anyone. He did want them to remember. Days stacked. The garden's first winds tasted like relief. A tray of greens cut into a bowl and eaten with oil and salt. The first baby beets lifted and roasted beside a heel of bread. New potatoes stolen from under a halm for a supper that shut the past up for 10 minutes. He weighed the eggs by hand and could tell a soft shell by thumb. He wrote "save seed" beside half the rows and "eat" beside the rest. Nights mostly left him alone. When sleep broke, it was from old noise, not new. Diesel generators in his head that weren't his, crowds gathering at a gate that wasn't here. He'd get up, walk the inner fence, listen to the hens breathe and go back to bed without turning on a light. The temple tap stayed quiet, and he learned to take quiet as a message, not a tease. He kept the coin hoard where he'd put it, screw-top tubes in a tin, in a place that wouldn't show by accident. Money had stopped being numbers. It was an argument now. He let other people have it. On the 30th day he stood on the deck with a piece of bread in his hand and watched a buzzard write slow lines over the field. Below him the garden held its shape. Behind him the batteries hummed. In front the gate sat with sleepers braced and paint scored where men had tried to undo it by force and learned a lesson. The world was smaller. It was also clearer. He went inside, ticked inner fence up, cold frame built. water 3-barrel, and house sealed. Then he added what mattered most: stay put. Grow food. Share the how. When the left temple touch finally came that afternoon, a single warm shape, slow, alone, he didn't reach for a weapon. He reached for the rope and the table and the 1-page sheet that had earned its place beside the bleach bottle. He set them all out and waited to see whether the shape would turn into a person who could hear good news or another lesson he'd have to teach the hard way. That lone visitor was the last face he saw that year. After a week of nobody, he stopped putting anything at the fence. No more notes in the box that wasn't there, no more silent trades. The gate stood as a fact, not an invitation. He turned surplus into shelf life. The hens kept laying through the shortening days, not as many but enough, and he started pickling, big jars. Malt vinegar cut with a little water, bay, peppercorns, chili, mustard seed. He boiled the shells off, cooled the eggs, packed them careful, topped up to the brim, and set the jars in a cool corner. Some got celery seed and onion, some plain. He marked each lid with a stub of pencil. OCT, no V, mixed. It felt like banking time. Roots went into jars too. Beetroot, carrot, onions done as silver skin when he had the small ones. Apples that would have gone soft became chutney with vinegar and sugar and whatever spice he could be generous with once. Damsons and blackberries he'd frozen earlier in the year turned to jam you could put a knife in. Cabbage met salt in a crock and gave back kraut that would taste like medicine and relief in February. He learned the knack of a good seal and respected it. The farmhouse was finally more than a project. He'd brought the rooms back one at a time, patched plaster, sealed draughts, set a small stove that earned its keep. The cellar underneath, once a damp afterthought, started to look like a plan. Slatted racks for jars, a dark run for onions and garlic, a low shelf for potatoes he turned with his hands every Sunday so he could smell trouble early. He chalked rows and kept to them. It made the dark behave. Zorapar's drones came only at night and never above ground. He asked. They did. A new cellar grew under the shepherd's hut, arched, dry, stone that looked older than the hut it served. After that, the drones cut a link between the two cellars, a shoulder-wide passage that ran true and secret beneath the track. No echo, no draught. The hut hatch was a flagstone with a memory. The farmhouse access wore a shelf and 3 crates of kindling as its disguise. One world became 2 rooms with a dry corridor between. He slept easier for it. The alone settled. It wasn't a punishment. He had Zorapar for news he could use and silence for the rest. The watches became less like alarms and more like a pulse he didn't think about. He checked the gate, checked the fence, checked the hens, checked himself, and found none of it wanted drama. The weather decided to argue. Snow came early, fat flakes in late October, a proper fall by mid-November, 3 blows of east wind that stacked it against walls and hedges. He ran the generator one morning when clouds sat on the hill like a bad mood and the batteries needed a favour. Then he shut it down and wrote 10 litres against the can so he wouldn't lie to himself later. By early December he was snowed in. The track went white and then to nowhere. Drifts past the garden fence, the gate wearing a shoulder-high ridge. He dug lanes, hut to coop, coop to barn, barn to house, and kept them honest with salt and the ash from the stove. The hens stayed in the inner run under a sheet of clear plastic he'd found behind the barn. Water got warmed twice a day and carried in with both hands so it didn't slosh and freeze on boots and turn him into a story. Deep litter kept the coop warm enough. He stirred it with a fork and let it work. Inside, he worked short and regular. Bread twice a week, soup most nights, thick enough to stand a spoon. Tea whenever water boiled, which was often. He ate pickled eggs with a slice of jam on bread and decided taste was less important than attitude. He took 1 jar of beets down and 2 jars of something else up to spread the loss. The cellar answered back each time he asked it a favour and never complained. The town on the radio had gone from careful to sparse to intermittent. Some evenings he got nothing but static. Some mornings a half-voiced bulletin pushed through. Numbers, not numbers. Experts confident. Stay at home. He turned it down before the shape of it could get into his head and start rearranging furniture. Below, Zorapar kept his measures tidy. Trajectory unchanged, he said once, showing maps that no longer tried to pretend. 6 months to burn. Fewer sparks each week, but uglier where they land. Your valley is quieter than most. Stay within your line." "How many here?" Theo asked. "Not many," Zorapar said. "Your immediate approaches have been empty for 3 weeks. The last vehicle to pass did not stop. It did not return." Theo took that as permission to think about January as something he'd meet standing up. He checked the blanks on the gate, swapped 1 cup for a fresh mix, even though the last visit felt like a memory from another winter. He moved the Land Rover deeper into the barn and threw a tarp over the bonnet so snow wouldn't whisper its shape to the wrong eyes. Habit isn't paranoia when the world has earned it. On the worst days, he ran rope between doorways and walked hand over hand like an old crofter, laughing at himself and doing it anyway. On the better ones, the sun gave him an hour of decent charge and the stove took it from there. He learned the sound the roof made when the snow load needed clearing and worked from the eaves with a roof rake he built from an old hoe and a plank. He did not climb. He did not fall. He would not be that story either. He didn't count the days. He counted jars. He counted eggs. He counted the times the temple tap didn't come and the way the valley's silence stopped feeling like waiting and started feeling like winter. He stacked kindling by both doors and told it to behave. He set 3 candles on the cellar step for no reason, except that a man should make light when the world tries not to. By mid-December, the drifts had settled into blue-edged walls, and the sky learned to show him stars again. He went below once more before the solstice and stood with Zorapar in the not-quite-dark. 3 more months, Zorapar said. Not comfort, not warning. An almanac entry. Theo nodded. I've got 3 months of food in the ground to make more. Then you have what counts, Zorapar said. Stay planted. He went back up through stone to the hut and the lane he'd cut with a shovel and the coop that steamed a thin, hopeful line. He stood in the door, listened for anything that wasn't weather, heard only weather, and shut the world out of the room without malice. The hill would yield again when it was time. He could wait. Chapter 18. Lines on a quiet map. By the end of January, the snow had learned his name. Lanes he'd cut with a shovel filled overnight and needed cutting again. He hadn't seen Zorapar in more than a month, but the pad lived on the hut shelf, thin, dark, no buttons, pulsing a soft note on his wrist when a message arrived. Open quote. ZP, all systems nominal. Rest. Stay within your line. Close quote. He answered by laying 2 fingers to the surface and speaking. The pad wrote his words in clean script and swallowed them. The landline was dead. He'd known it would be, but he checked anyway. Lift, listen, nothing. His phone had been a paperweight before any of this. It kept the job. He kept to the lanes, hut to coop, coop to barn, barn to house. Eggs slowed, then steadied. He lifted a few carrots from the clamp under the slab, fetched jars from the cellar, and made food that didn't argue. When wind made the stove forget itself, he shifted to the farmhouse. When the sun remembered him, he shifted back to the shepherd's hut and called it exercise. In February, the pad pulsed while he was clearing the roof edge with the rake. Open quote ZP ice thinning. Drone window brief. You asked for Tomich. I will look. Close quote. Theo stood in the doorway and read the words twice. Please be wrong. He didn't send. By dusk, the pad tapped his wrist again. Zorapar never used pictures unless they helped. This time he sent a still that wasn't a picture so much as evidence. Thermals of the village, grey where heat should live, the shop a cold block, the pub a colder one. A single bright shape where a fox crossed the road and vanished. Open quote, ZP, no human heat signatures. Doors open at 2 dwellings. 1 generator half start, now silent. I did not linger. Close quote. Theo set the pad down and put his palms on the bench until the room stopped trying to move. Tomich had been dead on paper for weeks. Seeing it was different. The pad pulsed again. Open quote, ZP, wider sweep per your last request. 30-mile radius, first pass complete. 3 groups alive, all farms, all isolated long before infection. Nearest to you 27 miles WSW, Mixstock Stonesteading 9 warms last night. Second 44 miles NE, Crofter cluster, 3 roofs inside a wall, 7 warms including 2 small. Third 63 miles SSE, Upland Beef, 5 warms, counts vary. Some nights fewer. I do not inspect close. Close quote. Theo took the OS map from the drawer and marked each with a pencil cross. Distances on paper mattered because roads aren't straight and February isn't kind. Open quote. ZP, I advise, stay planted. 6 months to burn still my estimate. Of survivors, half will starve absent plan. Another 5% will die defending little from less. You do not improve these numbers by going now. Close quote. I wasn't going now, Theo said into an empty hut, and meant it. He wrote the 3 locations in the small book anyway and circled 27 WSW because a pencil knows how to make a promise without rushing it. He cooked and ate and washed up on purpose, then sat with the pad and sent the only answer that made sense. Open quote. Understood. When thaw comes, if roads allow, I'll try rope trading with the nearest. Seeds and know-how first, nothing else. Close quote. Open quote. ZP. Good. Advice multiplies. Goods do not. I will maintain quiet watch. Close quote. The next week learned the shape of the news and stopped changing it. Snow in hard lines. Nights with no radio at all. On a rare clear morning he took the rake to the roof again and listened to the weight come off like a sigh. He checked the blanks on the gate and swapped 1 cup for a fresh pepper mix, not because he expected them, but because habit is what you can hold when the rest lets go. He walked down to the farmhouse cellar and breathed in the cold sweet of jars and stone. Shelves started to look like a plan instead of a hoard. Pickled eggs, beets, onions in nets, potatoes on slats, kraut in its crock, ticking quietly. The corridor under the track, Zorapar's clean tunnel, meant he could move between hut and house without showing himself to the sky. He didn't use it for exercise. He used it when the wind cut and the yard asked him to be old. Some nights he took the pad to bed and read Zorapar's briefs until the dark felt less like an animal and more like weather. Open quote. ZP. 2 vehicles on the South Road, both turned back at drift. No warms within 2 miles of your gate. Watchers adjusted for snow glare. Close quote unquote. ZP. Crow flight to WSW Farm, 24.7 miles. Road adds 8 to 10 in current conditions. Do not try. Close quote. He didn't try. He added 2 seed trays on the hut shelf and sowed kale and mustard heavy for cut greens because fresh matters in February more than in June. He started chitting the last sacks of main crop hard by the window and wrote save half for seed in block capitals so he wouldn't lie to himself in April. On a morning when the sky pretended to be a sky again, he went to the gate and looked down the track. It was white into white. He listened. Nothing moved. Good. Back in the hut he sat with the pad and wrote a list that wasn't for today so much as for after. Rope post and table for roadside trade. Seed packets made up, broad beans, peas, salad with 1-page how-to. Notice to hang on the nearest good fence, trade for labour only. Names from Zorapar when safe, ask first. He closed the book, put a hand flat on it and let himself feel it. A month since he'd stood in the calm light under the hill and listened to a voice that didn't run out. Tomich gone. 3 farms carrying their weather alone. Him, planted. The pad pulsed once more, soft. Open quote, ZP. Weather window narrow tomorrow. I will look farther and stop. Your door systems revised for snow load. Ignore if you prefer. Sleep, close quote. Aye, Theo said, and turned the lamp down until it stopped pretending it was a sun. Outside the snow creaked like timber, then settled. He lay on his side and did not count the hours. He counted green trays, rows under fleece, jars on a rack, pencil crosses on a map, and the space between now and thaw. It wasn't nothing. It would do. The thaw came like a decision. Early March, a week of drip and sag, then one morning the snow was just gone. The track turned to porridge, the ditches spoke, and the hills smelled of old grass and iron. He moved the chickens first, fresh ground inside the inner fence, the old run scraped and limed. Water lines flushed, grit topped, latch checked. He walked the beds and lifted fleece. Broad beans were up, bruised and willing. The pad pulsed. Open quote. Thermal sweep of Tomich at dawn. 3 small warms in a stone outbuilding by the old smithy. Door closed by wind. No humans. Likely goats. They survived on bales and melt. They will die now if no one opens the door. Theo stood with his hand on the porch post. I'm going, he said to the yard, then to the pad. Window? Open. Roads clear enough for you. No human warms en route within 2 miles of either end. Go early, return early. In and out. Close quote. He loaded fast and right. 2 rope halters, a bucket, a sack of chaff, a bale of hay, water can, vet spray, a short panel to make a funnel, gloves, a tarp, and the old crowbar he'd bleached after the last visit from men. He took the road slow. The Land Rover rode the ruts like they were memories. Branches down. one Sitka leaning into the lane. He trimmed it with the bow saw in 3 minutes and pushed it into the ditch. The pad tapped his wrist once as he passed the birch, one of Zorapar's wasps, high and polite. On the edge of Tomich, the farm supplies yard sat open and empty. The office door gaped. A small livestock trailer, single axle, sheep-goat height, waited with a for-hire board sunburnt to white. He found the key in a desk drawer under a calendar that hadn't learned the new year. Tires soft but not dead. Lights good enough. He hitched up, checked the hitch twice, and left a note on the counter with a thick, honest hand. Open quote, taking stock trailer to rescue animals from Smithy. Will return or pay when there's a way. Theo Mac Tavish, close quote. He tucked 2 20s under the note because money still spoke even if no one was listening. Tomich was hollow. Windows open to air. A pram left under a porch. Snow mould growing where a hand had meant to move it later. The smithy sat squat by the burn, stone door with a slide bolt, drift line halfway up the wall like a tide mark. The warmth on the pad's map had been true. You could feel it now with your face if you stood still. He listened. Bleats, thin and hopeful. He set the trailer at an angle to the door, hay in the back, bucket of chaff within smell, panel set to make a race. He tested the bolt, stiff, not locked. He wedged the door first so the wind wouldn't do the wrong job again, then lifted. Smell hit first, old hay, ammonia, goat. Then eyes, 3 pairs in the gloom, wide and gold. 2 nannies, 1 little billy with a torn ear. Ribs showing, coats rough but on their feet. Snowmelt had licked a corner, someone's old bale had saved them. "Come on then," he said, quiet as a field. He rattled the bucket once and held it low. Hunger beat fear in 2 minutes. The first nanny stepped onto daylight, head high. He slipped the rope halter without a fight and let her eat while he walked her toward the trailer. She jumped in like she'd been born to it. He tied short and set hay where she could reach it. The billy came second, bolder, and tried to climb him. He laid a palm on his breastbone and held him like a door. "Steady, pal. Rope on. Up and in." The last nanny hung back, shaking the way wood shakes in a high wind. He didn't push. He sat on the step and let her look at him until the bucket won. The rope went on easy. Halfway to the trailer she balked, saw the others, and remembered what herd means. He shut the gate and dropped the pin. Quick checks, hooves overgrown but sound. No open wounds, eyes bright, no cough. He sprayed the little tear on the billy's ear with the blue and took the curse he earned for the sting. He checked the door of the smithy one last time, wedged it open and left another note with a carpenter's pencil on the stone. Open quote, goats removed alive 9th March. At Mac Tavish holding. Safe. Close quote. "Faces on the track," Zorapar murmured in his head with the pad in his pocket. "None closer than 500 meters. All animal. You are alone." "Good," Theo said and meant it. He drove home as if the trailer held water. Slow, broad turns, no showing off. He took the long way to dodge a washout he didn't trust. The goats sang once, then settled to the sound of tires and their own hay. At the yard he had the pen ready, a quarantine space inside the inner fence, away from the hens, windbreak on 2 sides, bucket hooks, a low shelter with a dry floor. He backed the trailer to the gate, set a panel to make a short race, and opened up. The billy tried to be foolish. The rope fixed that. All 3 found the water in 3 noses, then the hay. He stood with his hands on the top rail until the trembling leaked out of their legs. He washed boots and rope and hands with hard soap at the clean line. He burned the bedding he'd pulled from the trailer because new rules make old habits better. He ran the trailer through the pressure washer until the water ran clear, then parked it under cover, chocked and ready for a return. No one would check but him. The pad pulsed. Open quote, ZP. 3 settled, heat and heart rates down. You did it clean. I will watch at distance tonight in case of fox interest. I recommend wormer when you can source or manufacture. Otherwise, observe. Milk potential in 6 weeks if the nannies are in kid. Cannot tell yet. Close quote. Theo leaned on the pen and let the word milk rearrange some plans. He could make do without, but cheese meant fat and salt in a form that kept. He wrote salt bigger in his head and wormer, with a question mark in the margin of a day that had cost him hours and given him back more than jars could. "Thank you," he said to the air, and didn't care if it looked daft. He fed them a second time at dusk, less than they wanted and more than they'd had, because killing with kindness is still killing. He checked the gate twice, rattled the top rail once, and walked back to the hut with the rope coiled in a neat circle like a story that had ended right. Tomorrow, he'd write another note for the farm supplies and leave more money in a jar on the counter. Tomorrow he'd cut brush for the goats and check the pen one more time for anything a clever head could lift. Tonight he'd sit on the deck and listen to the glen remember spring. He didn't hear people. He heard water and goats and the sound of a plan doing what plans are for. Chapter 19. The Ledger. He wrote the list clean, not on the wall this time, but in the pad where it would move. Open quote. TM, if these groups are going to make it, we need more than my fence. Tasks: 1. Find straw hay within 30 miles. 2. Check local farm supplies for goat feed minerals. 3. Sweep for livestock left alive and unclaimed, breeding stock not eaten. 4. Inventory grain silos for viable animal feed. 5. Confirm the Fort Augustus seed store intact. 6. Garden centres, what veg seed remains. 7. No more notes at my place. We don't invite thieves. Close quote. Zorapar answered like a ledger that could fly. Open quote. ZP. Accepted. Constraints. Survey only. I will not move goods. You will decide recovery. Close quote. He watched the pad draw circles on a map, quiet radii that respected his valley and the 3 surviving farms. First pass came back before the kettle had a mind to boil. Open quote. ZP. Straw, barn by Ballacraggan, 140 small bales hay dry, doors intact. Cattle shed at Inchmore, 14 round bales straw, roof partial but salvageable. Roadside stack near Whitebridge, 9 rounds hay, outer layer spoiled, cause sound. Close quote. Open quote. Goat feed minerals. Fort Augustus Agri Store, Rear Bay. 6 sacks all stock mix, 3 goat mineral buckets, 1 bag copper bolus, check dosages. Tomich Co-op, shelves stripped, 2 kid milk replacer tubs remain, possibly compromised. Close quote. Open quote. ZP. Livestock alive, unclaimed. Upland fold above Gorthlek, 5 Highland cattle, loose on hill, no human worms, 1 bull, 3 cows, 1 yearling. Ruined byre of Drumnadrockit, 2 ewes, 1 ram, thin mobile. Estate kennels near Erclus, 4 feral chickens, low value, high noise. Close quote. Open quote. ZP. Grain silos. Feed mill SW of Bowley, 2 silos. Thermal suggests dry product in 1, 18 to 22 teat rolled barley, other empty. Power dead, ladders intact. On-farm bin near Abriachin, 7 to 19 mixed oats, hatch closed, seals present, rodent sign outside only. Close quote. Open quote. Seeds. Fort Augustus seed store, shutters down intact. Thermals cold, rodents minimal, inventory unknown. Garden centre Invermariston, packets scattered, 30 to 40% usable, dates within 2 to 3 years, dry aisle, remainder damp. Close quote. He breathed out slow. This was the kind of list that turned hunger into work. Open quote. Mark recovery priorities by spoilage, risk and distance. I'll stage runs when mud hardens. Close quote. Open quote. ZP. Priority order suggested. 1 garden centre packets, small, high value, fragile. 2 mineral buckets, bolus, prevent disease in caprines. 3 round bale hay cause, spoilage front advancing. 4 silo samples, confirm moisture before haul. Close quote. Open quote. ZP. Cautions. Livestock retrieval increases your profile. Plan at dawn, 1 trip, no repeat paths. Silos. Risk of grain entrapment and dust explosion is non-zero. Test with probe. Work belayed masks. Goat copper. Dosage must match weight. Overdose fatal. Close quote. Theo nodded to a room that didn't need it. Copy. He sketched the practicals. Trailer stays hitched. Tarps, straps, hooks ready. Probe. 6-meter pole with auger head. Make 1. Masks, 2 remaining boxes. Ration. Signage on runs, none. Tracks brushed out with a branch on return. Return routes alternate. He added the live piece. Open quote. If those 3 farms are to stand, they need fodder and seed before their animals eat their walls. I'll share by rope and ledger, names, weights, IOUs in labour, not cash. Map me safe laybys within shouting distance of each. Close quote. Open quote. ZP. Proposed exchange points. WSW Farm, lockside pull-in with stone wall, clear approach 2 exits. NE cluster, old loaning under birch, dry verge, cover, 20 paces from gate. SSE Upland, sheep dip lane, narrow, recommend only in dry. Close quote. He set the pad down and went to the bench. The auger probe came together from a length of galvanized conduit, an old earth auger, 2 hose clamps, and a T-handle cut from a gate hinge. Ugly. Strong. He logged it in the book. Silo probe done. The pad pulsed a softer note. Open quote ZP, one more. Weather windows next 5 days, 3 mornings of hard frost. Your road stabilises until noon. Deep ruts by the 3rd gate south. Take the verge. Close quote. Understood. No lights, no notes, no chatter. Close quote. And no heroics. If you see worms at a distance, you turn. Close quote. Turning is a skill, Theo said, mostly to himself. He looked over at the pen. The goats were lying like a comma in straw that deserved to be called clean. Milk, if he got that far, meant fat that kept. Cheese meant trade that travelled. He wrote one more line the way a man writes a promise he intends to keep, even if no one sees it. Help where it multiplies. Stay invisible. He killed the lamp, checked the gate by habit, and let the hut go dark. The valley had its breath back, water under ice, a fox stepping light across thaw, the quiet of engines that weren't going to start this year. He lay down and felt his body choose sleep like work. The list hummed behind his eyes, but it wasn't panic. It was order. Hay here, seed there, grain if it's dry, goats that might make milk, 3 farms that could make a future if someone helped them push. The pad didn't buzz again. Zorapar knew when to stop. So did Theo. He slept without dreams and woke before light, ready to turn hunger into miles and miles into something a ledger would recognize as hope. The kettle had just begun its low sing when the pad pulsed, not with a line of text but with Zorapar's face. Cool light. No preamble. Theo, he said, voice tighter than usual. Airframe inbound along the glen. 2 minutes. He didn't ask which glen. He killed the stove, slid the hut window an inch and let the cold carry sound. A long breath later, the thump reached him, rotor wash stacked on itself, coming low and fast, like weather with a timetable. Blackout, Zorapar added. No smoke, no reflective surfaces if you can manage it. Theo stepped onto the porch and pulled the camo tarp over the steel drum and the spare trough by habit. Anything that caught a flash didn't need to. In the pen, the goats had already bunched under the lean-to, ears hard to the sky. The hens hissed, then went perfectly still, as if they knew what a shadow meant. The sound deepened, then rolled over the birch like a hand over a card deck. The machine broke the ridge a heartbeat later. Civilian lines under a coat of dull paint, a bright stripe at the tail somebody hadn't bothered to hide. Not Coast Guard anymore, and not military either. Something pressed into a new job by people who thought a logo was the dangerous part. It came skimming the glen, nose down, doors shut, the tail biting its own wash. For a second he saw faces through the side windows, pale panes behind glass. Then the helicopter was beyond the field, banking over the dark strip of the burn, and gone, thump thinning to a rattle. He let the porch take his weight and waited for his pulse to step down. On the pad the map bloomed, Zorapar's overlay drawing an invisible line where the machine had been. "Where's it from, or going to?" Theo asked, still watching the sky like it might remember him and come back. "Origin is almost certainly Inverness Airport." Zorapar said, "I watched a heat bloom in one of the sheds there an hour ago. Diesel generator brief, enough to spin up hydraulics and fill a tank. The frame lifted 12 minutes after. Flight path follows the Great Glen. They're hugging the locks and the power lines, then cutting south over your ridge to Corrimony and back out toward the west." "Search pattern?" Theo said. "Not random," Zorapar replied. "They are drawing rakes, parallel sweeps 5 to 8 miles apart. Yesterday they flew the A9 corridor, turned over 2 steadings near Slocht, and returned to Inverness at dusk." What happens after they mark a place? He didn't mean to ask it out loud. Zorapar didn't make him repeat it. 3 of the sites they circled now read as cold. 2 grew warmer for 2 nights, more bodies cooking heat, and then dropped to ambient. I cannot tell you why. I can tell you they are not dropping parcels. Theo felt the answer settle where anger usually goes. Fuel? How long can they stay up? "Not long," Zorapar said. "At that altitude and speed, 90 minutes, perhaps a little more if they fly lean. They will land to refuel. If they are cautious, they'll use Inverness. If they are bold, they'll cache drums at farms on their line." "They saw me?" Theo asked. "Unlikely," Zorapar said. "No thermal bloom, no smoke. Your panels reflected briefly when they banked. 1 flash, then the angle changed. I will send a mat net for the array if you wish." "Send it," Theo said. The goats had relaxed. The hens started their small courthouse mutter. He exhaled. "What do you want me to do?" "What you already do," Zorapar said. "Stay below their notice. Assume they'll be back in 2 to 3 days when their grid brings them here again. Air discipline by day, no visible smoke, tarp anything that shines, no tin left in the yard. If you must burn, do it at last light with a cold stack. If they land, do not present. Watchers are tracking acoustic signature as well as heat now. You'll feel a touch if they circle. Theo glanced toward the barn, already dark behind its doors. If they land, they'll land in the field by the birch or on the track at the bend. Yes, Zorapar said. If they are mapping, they won't touch down. If they are collecting, they will. I recommend you assume collection until proved otherwise. He looked at the pad because looking at the sky felt like giving the sky an idea. Who are they? 5 worms aboard, Zorapar said. 2 up front, 3 aft. Gear suggests small arms and harnesses, not rescue kits. Livery mismatched. My inference, an ad hoc authority, private estate or remnant, mapping survivors and resources. Resources, Theo repeated, and heard how quickly a word can go from neutral to theft. Zorapar's expression didn't change. I will follow their line as far as I can without attracting attention. If they turn here again, you'll have a minute's warning. That is what I can do without breaking rules. That's enough, Theo said, and meant it. They let the quiet sit a moment, the thump already a memory walking away down the glen. The kettle on the stove had forgotten it owed him steam. I'll net the panels, Theo said. Paint the bright bits, move the goat water under the lean-to. No more cheerful smoke. And knock down your sick house sign, Zorapar added, almost gently. It draws attention from the air. Replace with nothing. Done, Theo said. He closed the pad and stood there, listening in case the sky had learned a new trick. It hadn't. A rook scolded the birch, and the burn made its old, patient noise. He set the kettle back on, more for the feeling of it than the tea, then walked the yard and saw it as a camera would. Too many right angles, too much tidy. He pulled the pallet shelf under the eave, threw a dirty tarp over the wheelbarrow, dragged last year's bracken against the fence where it broke the line. Untidy reads like empty from above. When he came back in, the pad pulsed once more. Open quote ZP. They've reached Canich, turning west. No change in altitude. Next pass in 48 to 72 hours if the pattern holds. I will wake you early if the line bends. Close quote. Wake me anyway, Theo said, and poured the tea he was finally getting. He watched the steam walk off the mug and thought about how a sound can change the shape of a valley. Then he drank, because warmth is a choice, and choices were the only soft power he had that a helicopter couldn't take. Chapter 20. Lines you don't cross until you do. The plan to fetch hay and seed went on the shelf with the pickling salt. In a still world, a moving Land Rover was a flare. He told himself 2 frosts would harden the track and then he'd run. The sky told him different. For 3 days he sat under the hill with Zorapar and watched the helicopter right its tidy rakes across the Highlands. It never loitered without reason. It would skim a glen, flare over a steading, circle once as if it were curious, and then slide away like a hand lifting from a pocket. By dusk, heat bloomed at the place it had marked, cooking fires, people in a room that hadn't held voices in weeks. The next night there'd be more bodies. The 3rd night the map went cold. They aren't rescuing, Theo said. It wasn't a question. No, Zorapar said. His face didn't offer comfort because comfort would have been a lie. They collect. Tools, food. People who resist die where they stand. People who comply sometimes die later. On the 4th day the machine found one of the farms Zorapar had marked on the pad, a crofter's cluster in the birch, 3 roofs inside a wall. The helicopter circled low enough that one of Zorapar's drones caught faces at the gun ports. Then it slid off down the line quiet as a promise. They saw them, Theo said. I will watch, Zorapar replied. I will not act. That night the croft was bright on the map, more worms than it had yesterday, fire at the yard, a scatter of sleepers. Zorapar tightened the scale. You could count the bodies as they moved from room to room. Maybe they're trading, Theo said, and heard how thin that sounded. Maybe, Zorapar said, and didn't spend hope on a word he didn't believe. Morning came with no smoke. Noon came with no heat. At dusk the drone went close enough for truth. The gate was broken. One door lay in the yard. A kettle had been kicked and lay bent like a line in a bad poem. Chickens pecked at a shape in the slush because chickens don't write elegies. They tidy. Theo took a breath that hurt going in. That's one gone. Yes, Zorapar said, I am sorry. They watched the machine again the following day. It flew the same neat rakes, like a man mowing a lawn he didn't intend to live in. It circled a second survivor, upland beef, 5 worms on Zorapar's tally, then moved on. Hours later, heat bloomed there too. 2 nights, then cold. Theo stood with his hands on the back of a chair that didn't deserve that kind of grip. If we do nothing, there'll be no one left to help when the thaw finishes. My orders are unchanged, Zorapar said. Observe, conceal, repair what is mine. Do not alter your world's curve. And mine? Theo asked. That I cannot command, Zorapar said. He didn't look away. But if you ask for my hands, the answer is still no. I'm not asking for your hands, Theo said. He found he meant it. I'm asking for eyes. Zorapar turned to the console. Eyes I can give. They watched the helicopter work until they knew its small habits. It liked to skim river bends for lift. It used the same 2 valleys to cross the ridge, one east of Theo, one west. It never flew farther than a hungry engine would allow. At 90 minutes it turned its nose back towards civilization, or what passed for it, Inverness Airport, a shed that had learned to breathe again when nothing else did. Fuel here, Zorapar said, bringing up a thermal bloom from the airport's outer bay. Generator heat 1 hour, then a colder signature along a row of drums. They run a pump off a portable and transfer by hose. No fire discipline, no perimeter. How many on the ground? Theo asked. 2 at most, Zorapar said. Sometimes none. Drums cached, siphon in the dark. Theo thought about the croft with the open gate and the door lying like a witness in the yard. He thought about the 9 worms at the Lockside farm that hadn't yet made the map glow. He thought about the 3 goats chewing like futures do. I can't stop the men, he said. I can stop the fuel. Zorapar didn't answer at once. When he did, it was like a ledger being written out loud. If their helicopter cannot refuel there, they will refuel elsewhere. But here is where they are now. You could slow them. You could force a pause. I'll take a pause, Theo said. A week is a harvest if you're ready. Zorapar brought up the approaches to the airport, fences down in 2 places, a side road that ended in nettles, a ditch that made grown men think twice and then forget to. You have an hour between last light and their return if they fly lean. After that, you risk a meeting. I'll go at last light, Theo said. In and out. Theo, Zorapar said, and the name carried more than syllables. If you are seen, they learn you. If you are caught, they learn me. Then I won't be seen, Theo said, and made it a contract with himself, not a boast. I will not be your getaway, Zorapar said. I will not carry you. I will not break their machine in the air. I will not harm them with mine. I'm not asking you to, Theo said. I'm asking you to tell me when the sky is empty and the fence is unwatched. That I can do, Zorapar said, and I will. They stood a while longer, looking at a shed that had become a heart and a helicopter that had become a verb. Theo traced the route in his head. Back lanes, no main roads, lights off, bonnet wrapped in a dirty tarp so it wouldn't wink. He pictured the shed door in his hands, the feel of a bolt that hadn't been opened often enough, the weight of a crowbar you did not use unless you meant it. He pictured a line of drums and how quickly a thing can become useless if you let water in and rust out, if you gut a generator and throw its spark into a ditch. I can slow them, he said again, because repetition sometimes turns a sentence into a plan. Zorapar's mouth twitched, not a smile, not its opposite. Then decide quickly. Their pattern brings them back over your ridge tomorrow or the day after. If you intend to move, do it between those strokes. Theo nodded. He went up to the hut and looked around as if the room would argue. The kettle on the stove was cold. The mug was where he'd left it hours ago. He pulled the dirty tarp over the Land Rover's bonnet and found himself blacking the bright bolts on the bumper with stove polish because anything that flashes has ideas about its place in the world. He laid tools on the bench without naming them. Coil of hose, siphon bulb, bolt cutters, sledge, crowbar, wire cutters, a roll of gaffer tape, 2 heavy tarps, the auger he'd made for silos, a hand pump with enough hose to reach the bottom of a drum. Nothing clever, nothing that would ask a machine to do what a hand could. He wrote a line on the pad and sent it without dressing it up. Open quote, TM, I'm going to take their shed away from them. Close quote, Zorapar's reply came at once. Open quote, I will watch the sky. I will light your map when it is time to move. I will do nothing else." Close quote. "That's enough," Theo said to the empty room, and felt the words settle somewhere behind his ribs where the anger had been. He blew the lamp out, closed his eyes for an hour. He wouldn't call sleep, and waited for the map to tell him when to go. The map pulsed at dusk, a clean corridor of sky from the Moray Firth to the ridge, the helicopter line raking south of Bowley and turning out toward Canwich. Zorapar didn't add anything heroic. 90 minutes, he said. Then they'll have to refuel or go home hungry. Theo wrapped the bonnet in a filthy tarp, killed every badge and shine with stove black, and drove the back lanes without lights, letting first gear and memory do the work. Where the hedges opened, he shut the engine off and rolled. Where the frost still held the ruts flat, he let the tyres whisper. Inverness Airport looked like a shed that had decided to pretend it still had a job. Chain link sagged in 2 places, a side road ended in nettles and empty pallets. On Zorapar's feed, the refuel bay showed as a cold rectangle with one small heart, the portable generator they started when they needed pressure, and the run of drums lined like soldiers. No guards, no perimeter. Why would there be? The world had stopped arguing back. He left the Land Rover in the dark of a half-fallen hangar and went in on foot with a crowbar under one arm and calm under the other. The gate chain had learned rust during the winter. 2 quiet bites with the bolt cutters convinced it to forget. Inside, the place smelled of stale diesel and last year's breath. The generator crouched on a steel skid, 6 kilovolt, pull start, tidy enough. He knelt, found the plug by feel, and pocketed it. The recoil rope came next. 1 smooth pull, a cut, the loose end tucked back under the shroud so it would look honest until someone asked it to work. He cracked the drain and bled the oil into a tray of grit he'd found under the bench, stirred it with a stick until it was black sand, then slid the tray into a shadow where no one would step. The carb bowl screws gave up with a quiet squeak. The float and jet joined the plug in his pocket. He closed it all back up so the lies would take a while to reveal themselves. The pump assembly had a belt and a cam-lock set of hoses. He undid the cam levers, palmed the rubber gaskets, and backed the coupling off the motor shaft. The tiny woodruff key, a slip of steel that made motion into pressure, went between his teeth for a second and then into the matchbox he'd brought for exactly that purpose. He ran a hand along the suction line until it found the foot valve at the end. 2 turns, a twist, and the valve came away. He walked it to the fence and dropped it in a clump of dead gorse. No foot valve, no prime. No prime, no pump. He stood up and listened. The field said mouse. Somewhere a loose sheet tapped a frame. No rotor noise yet. The drums were labelled with paint pen. Jet A1 on half, diesel on the rest. He left the jet. He wasn't in the business of making aircraft fall out of the sky. The diesel drums got a different kindness. He cracked 3 bungs, screwed in the siphon, and drew off 20 litres from each into a ditch that still wore ice in the shade. Then he fetched 2 jerry cans of water from a standpipe by the corner and put the same amount back. Brackish, with a splash of vinegar from a bottle he'd brought to make sure nobody would mistake the smell. Water sits at the bottom. If their pickup tubes reached true to the base, they'd pull that first and learn a lesson on the ground. If they didn't, the generator tricks would teach it instead. Either way, time. He wiped the rims and set the caps with the same pressure a man uses when he's closed a glove box twice in one day. 40 minutes, Zorapar breathed into his ear. The watchers were flying high enough to pass for stars. Wind shift northeast. Sound carries. Theo crossed the bay at a crouch and ran a palm over everything he'd touched, making sure it read as normal to a hurried hand. Hoses coiled, levers down, cam arms shut, generator cover seated, pull start handle tucked where a glove would reach for it and find it, then find nothing. Headlights washed the far end of the apron, 2 quick sweeps as a truck turned on the perimeter road and kept going. He went still and let the light pass over him like rain on a fox. When the darkness came back, it felt friendlier. He took one stupid risk out of spite. The portable's fuel cap had a vent. He closed it. An engine that can't breathe teaches mechanics faster than men do. Then he backed into the nettles, crossed the chain link where it sagged, and walked the side road with the crowbar tucked to his thigh until the hangar swallowed him and the Land Rover remembered how to be useful. 23 minutes. Zorapar said as the engine caught. "They're turning at Drumnadrocket. You have the same road on the way out you had on the way in. No worms." He drove home the way he'd come. Engine off on the high ground, a long roll past the broken willow, low gear for the steep bit where frost kept the pudding honest. The goats lifted their heads when he slid the hut door. The hens slept with their beaks tucked. He hung the plug and the foot valve on a nail inside the porch and put the matchbox with the shaft key in the biscuit tin that used to say custard creams and now meant don't forget. They watched the feed together under the hill the next afternoon. The helicopter came in by the Firth, flat and purposeful, and dropped to the apron. 2 men jumped out and went straight to the generator. A pull, a swear, a pull, another swear, louder. The 3rd man hit the pump switch and then did what men always do. He opened the suction valve and bled fuel onto his boots. Water hit the tray. He double-took, sniffed, swore again, and reached for a different drum. It gave him vinegar and brackish hiss. "You bought them a day," Zorapar said. Calm, not congratulating. "Maybe 2. The men ran the portable until the battery on the starter died. They fetched a second and killed that one too. One of them kicked the frame. When they finally gave up, they wrote something angry on a clipboard and shut the doors like the bay had insulted them. The helicopter lifted light and turned its nose toward the city. No rakes, no new circles. "Enough," Zorapar asked quietly. "Enough for today," Theo said. He was surprised to hear the steadiness in his own voice. "And when they fix it?" "I'll unfixed it," he said, and saw, as clearly as if the map had drawn it for him, the croft with its gate open and the door in the yard. "As long as they keep marking people to take, I'll keep taking the line they fly on." Zorapar didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He only turned one of the screens into the kind of map a farmer understands, a weather chart with days in it. 3 clear mornings, he said. Frost before 10. Roads quiet. If you must move hay or seed, pick one run, then bury yourself again. "I'll pick one," Theo said, "and I'll go early and come home earlier." He climbed back to the hut and stood on the porch until the kettle forgot what it had been about to do the night before and finally boiled. Across the yard the goats were chewing in the lazy, satisfied way of animals that have no opinion on human plans. Above them the ridge held its colour. He poured the tea and let his hands warm on the mug, then went inside and wrote the day in the small book in words that didn't look like victory and didn't look like defeat. Slowed them, bought time, spend it well. Chapter 21. The One Run. The ruined refuel bay bought him a day and a half. He spent it on a single throw. A poultry unit lay 15 miles west, close enough to reach and back before the sky remembered him, big enough to matter if anything was left upright. He left at first frost with the bonnet still tarped and the light off, letting the Land Rover idle in low box until the ruts became road. From a mile out he could smell it, that layered reek of ammonia, dust and grain that clings to sheds long after birds are gone. The yard was a postcard from October, a quad abandoned by a gate, the office door cracked, a feed auger frozen mid-swing. He parked under the shadow of the feed bins and listened. Nothing but sheet tin ticking and the dry creak of a loose chain. He started with the silos because if they were empty the day changed shape. A knock on the cone rang true. He climbed, cracked a hatch, and the smell of good corn rose up warm and sweet. When he opened the discharge and braced the sacks, grain ran like water. He filled 10 before the frost let go of the morning, then moved to the pellet bin and took 10 more, layers pellets that would keep the hens laying when the grass sulked. The sheds themselves were bad. Some birds had broken out in the first panic. Their feathers lay like drifts against the wire. The ones that hadn't got the door open were mummified by cold, hunched on the slats, heads tucked as if a better dawn were coming. In a side pen, 2 goats lay where they'd pushed and pushed at a door. The wind had swung shut. There were teeth marks on the wood and a line worn into the concrete where they'd leaned. Theo stood with his hand on the post and watched the dust move in a sunshaft until the room stopped insisting on memory. He didn't go near the farmhouse. A man can only take so many rooms of yesterday in one morning. Work kept him honest. The store barn had done him a kindness. 3 stacks of compressed shavings still in their plastic, dry as paper. He walked them out on a trolley and skidded them up the trailer ramp, 30 in all, stacked 2 deep, cross-banded, a pale wall he roped like he meant it. Next aisle over, hay, small squares, still tight, musty but sound, he built a second wall, 25 bales wide. The straw followed, another 25, gold where the twine had kept the mice out. He found a galvanized lidded bin with a cartoon goat on the side and felt foolish for grinning. Caprine muesli, half a ton of it once. He dipped and bagged until there were 5 full sacks and the bin rang empty. An old oat hopper gave him 6 more bags, clean whole oats that spoke of a pony or a Sunday cart. He took those too, because animals don't care what label the bag wears. Tools went almost by accident. In the lean-to, a stainless spade and matching fork leaned against a bench like a pair of good boots waiting for feet. He'd never owned a set that nice, and wasn't about to get precious. 2 grain shovels, a coal shovel with a patched blade, and a wide aluminium snow scoop rounded out the pile. He lashed them under the bale rope so nothing would clatter when the track turned ugly. The jackpot was in the old milking parlour. Someone had driven a 6x6 farm buggy in there for the winter and then never come back. Tyres soft, but not rotten. Fuel can under the seat. He spent 20 minutes relashing the load, moved the hay forward, slid the shavings higher, set a plank ramp, and winched the buggy up until the springs sang and the trailer settled onto the bump stops. 2 jerry cans of petrol sat on a shelf with their caps taped. He took them and said thank you under his breath to a stranger who'd known how to store things. He saved the diesel for last. A big steel tank stood on legs outside the barn, a round bung in a side hatch and gravity on his side. He checked the sight tube. Clear, half full, the valley's new definition of wealth. He filled the Land Rover's tank to the throat, then began on the plastic 25-litre containers he'd brought, counting by heft because numbers make you greedy. 1, 2, 3. The smell crawled into his clothes. 4, 5. He wiped the overflow on his sleeve and didn't mind. 6, 7. He capped each tight and nested them in the pickup bed against the headboard with blanket scraps between so they wouldn't knock and tell the road what he carried. Twice he paused, each time thinking he'd heard a rotor beat or a voice that wasn't his. Each time it was a door banging somewhere the wind had found. The watchers never touched his temple. Zorapar left him the grace of silence until he needed to speak. When the load sat as low as he dared and the ropes all read like decisions, he walked the yard once more and put things back as if daylight had never been there. The silo slides shut, the bin lids on, the hose coiled. He opened the goat pen door wide and jammed it so the next hungry thing could at least choose the sky. He hesitated by the office and then kept walking. There was nothing in there but envelopes and regret. Back in the cab, he let the engine idle until oil pressure settled and his own hands did the same. The trailer looked bigger in the mirror than it had any right to be. He knew his Rover, knew how the gearbox liked to be asked, and how the brakes sulked if you hurried them. Loaded like this, the hills would feel a size bigger, but the old truck had pulled more than its share across fields that hated the idea. Windows tightening, Zorapar said in his ear finally. Sky still clear. 2 warms on the A road, 3 miles south, pedestrians heading east, no other movement. Copy, Theo said. He eased out of the yard with the diffs singing low, pointed his nose at the lane that remembered him, and let patience do what power couldn't. The birds along the hedgerow lifted and settled again. Somewhere behind him a door he hadn't opened swung a last time and came to rest. He didn't look back. He didn't tell Zorapar. He told himself that was a kindness. The molasses rode in an old oil can in the passenger footwell, cap-taped, a short length of clear hose coiled round it like a promise. He'd warmed the can by the stove before dark so the stuff would pour like treacle and not like regret. 5 litres. Not much in a world of drums, more than enough if you put it where machines drink first. He waited until the map thinned, Zorapar's quiet line showing the helicopter raking south of Canich, and rolled the bonnet tarp back over the Rover's grin. First gear. No lights, hedges close enough to touch with his sleeve. The airport was the same shed, pretending the world still needed timetables. Zorapar found him before the fence did. The pad throbbed once. Open quote, ZP, Theo, you're outbound after dark. Purpose? Close quote. He let his thumb cover the camera and sent nothing. The reply came anyway, cool as frost. Open quote ZP, if you intend harm, reconsider. If you intend delay, I can help with timing. Not the deed, close quote. Eyes only, he whispered, then looked the other way. A long beat. Then, open quote, runway and bay are empty. 2 warms in the main shed, static. No sky within 20 miles. 10 minutes, close quote. The chain link sagged where he'd used it last time. He went over and dropped into nettles that hadn't learned march yet. The refuel bay smelled of diesel and stale anger. They'd fixed some of what he'd broken. New recoil rope on the generator, another battery on the frame. The pump hose still coiled like a snake that had been told to behave. He passed it by. The helicopter sat under the side canopy, skids on rubber, nose into the wind as if it planned to leave before anyone could change its mind. Civilian paint under a stripe nobody had earned. He stood with his hand on the cool strut and listened to nothing. No voices, no boots, just a tin sheet somewhere tapping time. Fuel caps on this model live above the cabin, 2 of them, one each side feeding a common. He climbed the skid, found the starboard cap by feel, and cracked it a quarter turn. The smell was cold kerosene and dust. He fed the hose down into the dark until it clinked metal, then lifted the can and poured. Molasses hits air with a sugar-burnt smell that doesn't belong in a place like this. He let the viscous rope slide, patient as sap, and thought about pickup tubes. They sit low. First drink would be treacle. The filters would dutifully ask it to be fuel, and it would refuse. If the starters lit, they'd get a cough and a hot light and a shutdown on the ground, not a flame-out over the glen. That was the line he would not cross, and this was how you stayed on the right side of it. Half the can into the starboard. He eased the cap down and wiped the rim with a rag until it smelled wrong to no one but him. Port side next. Less, just enough to make the 2 tanks argue with each other. He left a smear in the filler neck that would wash into the first litre like a reminder. He climbed down and walked to the refuel bay anyway, because spite needed feeding. He unlatched the pump's filter housing, palmed the O-ring, and painted the paper element with what was left in the can, a thin glaze hidden behind its pleats. He reseated it carefully. He found the service nozzle, cracked the swivels, and worked a teaspoon of molasses into the joint where no one ever looks. If they drew from drums instead of the tanks, the first seconds of flow would taste like a bakery, and the machine would hate it. 2 warms moving, Zorapar murmured. Shed to apron. 7 minutes to your lane if you leave now. Less if you run. He wiped his hands on his coat and put the empty can under a pallet. He took the hose, coiled it the way an honest man would have, and set the cam arms so they looked like they'd been touched by someone who liked his job. Then he went the way he'd come, over the fence, jacket snagging once on a broken wire, a brief tear that would look like carelessness later. The Land Rover started on the first turn and rolled out with the lights still dead and the road pretending to be a road. Half a mile down the lane, he pulled into a hedged lay-by and killed the engine. Old habit told him to watch a thing after he'd touched it. He lay on the bonnet with the tarp still on and let the pad be his eyes. The feeds came up, the 2 men in the shed in harnesses, laughing the way men laugh when they've made a bad plan look easy. They hit the generator hard and frowned when it didn't answer easy. One of them swore and went for the battery. The other swung the pump levers like they were connected to luck. Fueling from drums, Zorapar said softly, more to himself than to Theo. They learned one lesson, not the other. A minute later, the helicopter's nav light winked on, a small red at the tip of a blade. The pilot climbed in and went through a checklist without talking. The turbine spun, a high whine that makes your teeth think about themselves. EGT began to creep. The second man held the pump nozzle to the starboard filler for a few seconds, pulled it, capped, moved round to port. Theo held the pad like it might try to leave. On the ground, he said, as if the machine could hear him. The starter spooled again. Ignition. A cough, the kind that tells a mechanic the filters had an opinion. The whine rose, stuttered, rose again. A light in the cabin flicked amber. The pilot's hand went to a switch and then to a lever. The engine note broke into a brittle crackle as the fuel control argued with syrup. The light went red. The pilot chopped it. Silence dropped, too fast to be safe, the rotor coasting to a slow walk. The men outside did the dance everyone does when a thing that should have worked doesn't. Check the thing that worked yesterday, smell the cap, blame the cold. The one with the nozzle sniffed his gloves, made a face, and looked at the pump like it had been unfaithful. He tried again on the port side, a short spit. Back in the cockpit, the pilot primed, swore and stopped before he made an expensive bang. Grounded, Zorapar said, for today. Theo slid off the bonnet and sat on the verge until his hands stopped shaking. Not fear, not exactly, something else. He'd made a decision about a line and stepped up to it and kept his feet. Open quote, ZP, you avoided an airborne failure. That was careful. Close quote. It needed doing, Theo said. They erased a croft. They had their chance to be better. They weren't. Open quote. They'll tear the system down and clean it. By tomorrow, perhaps the next. Then they'll be back in your sky. Close quote. I'll buy tomorrow again if I have to, he said, and the day after. He drove home through lanes that were starting to remember spring. At the yard, he put the Rover nose in and stood a long time with his hands on the gate as if it could read his pulse. The goats shifted in the pen and went back to their chew. The hens muttered courthouse gossip in their sleep. Under the hill, later, Zorapar didn't offer a speech. He put up the feed of the apron again and let Theo watch the crew pull the cowlings and stare at filters that smelled faintly of burnt sugar. You couldn't see the molasses. You could see the bafflement. They'll learn, Zorapar said. So will we, Theo answered. He didn't apologize for leaving without asking. Zorapar didn't ask him to. The pact was the same as ever. Eyes and boundaries. Hands their own. On the way back up the stair, Theo made himself a promise he didn't write down. When he spent days like this, he'd spend the next one on food, sewing, fencing, feeding, because that was the only ledger that mattered. He wanted the 3 farms on his map to have a chance to argue with spring. He wanted the sky to be an inconvenience, not a verdict. In the hut he washed his hands twice, even though the sugar smell had gone. He breathed out, long, and lay down with the sound of a turbine spooling down still in his head. He slept like he'd made a choice and could live with it. Chapter 22. Falling Lines. The morning came clean and windless, the kind that makes a man think the world might keep its promises. Theo took the gift and worked outside while it lasted. Fence check, new straw under the goats, a slow walk of the garden beds with a hoe to cut the first green mistakes before they learned confidence. The sky held, blue and blank. Under the quiet, the same knot kept pulling at him. This was all delay. He could gum up pumps, sour filters, make men walk instead of fly, but how long could he keep doing it before they learned faster than he did? Something would give. He wasn't going to let it be him. By late morning, he'd had enough of arguing with himself. He closed the gate behind him, took the path through the birch, and went below. Zorapar stood at the console with that stillness he had when the screens were doing the talking. Theo didn't bother with preamble. This whack-a-mole can't go on. I don't want blood on it, but I can't stand and watch them erase whoever's left. Either I make it so miserable to fly they stop, or... I can help you with non-lethal answers, Zorapar said, same tone he'd used since the first argument about the shuttle. He didn't add the rest because he didn't need to, and nothing else. Theo let out a breath he'd been keeping since October. Then you won't help. I have helped, Zorapar said gently. Eyes, warnings, doors you can close. Beyond that, my covenant holds. It wasn't anger that pushed Theo back up the corridor. It was clarity. He had what he had. Wire, seed, grit, a map, and a friend who would not cross his own lines. Maybe that was the only way you stayed worth listening to when everyone else had stopped. He just stepped into the wedge of light outside the tree line when there trembled in his hand a sharp, urgent pulse. Zorapar's voice came a half-second later, tight enough that Theo turned on his heel without deciding to. Theo, back down. Now. He was inside the control room before the second call reached his ear. Zorapar didn't look away from the center screen. The image was Inverness, seen the way birds must see. Runway, sheds, a pale ribbon of water beyond. The helicopter had just cleared the field, climbing hard into clean air. For 3 heartbeats it looked like any other lift-out they'd watched. On the 4th, the trace on Zorapar's overlay twitched and sagged. Loss of power, Zorapar said, voice flat to keep the facts from bending. Rotor RPM dropping. They're trying to catch it. Theo didn't breathe. You don't when you're waiting for a thing to happen that shouldn't. On the feed, the machine nosed down, then tried to level. The disc bled speed it couldn't afford. The pilot rolled for a field beyond the perimeter, textbook, desperate, and came up short. The tail bit first, the main rotor struck, and the ship folded into a brown flash and a black smear that didn't belong to sky or ground. For a beat, there was only the sound you get when a lot of metal stops being 6 parts and becomes 1. Then the fire took it. Zorapar's hands moved once on the console, pulling frames from other angles, a thermal trace, a thin line of numbers Theo didn't pretend to read. He didn't need them. He could see. "No survivors," Zorapar said. "Impact outside the fence, northeast corner. Fire crews aren't coming. There are no fire crews." Theo realized his hands were open, palms up like he'd meant to catch something. He closed them and heard the leather of his gloves creak. The screen threw the heat plume's shape against his face. Was that me? The question came out before he could sand the edges off it. He didn't mean confession. He meant maths. Zorapar didn't answer with comfort. "Probability of fuel system contamination is high. Your intention was a ground failure. Yesterday they got one. Today they likely cleaned some, not all. Carbohydrate residue sits where filters don't expect it. Valves, control unit, low points in the tanks. On climb out, the fuel demand changes. What held yesterday lets go today." Theo felt the knot that had been nagging him turn into something heavier. "I didn't want them to die in the air." "I know," Zorapar said. "Intent and consequence are not friends. You made a choice to delay a machine that was erasing people. In a broken system, control is an illusion. You reduced their reach. You did not choose this exact end. Both can be true." They watched the fire sag as the worst of the fuel burned off. On the edge of the frame, heat leaked from the refuel bay, the portable running uselessly, men who weren't coming to help an engine that couldn't be helped. The field beyond the wreck turned back into field. Sky went on being sky. "How long does that buy?" Theo asked and hated how practical he sounded. "A week, perhaps 2, Zorapar said. "They can fetch another airframe if they have one that still spins. They can pull parts. They can decide not to. A crash shakes even men who think they're owed the air." Theo kept his eyes on the screen until his head let him look away. "We use the window," he said. "Quiet runs. Seeds to the 2 farms left. Rope trade only. No names spoken. And we keep eyes on the airport. If another bird lifts, we start again with the non-lethal." Zorapar inclined his head. "I'll hold watch. The line to the Lockside farm is clear tomorrow at dawn. Ground firm until noon. Avoid the ridge by Corrimony. The snowpack there hides ice." Theo turned to go and stopped because there was one thing left to ask if he wanted to sleep at all. "Do you think less of me?" Zorapar actually looked puzzled for a heartbeat, as if the shape of the question didn't fit a slot he kept for human things. "I do not rank you that way," he said at last. "You are doing human arithmetic with human costs. I chose to stand where I stand. You chose to stand where you do. We are still standing together." Theo nodded once, because anything more would have been a speech. He climbed back toward daylight with the taste of hot metal still in his mouth and the plan already arranging itself. Sacks by the door, the trailer loaded quiet, the road taken at first frost, and a message ready to tie to a fence post where a stranger's hand could find it without seeing his face. Outside, the sky looked exactly as it had at breakfast. The burn talked to itself in the same voice. Nothing in the field knew a helicopter had fallen. He stood at the gate a long minute and let the world be ordinary on his cheekbones. Then he went to sharpen the hoe and coil the rope, because delay or not, there was still seed to move and 2 farms that might live to plant it. He packed for help, not dependency. 1 sack of grain for hens, a tight bundle of seed packets, beans, peas, brassicas, quick greens, his 1-page planting sheet on top and a single can of diesel. The old proverb he half remembered, the one about fish and rods, kept walking through his head while he worked. He added a line in pencil on each sheet. "Sow half now, save half for the second go." No names, no promises. He copied the same note twice in his careful garage ledger hand and folded each into oilskin. Open quote, "We can trade if you treat me fairly. You will not be the only group I trade with. Information is free. Ask. I will be back in 7 days. I will meet only 2 people. Any more and you will never hear from me again. You unarmed." How I found you. I walk the glen and read the land, cut wood, trodden paths, a hen at dawn. I do not follow people. I will not come to your door. Close quote. He left before the frost let go. The first drop was the lockside pull-in, a low wall, a field gate, the water beyond as flat as glass. He put the rover between the road and the wall, so the load made its own blind, set a folding table against the stone, and rigged the short rope ferry through the gate latch the way he'd done during the thin weeks, his side to theirs, a tin mug as a shuttle if they needed it. He slid the crate to the gate, grain at the bottom for ballast, seeds in the middle, the planting sheet on top. The note went under a smooth stone where any cautious set of eyes would see it before they saw anything else. The diesel can, wiped clean, sat on the tarmac where it was obvious and awkward to run off with at speed. He stood a long breath listening. No boots, no voices, just a curlew and the hiss of the tiny shore, then walked backwards 3 paces to let the scene read as bait or gift, depending on a stranger's heart. Either way, he wasn't staying to argue with their caution. The second drop was a birch loaning farther northwest, a narrow throat of track, a gate with a latch that had learned winter. Same drill. Table to the wall, rope through, crate set just inside, diesel set clear, note under stone. He tied a length of string to the note and left the free end looped over the top rail, an invitation to read without stepping in. He took his boot prints back the way he'd come and only then turned for the cab. He didn't wait at either place. A moving vehicle is a confession in a quiet world. He folded himself back into the long, slow lane home and let the hedges erase him. Zorapar brushed his temple once to confirm the sky was behaving. Nothing in the valley wore a blade yet. He didn't have to guess what happened next. He asked Zorapar to watch at a distance and tell him only what mattered. Late afternoon, when shadows were as long as reasons, 2 worms eased into the lockside field from behind the stead wall. They didn't come straight to the gate. One lay up with a pair of binoculars, and the other worked the fence for a while, checking for wire, for glint, for the kind of cleverness that gets a man killed. Only when the light had thinned another notch did they hook the string with a crook and pull the note to their side. Zorapar didn't show faces. He described hands and posture, slow, deliberate, weapons kept out of sight but near enough to touch. They stood apart to read, shoulders angled to cover each other without thinking about it. Then the rope moved. The crate skimmed through, the table stayed where it was, and the pair retreated in a zigzag, the way people do when their lives have taught them that straight lines are for the dead. At the birch loaning it went much the same, only tighter. 2 worms, low and patient. One tested the ground with a stick as if expecting a snare. They read the note with the same stillness men use to read weather, pulled the crate, lifted the can 2 inches to feel its weight, then lowered it again and vanished into the trees. No shouts. No extra bodies. No attempt to follow the tracks he hadn't left. Theo let himself breathe then. Suspicion was healthy. It meant they might live long enough to plant. Back at the hut he wrote 7 on the inner door and circled it. Underneath, in smaller letters, 2 only, unarmed, hold the line. On the table he laid out 2 spare packets of seed and a fresh stub of pencil in case the rope brought back questions. Soil too heavy? When to thin? How to save seed? And caught himself smiling at the thought of answering something that didn't have a trigger attached. They wondered how they were seen, Zorapar said in his ear later, half amused. They examined the ditch by the gate as if a man had been lying in it all morning. Good, Theo said. Let them think I've only got boots and patience. That's true enough for government work. And your terms? Zorapar asked. They read them, Theo said. Now we see if they obey them. He stepped outside with the last of the light and listened to the glen unspool the ordinary. Goats tearing hay in short, satisfied rips, hens shifting on the perch, the burn telling the same story it told the rocks yesterday. Somewhere out there 2 small piles of goods sat on 2 different verges, changing the shape of 2 calendars by about a week. Not salvation. Enough. He went in and sharpened the hoe and set the grain scoop by the door. Trust was going to be a slow crop. That was fine. He had 7 days to keep his head down and make more food, 7 days to decide what the second run looked like, 7 days to see if strangers could read a note and resist the urge to show up in force. When he finally lay down, He could still see the shape of careful hands pulling a crate along a rope. That was the answer he wanted. Not cheers, not thanks, just the plain, quiet work of people who meant to be alive in June. Chapter 23. Terms of Contact. 7 days later he went with empty hands and a full rule book. The Land Rover slept in a copse a quarter-mile off the lane, bonnet under bracken and a tarp the colour of good neglect. He walked in the last 100 yards. No pack, nothing metal to catch a stray sunbeam. This visit wasn't for giving. It was for looking people in the eyes and seeing if they could keep promises. At the lockside pull-in, he set the folding table against the wall and clipped the rope through the gate latch the way he had before. He laid a clean sheet and a pencil on his side, then stepped back until the wind could fit between him and the stone. 2 figures came out of the field, the way careful people do, one at a time, then together, hands open, nothing on belts. The taller one kept her head up and her weight on the balls of her feet. The other watched the verges like they might bloom trouble. They stopped at the gate, no names offered. Good, 2 only, Theo said. Unarmed, that part stays. The tall one nodded once, understood. He kept it simple. I'm Theo. I walk the glen, I read land. If we trade, it's by rope and daylight. If you bring more than 2, it's over. How did you find us? The man asked, and there was no heat in it, only the kind of question you ask to see what shape an answer makes. Smoke leaves patterns, Theo said. So do footpaths and cut brush. I didn't come to your door. He tapped the rope. This is as close as I'll ever get. They didn't offer names. They didn't ask his again. He liked that discipline. He slid the pencil and a square of paper along the rope. Questions travel on this. I answer on paper. Advice is free. Goods aren't, those we trade. What do you want? The woman asked. Things that multiply, he said. Cuttings, netting, sound fence staples. Later, maybe cheese. Never cash. Never come looking for me. They exchanged a look that had history in it. The man wrote 2 lines, soils heavy, slope faces north, and pushed the paper back. Theo sketched a quick plan. Shallow beds on the south bank, stones for heat, sow half now, half in 2 weeks. He added a drawing of a simple cloche and a note about windbreaks. The woman glanced at it and tucked the paper inside her coat like it was winter money. 7 days, Theo said. Same time. 2 only. They melted back through the field without turning their backs on him. He stood until the grass stopped moving and the wall remembered itself, then shouldered the table and took the long way out, walking his prints into the verge. The birch loaning was tighter country. He set the table, threaded the rope, and waited with the trees talking quietly to each other above him. 2 came out of the hollow, one older, one young and all angles, both with that readiness you only see on people who've already been taught a lesson. They stopped at the gate. The young one hooked the rope with a stick, checked it for cleverness, and left the stick where it fell. You wrote you'd come back in 7, she said, not quite a challenge. I did, Theo said. I'm Theo. Trade by rope. 2 only. No weapons. What if we need more hands? The older man asked. You need fewer reasons for me to leave, Theo said. If you want labour, hire your own. I don't bring people with me, and I don't take anyone home. Where is home? The girl asked, almost lazy. In the glen, he said, letting the truth carry its own fog. Close enough to matter, far enough to stay alive. She watched him for a beat longer than comfortable, then pushed a folded note under the rope. Best spacing for beans on poor soil. How to keep hens safe from stoats. He wrote back with thumb-width measures and a quick sketch of a stoat-proof apron, the sort of answers that save feed and feathers. He didn't ask about numbers or stores. He already knew more than they'd want him to, and saying it out loud would buy him nothing but suspicion. On the walk back, he let the idea of hiring help turn over once more, then set it down for good. Labour meant people. People meant following. Following meant a road to his gate, and then to the stone door above it. He would not draw a line that led to Zorapar. Spring ran hard into summer, and the edges of the deals held. He returned with small, sharp offerings when he had them. Salt, wire staples, a length of hose and a roll of polytunnel tape, always balanced so no one could pretend he'd taken responsibility for their winter. They paid in kind as the months allowed. A coil of netting, a barrow repaired clean, the first thumb of fresh cheese that tasted like a promise. Most of the value was in paper. He wrote about timing, clamping, turning wind into irrigation, making vinegar when sugar was scarce, drawing smoke through a cold stack so the sky stayed blind. They wrote back about hens that stopped laying and started again, potatoes that sulked then stood, goats that kidded in the night without a human hand on them. Information travelled faster than goods, and better. Zorapar's map widened. 2 more steadings showed up as steady worms. Then another, 5 roofs in a fold of ground beyond the old forestry, cautious and competent. He added them to the circuit, and his weeks learned a new math. He started leaving at first light twice a month, then once, the loop getting longer until the calendar insisted. 6 groups meant 6 pull-ins and 6 sets of eyes that were learning to trust him without needing to like him. He changed his pattern every time. Never the same day, never the same order, never the same route home. He traded rules as much as seed. 2 people, no weapons. Questions on paper. No one follows. If a car appeared on a track where no car should be, he melted into a hedgerow and let it own the road until the dust settled. He gave nothing of himself beyond Theo and what he could do with a pencil. When someone asked where he'd learned a trick with a siphon or the right way to store onions so they didn't weep themselves to rot by February, he shrugged and said, "Old work, old books," and let the conversation miss the rails it had been looking for. By the time the first frosts licked the grass and made the polytunnel skins crackle like old paper in the morning, he had a circuit that functioned and a set of groups who understood the shape of what he offered. It wasn't charity. It wasn't control. It was a rod, not a fish. One evening, back at the hut with the ledger open and his hands still smelling faintly of hay and cold petrol, the pad pulsed. Zorapar's message was 6 words and a small grace. Open quote, "Your circle holds. Keep it small." Close quote. He ran a thumb down the column he'd labelled advice given. Bean spacing, cloche design, smoke discipline, stoat apron, seed saving, and let himself feel the rare satisfaction of work that didn't need applause. If the sky stayed quiet, he could keep this pace through winter. Once a month, 6 stops, more paper than parcels. If the sky changed its mind, he would change his. Either way, the rules would hold. He'd keep his name small and his footprint smaller. He'd trade knowledge like a currency because it multiplies on its own and leaves no tracks to follow back to a door that was never meant to be found. The years didn't hurry so much as thicken. Spring still came on a Tuesday, but by the 4th one, the groups were greeting it with seed already in trays, tools already sharpened, deals already struck. 2 of the 6 realized a fence line was more a suggestion than a border. They knocked a gap in a dry stone wall and began working as one. Shared milking rota, 1 big tunnel instead of 2 small ones, a single store for salt and medicines where everyone knew the key lived. 5 groups now, and not just taking from Theo's rope. They were swapping among themselves. A sack of lime for a roll of netting, a clutch of pullets for a barrow repaired better than new. The rope stayed, but the mood at the gates changed. When Theo turned up, nobody hid behind the wall to measure him anymore. A hand waved him in, someone kicked the latch, a mug appeared as if conjured. He kept his rules. 2 people for the actual trade, questions on paper, no talk of where he came from. But he'd sit a while under a lean-to with steam fogging his glasses and listen to a child's laugh spill out of a byre. He never stayed the night. Regular footprints cut lines you didn't want drawn on a map. Even so, the yards learned him. The way he checked a hinge without being asked, the way his eye found a weak post, the way he talked to a frightened goat before he tried to touch her. Trust arrived quietly. It was there in the way the Lockside farm sent their lad to the birch, loaning with a coil of wire and no escort, and in the way the young woman from the hollow pressed him with the sort of questions you only ask when you believe the answer won't hurt you. How early can we cut the first hay? What's the sign a hen's gone broody, not mad? Is there a way to keep carrots from sprouting in store without wasting salt? By the 3rd summer, there were notes travelling between farms that didn't pass through his hands at all, and he liked that best of all. He kept his promises small and useful. Seeds when stock ran thin or confidence needed a nudge. A plan for a cheese press that didn't ask for iron you couldn't get. A sketch of a smokehouse that pulled, not belched. He sharpened more knives than he could remember and taught 3 people how to sharpen their own so he wouldn't have to. He showed a pair of stubborn twins at the upland place how to cut an apron around a hen run so a stoat would hit wire instead of soil, then watched them teach a neighbour the same trick without mangling the lesson. Knowledge travelled without burning fuel. That became the measure of whether he was doing it right. Babies started to arrive. 2 summers running, and then 3 in 1 year. 5 in the last 4 years. Tam with the milk bottle fists and the calm eyes. Isla, who screamed like a lamb and slept like a stone. Maeve, who learned to pull herself up on a goat's collar before she could walk. The twins, Rowan and Kit, who arrived in a snow-sift night that had every lantern in 2 holdings lit and every kettle on. Naming days were small and stubbornly happy. Bread gone soft with fat, a piece of smoked venison passed hand to hand, someone's battered fiddle finding a tune it hadn't been asked to make in a decade. Flocks grew the way good habits do, steadily, with setbacks that taught more than success. Poultry went from a handful of scruffy survivors to proper flocks, a dozen speckled girls here, 20-odd black rocks there, a cockbird or 2 with enough sense to call danger and not chase a child. Sheep multiplied and got their hooves kept right. 5 years in, the first proper shearing day felt like a holiday that involved work and laughter in equal measure. Every group kept goats, and every group learned that a good buck is worth more than a bad fence. Theo spent 1 long autumn managing a breeding rota on paper so they didn't all end up kidding in the same week and hating him for it. Cattle never quite made sense. A cow eats a small field and gives you milk you can't carry far without waste. She's a luxury in a winter that eats months whole. But the feral fold above Gorthlek bred without asking permission, and there were always 2 old bulls too stubborn to quit. Each winter, once the first hard freeze had sealed the ground and the cold would keep meat honest, every group sent 3 hands and a plan. They'd stalk a bull for a day in the wind and bring him home on sleds they had argued over and improved for years. Oak runners greased with tallow, lashings that didn't slip. The kill was clean, the butchery colder than anyone wanted, and the gifts that followed felt like the old world remembered how to be decent. Suet to the house with the new baby, tongues and hearts to the elders, bone for broth to the families that had taken a winter illness and were slow to rise. Hides got dehaired and turned to rawhide, then to hinges and thongs that never rusted. Fat became candles that smoked only a little. Scraps fed dogs that earned their keep twice a week, and then kept earning it in quiet ways the rest of the time. Winters were still a fight. Snow lay and lay, weeks blurring into months. The world narrowed to lanes you could cut with a shovel and keep with a broom. They'd built wood stores like second houses by then, roofs that shed clean, seasoning stacked in lengths a child could carry, kindling in sacks by every door. Sledges moved hay the way trucks used to. If you squinted, a convoy across the white field looked like a memory you'd paid for with a quieter sort of work. Bread went thin some years and soup thick. Cheese was rationed without drama and onions turned into gold. The radio, when you cranked it, gave you nothing but static and a few brave ghosts. No one missed it. Theo aged without hurrying. A little more weather in his face, a steadier way of standing when cold got into his hip for an afternoon, and then left like a poor guest. He never let them see him heal faster than he should, or lift more than a man his size ought to. Zorapar kept the watchers high and spare. No intrusion, only a tap at the temple if the sky did something new. The covenant still held. It had to, or none of this meant anything. By the 5th autumn, the circuit had become a ring you could trust. The groups traded without him, argued without breaking, held their lines against hunger and fear, and spent their victories on more than full stomachs. A school hour under a lean-to, while someone mended harness. A midwinter fair where the best cheese took a ribbon cut from an old dress. A graveside with 4 hands and a hymn that learned to be different and still true. He came and went with his ledger and his pencil and his rules, and for once the rules felt like a shelter instead of a fence. When the first snow of that 5th winter began to fall, big slow flakes drifting like the valley had decided to exhale, Theo stood at the lockside gate with his hands in his coat and watched a boy he'd taught to sharpen a hoe check the tie on a hay sledge and nod once at his own work. It wasn't peace, not the soft kind, but it was a kind of settled. In the Highlands, you learn to take that and count it twice. Epilogue. By 2055, the circuit no longer needed him, which had been the point all along. He let the visits thin the way a man thins saplings, carefully, then decisively. Old bones, he said at gates with a half-smile, hand to the small of his back. Roads longer every year. They believed him because they wanted to, and because he'd always kept a distance you could measure. That spring he didn't come at all. He watched from the margins. Not every day, not close, just enough to know the shape of things. Sometimes he climbed a low shoulder of moor and sat with a flask while the lockside place brought in hay on sledges that had learned grace. Sometimes Zorapar's far eyes showed him a market day in miniature, 2 tables under a scrap of canvas, cheese laid out like chessmen, a coil of wire traded for a baby's knitted cap. He'd laugh at some small comedy, a goat clearing a fence as if it were a line on paper, a child solemnly teaching a hen to stay, and then some evenings he'd find the kind of quiet that made a man angry on their behalf. A culvert collapsed for want of 2 able backs, a neighbour's fence left to sag an extra week because the stomach flu had gone through the house like a rumour. Pride sat alongside it all, plain as bread. They were living without flinching. He worked his own ground. The shepherd's hut remained his anchor, the farmhouse his winter. The garden gave him more than he deserved. He rebuilt the fruit cage with better joinery, set a taller hawthorn hedge along the windward edge, cut a new ditch that never got above itself. Goats earned their keep twice over with milk and good company, hens with eggs and the kind of gossip that fills a yard without asking for attention. He mended tools the way some people pray. He learned to enjoy a day that ended with clean shavings curled on the bench and nothing dramatic to report. When weather or work let him, he went below. Zorapar turned the consoles into a private school. They looked at the earth without romance. Currents and gyres, pollen maps, tree lines inching like careful animals. He showed Theo the deep time of the Highlands, the drowned forests under the firth, the shorelines that walked away and came back centuries later as if nothing had happened. He threaded the line from Pictish stones to parish records to the day someone stamped improvement on a plan that meant eviction. He played back the last 200 years the way a mechanic strips and rebuilds a carb. You see what's missing when you lay all the parts out. Someone once said history is written by the victor. Theo muttered after a run of evenings that left his head busy. I used to think that was a clever line. It's a warning. Yes, Zorapar said, and the screens obliged with examples until Theo asked him to stop. The clearances tilted in a new light when you watched the letters going out and the cattle coming in. Witch fever made a different kind of sense with heat maps of famines and sharp winters overlaid on accusation lists. Even his own small valley could be coaxed into telling 2 stories at once, depending on who held the pencil. It made him gentler with the stories people told about themselves. Their grandfathers had done what they had to do. Their saints had odd corners. Their secrets had parents. Sometimes Zorapar spoke of earlier watches. Not the dates, those were beyond caring. The covenant stayed the covenant. But he'd put up a map of the Perseus Arm and name places with syllables Theo could almost hold and talk about watching other worlds try to climb out of the same holes. Hunger, fear, the glamour of men with loud machines. Your species is quick to forget in order to go on, Zorapar said once. That is a strength and a harm. From the hill, Theo saw forgetting at work in kinder ways. The 5 groups, 4, once 2 married their yards and their stubbornness, stopped talking about the first winter, except when training children not to be fools. The babies he'd bounced as names and blankets were 5 years old now, and knew, instinctively, how to count eggs into a basket without breaking the bottom layer. Their parents argued about fence lines and laughed at the same jokes in different kitchens. They had the same hungers people have always had: love, authority, a good story to sleep on, but fear no longer held the pen. He missed them sometimes more than was reasonable. He missed being stopped at a gate and handed a mug and asked a question he could answer with a pencil. He missed the rhythm of the road and the way a ladder thrown against a wall and climbed by 2 people who didn't like each other could turn dislike into a shrug and then something approaching respect. but they were doing without him. That mattered more than any comfort he got from being useful. When he itched to interfere, he walked the perimeter. He'd set himself rules early and kept them. He would not bring labour, he would not bring anyone back, he would not tell stories that made him interesting. He stuck to them until they became less rules than habits. If he needed to talk, he talked to the goats, who pretended indifference properly, or to Zorapar, who did not. On nights when the wind carried the sound of distant singing across the hill, thin, surprised, not always in tune, he'd sit on the porch step with his hands wrapped round a mug and let the sound find him. He'd think about the men in the helicopter and the note he'd written on a long-ago desk. Information is free. Meet me unarmed. He didn't try to balance those entries anymore. You don't. You walk on with both and hope you're walking in the right direction. The world beyond the glen stayed sketchy and small in the radio's teeth. Once in a rare while, some long-distance survivor voice would ride the static and claim a tally or a town. He listened and made no plans. His job was the ground within a day's hard walk and the door he'd never show to anyone. Zorapar tended his silent sky and his invisible promises. Theo kept fences straight and the water honest. It was not a bad division of labour. Every so often he'd take the old coins out, those 28 silvers and the 1 gold, and lay them on the table the way he'd first done, years ago when the stroke still fogged him. They felt smaller now and bigger. Not a hoard. A reminder that nothing you stand on is simple. He'd put them away again and make a loaf and check the gate and decide which bed needed fleece against a late frost. A man's history shrinks to fit the day he's having. That, too, was a warning and a kindness. From time to time, Zorapar would show him a still. No heat map, no annotation. Just a boy he'd taught to tie a brush fence standing on his own fence post, hands on hips, looking down a lane he'd made with a shovel. Theo would grin in spite of himself. It is a luxury to watch people you care about not need you. He allowed himself that luxury, then stood up and went to split kindling for the morning. In the summer of 2057, he walked back into the fair and found it had learned to laugh without him. 4 groups now, one long green with tables in a crooked line, kids darting under bunting stitched from old shirts. Theo came early, left the Land Rover out of sight beyond the spruce, and led in 2 hens in a crate, a pair of yearling goats, and 2 deep boxes of his best. Onions that kept their shoulders, garlic plates, jars of soft cheese, a tangle of herbs still breathing summer. "Share it even," he said, and meant don't make me important. He kept no stall, took no ribbons. He watched a child tilt a jar to catch the light and whistle like it was treasure. That year he took Zorapar's old advice and wore a younger face, 35 again, the creases filed down, the gait lighter. He spent another year below with Zorapar. On patient days he called him Spock, and the name fit in every way that mattered. Zorapar took no offence. "My emotions are present," he said once, without moving anything in his face. "I am simply unwilling to let them steer." Together they pulled apart histories the way Theo used to pull carburetors, lay the pieces out, clean what's fouled, see which spring belonged where. The screens turned the Highlands into palimpsest. Clearances overlaid with weather, famines with fever, bright lines of profit cutting through dull maps of grief. The famous saying, "History is written by the victor," stopped being clever and became a tool warning, the kind you stencil on a guard. Mind the blade. Winter was his own again. He worked by lamplight, the room bright with kindling and steam, turning the garden's last generosity into rows that would keep. Bottled tomatoes, pickled eggs, kraut ticking in its crock, onions braided and hung. The stores went from prudent to vast, years in glass if he wanted it. He didn't. The point of food is not to sit on it. Spring would come, and with it a plan he'd been turning over in his hands like a stone he liked the feel of. A year wandering. No circuit, no ledger, no pull-ins with rope ferries, just his boots and a pack and a quiet road west or south, wherever the wind showed him a gap in the heather. He'd see who else was out there mending lanes, what other fairs had found their tune, whether some lighthouse still threw a blade of light for nobody in particular. He'd make new friends the way he liked making things, solid, without nail showing. He'd keep his name small and his rules large. On the last frost-bright morning of that winter, he checked the hut twice, put his hand flat to the farmhouse door the way a man thanks a good animal, and went below for a final cup with Zorapar. The alien watched him strap the pack and said only, "I will keep an eye at sky level. Do not mistake that for permission to be reckless." "I won't," Theo said, "but if I find a story worth hearing, I'll bring it back." He hesitated, then added with a grin, "Live long and do not finish that," Zorapar said, and the corner of his mouth almost remembered how to be human. Theo took the track out through the birch. The day had that Highland blue that tastes of iron and clean water. He crested the shoulder where the moor opens and stopped, not for effect, but because the pad gave him a single quiet tap. 3 words, no more. Open quote, faint signal, west, close quote, not a helicopter, not a trick of weather. A radio voice you only hear when someone, somewhere, has enough food and enough courage to crank a handle and try. He laughed, alone on the hill, and let the sound go where sound goes. The world hadn't ended. It had just gotten big again. He shouldered the pack and set off toward the place where the land becomes sea and stubbornness becomes boats. The world hadn't ended. It had handed him a map with the edges torn off.
This was The Grey, written by Beryl Coops. I hope you enjoyed my short story. Please hit the subscribe button so you don't miss the next one. I have written over 500 short stories over the years under many pen names. I will be updating these and recording them under the Beryl Coops name. I will be listing them on YouTube as fast as we can get them recorded. They will include historical drama, humor, adventure, romance, period drama, mystery, thriller, war stories, spy stories, revenge, horror, psychological horror, dystopian, disaster, children's stories, love stories, and more. Too many to name. Something for everyone. If you enjoyed this story, please give it a thumbs up. It helps others find my channel. Until next time, thank you for listening to the end.